Chapter 5: A Mile with the Mouse. Like all ninja, especially a kunoichi who specialized in infiltration of enemy countries and, if necessary, seduction of important people within the country's power structure, Mitarashi Enko could and in the past had woken at the sound of a piece of rice paper falling to the floor. More than one potential assassin had come fatally unstuck by failing to notice that little security measure she always made sure was set up before she slept on a mission, alone or otherwise. A sudden clatter from somewhere close by, even at a time when not even the street lamps were lit due to the lateness of the hour, was therefore enough to have her on her feet, kunai in hand and looking around for the threat even before the echo died away. Where am I again? Though the business part of her mind had already ensured there was no threat, the more rational part was taking its time to catch up. I don't recognize this place, must have been a really strong bottle, or a bad batch of dango. Oh, wait a minute. Without the aid of her typical morning jolt of a caffeine-rich beverage of some description, it took her longer than normal to recognize the old, slightly battered sofa she'd been curled up on and remember where she'd crashed for the night and why. Well, I doubt I'm in any danger with a roommate not even in double digits age-wise. Pity. A wicked smile split her lips as she flopped back onto her makeshift bed and pulled her standard-issue sleeping bag over her like a blanket. Train M. Young. And they'll spend the rest of their life eating out your hands, and other bits of you. With that dirty thought in her mind, Anko let her eyes close and mind drift back to her dreams involving sweet bean soup, lots of dango and at least a dozen shinobi she knew wearing enough clothing to decently cover about two of them between them, Kakashi-kun, two things to hide and only one mask, Wadlid Beergarg. It was at that point, just before the mysterious Jounin could slip the bindings hiding his supposedly gorgeous face from the world, that the pleasant images and the darkness that let her dream them up was broken forever and the world was filled with cruel, blinding light. XXX. As he reached out, stifled his alarm clock and yawned simultaneously with a well-practiced motion, a sudden thought make itself heard in the back of his mind that there was something different about today, what that might have been though he just couldn't put his finger on. Sitting up in his bed and stretching off with another huge yawn, Naruto scratched the back of his head for a minute before snagging his clean morning training gear off the end of his bed, pulling the loose shorts on in a single motion while still considering the persistent niggle in the back of his mind that assured him there was something amiss, a wrinkle in his otherwise perfectly smooth daily routine. Thinking hard for a minute while his body operated on autopilot to pull the duvet back over his bed, the young Jinchuriki was eventually forced to shake his head. Nah, still not sure. Was it anything to do with Gigi? I haven't seen him for a while. Maybe he was marking some of those puzzles I did from the books Ayam-chan gave me? The idea seemed perfectly rational as he didn't have anything else to go on, and at this time in the morning it was way too early to direct any of his precious brainpower to abstract thoughts and contemplations, not when there was the morning warm-up to be done. Slipping on his indoor sandals as he headed for the door, Naruto was under no illusion that he'd remember anything important he had to do today after some stretches, a shower and good bite of breakfast. With that in mind, he threw open his bedroom door and felt around for the living room light switch. A split second after he located and operated it, a profusion of sudden swearing and the sight of a woman wearing nightclothes that practically redefined the word skimpy, jumping to her feet and drunkenly waving a kunai around was enough to cause him to blush furiously, avert his eyes and mentally kick his own, but that he'd forgotten all about his guest despite the best efforts of his memory banks, slow as they were to boot up in the morning. Sorry. XXX. Only the high pitch of the sudden voice stopped Enko launching her weapon towards it. Internally reminding herself that the mark was a child and didn't know any better, she turned towards him, hands on her hips and apparently unconcerned of the scars her prodigious womanly charms could have caused in the young boy's mind had he not had a hand pressed firmly over his eyes as she started the scolding. Why in Kami's name are you doing up, Gaki? It's still dark out. Yeah, he risked a peek upwards and immediately looked down again, blushing even more fiercely as even the blurry sight of a nearly nude young lady was too much for him at such a tender age. Could you put something on? For the first time in the conversation, Enko blinked enough sleep out of her eyes to see her new housemate scrutinizing the carpet at his feet. Did he stub his toe or something? What's wrong with him? Brr, she suddenly shivered, rubbing her arms as the chill of winter nipped at her, rubbing her shoulders to try and keep warm for a minute. Kami's, it's drafty in here, no central heating or some, belatedly realizing the exact reason why she and Naruto weren't seeing eye to eye, or anywhere else on her anatomy for that matter. At the minute, the kunoichi hastily ducked behind the settee, snatching up her sleeping bag and wrapping it around herself as a makeshift towel before speaking again. Sorry Gaki, most of my kit's still in long-term storage and I couldn't pick it up yesterday. All I've got until then are what's in my toolkit and the clothes on my back. It's okay to look now, I'm covered, she coaxed gently, though there was no denying the slight tease in her smile as, still blushing profusely, her new student for the next week lowered his hand by degrees and eventually risked sending a glance her way. Right now he's a skinny little runt, but give it a few more years. Burn the fat off his cheeks and I'd put better than average odds on him being a bit of an academy sweetheart. If nothing else, the whiskers make him look exotic. Quickly finishing her mental appraisal of the youngster, she remained silent as he began his gabbled explanations about waking her up, occasionally hopping from foot to foot as the carpet was like ice under her bare toes. Sorry, I forgot you were in here and... Don't worry about it, Enko yawned, not able to move her hand without dropping the sleeping bag and potentially adding a 6-year-old child to the already long list of perverts already infesting Konoha from the sight of her marvelous body. Just do what you gotta do and then go back to bed. With that, Enko flopped back to the couch, preparing to fall back to sleep and carry on where she'd left off with Kakashi, only for a sudden voice to make her eyes snap open and pray to the kami that she was still asleep, that this was just a bad dream. Sorry bu, I kinda need the couch." The disembodied voice of her new student reached her ears like an Oni's hex. "Time for my exercises." Gaki, Enko's reply came a few minutes later, after she'd fumbled around and located her watch to confirm that yes, it actually was that early. Exercise is all well and good, but not at 4:30 in the bloody morning. She heard him approach her pit, pacing around the settee to stand just about in front of her. For a second she was tempted to flash the sleeping bag up and send him running for a few minutes' peace, but decided against it. That would mean she'd have to get up and walk all that way to turn off the light before she could drop back into blissful slumber. "Well, you said you wanted to follow me round." His tone was mildly reproachful and, much against her better judgment, she rolled over and cracked one sleepy eye open towards him, listening to his explanation. "This is when I get up." Seriously, much as she wanted to, she couldn't see a lie in his face and grimaced. "Just when I thought life couldn't get any worse than wet nursing a baby brat for the next 4 or so weeks, Kami has to dump all over me by making him not so much an early bird as a night owl. What did I do to deserve this?" Not allowing the memory of an irked and hungry honey bear to dissuade her from a decent mental pity party, the snake mistress instead sniffed deeply and regarded her new charge with a disbelieving eye. "Really, you get up at 4:30? At his energetic nod, even that motion making her feel drained so early, she moved on to pump information out of her target. "And just what the hell possessed you to think it was a good idea to wake up before Madogai has had a chance to say his first youth of the day?" "Hey, don't say anything bad about Gai-san. He showed me a lot of good exercises and didn't mind when I accidentally called him the Green Shouty Man once, even against someone a lot more lethal than he was." Naruto would defend one of his senseis, though he didn't stop Enko's sudden bout of sniggering. "Not even he was that brave, Green Shouty Man. Heh, that's that running green bean pretty much summed up in 3 words. Anyway, Gigi always says early to bed and early to rise will make a nin healthy, wealthy and wise, and I need to be all of those to become Hokage." So, he put his hands on his hips and tried to stare her down, a lost endeavor to someone who locked eyes with cobras as a hobby, but a spirited try nevertheless. "Please move or I'm gonna be late." To his irritation, however, the older ninja didn't seem to want to play that game, instead regarding him with an expression that hovered somewhere between exasperation and amusement. "Early to bed and early to rise, eh? Yeah, does sound like something the Sandame would say. Shame I've never been much for following good advice. Well, I'll tell you that early to rise just makes this kunoichi irritable. Shoo mouse, come back when the sun's up at the earliest and not a second before that." With that she rolled herself up in her sleeping bag and rolled over, partly to see how he'd react to the disappointment and if he'd come up with a plan to tip her out of bed, but mostly just to hack him off. Divine justice for the unexpected wake-up call. "Hey, this is my apartment." There was a sudden pressure on her leg and she felt him try to shake her, just as well, because if his hands had landed too much higher she would have got out of bed only to put Naruto back in the hospital. "You gotta do what I say and I say we gotta get going." "I don't get going till about midday, Gaki," she growled back, giving her body a sudden flex to throw off his shaking hand. "Okay then, let's see what you do with this. I mean it, beat it or I'll beat you." As she heard the distinct sound of several footsteps retreating away from the settee, she was all at once happy and slightly disappointed. If all it took to get the brat to back off was a simple threat, she couldn't back up, not unless she wanted the Sandame jumping down her throat at any rate. She didn't much fancy her chances of this month getting any easier. "Lost chance, Anko-san. Get up or I'll tip you off my sofa." The sudden declaration almost made her roll over in surprise, but she quickly quashed the urge, resolutely remaining where she was and not giving away any hints that she'd even heard him. "Okay den, you asked for it, bird seal, ram seal." Anko had suspected a couple of things that were most likely to happen following her refusal to comply with his rules, the mostly likely being that he'd either retreat to fall into a childish sulk or continue to jabber away ineffectively while she ignored him and went back to sleep. It was safe to say, however, she had not expected a sudden jerking sensation over her entire body followed almost immediately afterwards by a nasty kiss of shock and cold as she landed on a freezing cold hard surface. Luckily her sleeping bag had been dragged along for the ride and fell over her as she half sprang to her feet and tried to work out what the hell just happened. Scrambling up in a jumble of limbs and cotton, the Chunin looked over at the couch she had recently occupied and, seeing the short-clad boy now sat proudly where she had recently been taking her repose, realized the only logical explanation about what had happened and goggled. No way. Gaki, she breathed, tone a mixture of annoyance and, though she'd never admit it, surprised glee that he wasn't perhaps as new to the ninja life as she'd feared. Did you just use Kawarimi no Jutsu? Looking over his shoulder before hastily looking back, Anko obviously not realizing the sleeping bag was slipping due to her surprise, Naruto fingered his chin for a minute, looking confused. You mean Kamiwari? No, I mean Kawarimi, the replacement technique, she assured him. Actually, now I think about it I didn't hear him say the jutsu. Maybe he does have something special in his box of tricks. Sorry Hokage-sama. Immediately seeing this for the golden opportunity it was Enko couldn't help but smirk as she realized this was something not even Sarutobi knew. But that no jutsu rule's just gone right out the window. I know the Academy 3 Gaki, I'm not that old to have forgotten going to school. Oh, the boy seemed to deflate slightly, a hole in his education becoming apparent. Hana-san said it was Kamiwari, she'd only just learnt the jutsu herself, musta got name wrong. Hana-san? Gossip senses, tingling. The idea of discovering a childhood crush banishing her tiredness, Enko did her level best to sound only casually curious as she started to pry. Who's she? She's an Inzuka, he explained, still examining the settee cushions until the older ninja remembered her sense of propriety and covered up. Just started her 3rd year at the academy. Enko looked confused for a moment before putting a face to the name. Hana, oh, Tsum's kid, and Inuzuka, and the clan heir at that. Once more, as he'd been doing a lot over the past few days, Naruto surprised her with the target of his harmless affections. He's got guts, I'll give him that much. There's more than one reason Inuzukas get called man-eaters. Wow, you can't half-pick them Gaki. You do know that if you put a toe out of line around Hana her mother will bite it off and spit it back at you? I've worked with Tsum a couple of times and she's not the head of House of Dogs for her good looks alone, I'll tell you that much. As he leant over, limbering up his arms in preparation for the stretches to come, the question made Naruto look over his shoulder. Hana's mum's the clan head of the Inzuka. He digested this bit of information, ruminated on it for a couple of seconds and then casually dismissed it. After all, Hana had taught him the jutsu she said she would, so it was all square between them as far as he could see. She never said dat. Anyway, cause of her I can do the Kamiwari, or whatever it's supposed to be called. Is it Kawarami? Kamariri? Kawarimi, Enko supplied helpfully, now even more intrigued at the same time as a little disappointed she'd lost an opportunity to tease the small blonde. So if it's not a crush, how does he know Hana? It's not like she's old enough to go to the training grounds yet. Okay, so technically he's not either, but she's in the academy anyway. So, how do you hook up with a girl like her? Isn't she like 7 years older than you? 6, and even then only just, Naruto corrected her, a little defensively as he knew from Izumo that Hana had been born in September, not even a month before him, and I did her and a couple of friends of hers from Academy a favor after one of her puppies bit me in the bum. There was a minute's silence after this declaration before, in a stuttering tone that belied how hard she was having to fight a laugh down, the kunoichi's voice floated over to him. So, she began before breaking off, biting down on her lips as she imaging the orange-wearing mouse sprinting through the training grounds, shrieking his head off with a fluffy puppy being towed along for the ride, refusing to relinquish its grip on the prey's tender area. Not that I'd blame her for doing it, but why'd she sick her nin-ken on you? Risking a glance, Naruto let out a slight breath of relief as he saw Enko standing and regarding him, sleeping bag held in both hands like a screen between them, a little more confident that he wasn't going to run the risk of seeing something he shouldn't do to her wild ways. He half turned to answer, ready to avert his eyes at the slightest provocation. She wanted them to track me, her and 2 friends. You'll meet them all later, maybe on Thursday, 'cause that's when the academy has its day on the field. Anyway, they did something stupid and got put in detention. They had to clear the training ground, pick everything up. She sent the Haimaru triplets to find me and I was close by enough to help. After we got done I said they had to teach me the Academy 3 for pay, 1 off each of them. Can't get something, nothing after all. After taking a minute to reason all this through, Enko was forced to come to a sudden, rather startling conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto was by no means a genius, but he was obviously blessed with something most talented nin developed and many less talented ones would give their right eye for. She wasn't sure what the correct name for it was, but she called it gutter smarts, a kind of low, instinctive cunning that picked out opportunities and exploited them without mercy. It was an eye for the deal, a nose for a bargain, and, most usefully for a ninja, an uncanny knack for being able to stick a blade in right when the enemy was looking the other way. Cute. It was amazing how much thinking a professional ninja could hide in a single word. So, you got replacement down, what else? Nothing yet, Naruto replied, extending his legs to let his heels rest on one of the armrests of his settee, ready to stimulate his youthful core, as Guy-sensei would say, whatever that means. All I know is that it makes my tummy tingle and hurt if I do it too often. Gotta talk to the two Baka brothers this week. That's what Hana-san calls them anyway. I think she likes them really. Yeah, the pet name gives it away a bit, Enko agreed before another cavernous yawn threatened to swallow her head whole. Ugh, it is way too early in the morning. I need a shower and an full of coffee. Pausing in his exercise, Naruto glanced over, eyes slightly crossed at the unfamiliar words. Well, the shower's free, just don't take too long or it'll go cold. Oh, and you better move before old Gazura-san over the road wakes up, he's got a weak heart. So? Enko looked over her shoulder, not bothering to hide a grimace as she realized yes, those really were stars she could see. This is so unfair, it's supposed to be a month off, what's that got to do? Why? It was at that point the pieces fell into place and she gave a hasty squeak, shimmying to the side as she realized exactly what the lounge window was missing and, due to the lack of curtains and the fact she was holding the sleeping bag only so Naruto couldn't see her front, she'd been inadvertently mooning Konoha in general for the better part of 5 minutes, very little of her perfectly peachy buttocks being covered by her preferred underwear. If there is a kami up there anywhere, she mentally pleaded in a wheedling prayer even as her face went red. Please let him say that no ANBU were patrolling this area just then. I'm already catching hell off the Chunins for getting roped into this, but if anyone in TNI catches wind of me being seen here in my skinnies, she cut that thought off quickly. The merest inkling of the castigation Ibiki would put her pride and ego through, making her shudder. Without another word she scampered across the room, grabbed her discarded clothing haphazardly and bolted for the bathroom, not dropping her guard or sleeping bag until she was inside and the door very firmly shut behind her. Resting her forehead against it, she could only breathe out a long, slow breath as her sleepy eyes threatened to drift shut, a single question ricocheting around in her mind. What have I gotten myself into this time? XXX. The shower helped, she couldn't deny it. However, when she walked back into the lounge still toweling down her hair, it suddenly became an effort to keep her arms in the air at the sight of the small ball of energy in front of her doing some kind of exercise on the floor. Just looking at Naruto was enough to make her feel lethargic. What are you doing? Not even breaking stride as he squatted down and tapped his ankles, Naruto answered as he walked his hands forwards over the carpet. Gai-san calls dem crawlaways. He broke off to perform a press-up prior to repeating the motion, pulling his hands back to his ankles before standing up straight. That's 5, and I like though it's hard to do too many, best I ever done was 19. I'll bet, she replied disinterestedly, watching the motion again as he did another repartition. Typical guy, if a bit toned down by his standards. It works a lot of muscles there, mostly the legs, core and shoulders, but it's not too intensive that he should rip anything unless he really goes overboard with it. So, how long's this going to take? Not long, he chirped back, voice far too cheerful to be pleasant to her gloomy mood. Do most of the strength stuff at night, mostly work on stretches in the morning. Oh goody, she muttered back, too low for him to hear as he kicked one leg onto the back of his settee and began gently squatting down, the motion extending his hamstring. You learned this off that talking string bean as well? Yep, he turned to see her on the ball of his standing foot, the motion switching the stretch to his groin. He said if I can get this all the way, he'll show me how to do a full split. I really wanna learn dat. There were many things Mitarashi Enko would not turn down. This list included but was not limited to dango of any kind, embarrassing any of her friends and fellow Chunins, though, contrary to a lot of popular belief, she did know where to draw the line and wouldn't have spent the night with most of them. Well, not unless they really spoiled her before asking anyway, and a decent vintage of sake. However, if there was one thing that topped the list of things she never missed other than an exposed enemy neck, it would have been what Naruto had just present to her on a silver platter, the chance to show off. Really, she smirked, her legs sliding out underneath her almost of their own volition as she sank to the carpet and grinning smugly as Naruto's eyes threatened to fall out their socket. Like that you mean? Wow, he seemed caught between staying still and trying to hop towards her, only a hasty windmilling of his arms preventing such indecision, pitching him onto his face. How'd you get dat flexible? Depends who you ask, she replied delicately a second or two later as she hoisted herself back to her feet. And for the sake of your innocence and my ears, once Sarutobi found out about it and got hold of me, Don't ask Ganma or Rado for their theories. I've nothing against the Akimichi, but there's no way I'd ever volunteer to see if they can expand all their body parts. Just put the effort in and you'll get there. Right, sensei? Oh Kami, the word just hammered home how horrible this situation really was, and she felt a little piece of her withered soul screaming in denial, begging for a release from this torment she couldn't grant without following her former tutor into dishonorable exile. Me as a sensei, that just sounded so wrong. It was true though, however much she tried to deny it. In fact, if anything, her words seemed to just encourage her temporary student, forcing her to suppress a groan as he immediately threw himself back into his training. Even the effort of watching him was too much for her sleep-deprived form, and, when she collapsed into the chair and started snoring not seconds later, she was exceptionally grateful that he didn't wake her up until he'd had a shower, made them both breakfast and had a cup of something that might have been tea in his hand when he started shaking her shoulder. Because of all those factors and the thought that had gone into them, Enko decided the little Gaki had earned the right to live another day. XXX. After breakfast, which was light but still pleasantly filling as Naruto assured her he always packed ration bars for when he went to the training fields, the two of them departed his apartment. It was at that point Snake Mistress was beginning to form the first inklings of what made the boy so damned irrepressible. His stamina was ridiculous for a child his age and his recovery time virtually non-existent. He was darting down the streets trying to move like a ninja would, eyes alert and face shifting all over the place as though spotting for hidden enemies, while her sleep-addled mind was being unfairly overtaxed just by making sure the half-zombified body it was currently directing didn't walk into things or trip over the curb. There was still a light dusting of snow around, though none had fallen overnight, a fact Enko was very grateful for even as the cold helped wake her up. To her slight surprise, the gate guard simply waved Naruto through, letting him pass without even asking for his permit. Bit of bad practice that. He can't have been doing this job this long surely? Though in that orange, maybe it was understandable the two other ninja realized the little Jinchuriki wasn't a potential spy trying to wriggle his way out the village. There was only one Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha, and pretty much all the serving ninja knew who he was. Which of course, though neither of the two chunin on the gate said anything to as she followed in the mouse's footsteps, she could all but feel their gazes boring into the back of her trench coat, explain a great deal about why my name is currently Mud. Okay Den, he spoke more to himself than her, though she tuned in as much as she was able to. Training ground 3 should be empty today, so that's the first mark. After dat, we'll see if anyone's around FO, trade-in. Looking up at the still black sky, Enko felt obliged to ask a pertinent question. And assuming there is anything on the training ground, how in the name of the Sandieme's wrinkled ass are we going to see it? Scowling at the language used to describe his Gigi, Naruto swung his rucksack off his shoulder and unzipped the back of the top flap. After digging around in the recess for a moment, he gave an excited hiss as he snatched his hand back, something dangling in his hand that he hastily strapped around his forehead like a protector. Trying to see what it was, only a fortunate blink saved Enko's developed nightsight from total destruction as a bright light burst from the head torch. Not noticing the fact that he'd almost blinded his impromptu partner, Naruto gave a thumbs off before looking back towards the training ground. This ought to do it. Maruta-san got me one after Panda-chan said how dark it was, so Den. He toddled off determinedly, never knowing how close his life had come to ending in that moment as Enko's already strained patience gave way with an almost audible snap. Only the fact she was feeling too drained to even throw a kunai straight stopped her, giving his brain a little air via a shiny new hole in the back of his skull. Lee's go and hunt some scrap. XXX. Almost a week later, as she lay awake in the camp bed she'd brought and pitched up on the living room floor, counting her blessings that though Naruto had his flaws, snoring wasn't among them, she gazed at the ceiling as though hoping the answers would be written there for her. I have to report to the big man tomorrow, tell him how this week's gone and what I intend to do with his little Gaki over the next 3 weeks. I know, or at least I've got a vague idea what I want to say, but how to say it. She tried to roll over, knowing it as futile when her mind was spinning like an out-of-control washing machine, but attempting it anyway, forcing her mind to work overtime to dig herself out of another potential pitfall. This is getting me nowhere. After a few more minutes tossing and turning, Enko finally gave up and threw the covers off, standing up noiselessly and pacing through to the kitchen for a drink, trying to ease her building headache. Scooping down a glass and running cold water into it, she took a sip and perched herself onto the countertop, cooling her mind, centering herself as she tried to recall exactly what she knew so far. Start at the start. It was the only logical place to begin. Without knowing where she'd come from, she had no hope of realizing where she needed to end up, so, after taking another deep breath and sip of her drink, all the time wishing her latest mark was old enough to own a drinks cabinet she could raid, Enko closed her eyes and remembered what she'd learned about Uzumaki Naruto so far. The obvious place to begin was his routine and, though eccentric for a child, it was basically simple enough. Over the course of the past few days Mitarashi Enko had slowly, very slowly in the case of Monday morning, begun to get an idea of what and who made her new student tick, and though she wouldn't admit on pain of death or dango deprivation, the more she saw the more she found she started to like what she saw. The strange thing was that most of the time the morning routine didn't change all that much regardless of what day it was. He got up stupidly early, she did her best not to kill him and play along, he hunted around the training areas for scrap, split up what he found into things he could trade and things he couldn't, and then went in search of ninja to trade with. The afternoons of the week seemed to alter somewhat compared to the relatively rigid layout of the mornings. After about 3:30 to 4 o'clock every day Naruto would leave the training grounds and head back to the village. His actions there varied from day to day, but on most days he could either be found in the Hokage's office helping to file paperwork, the Hasawada weapons shop or the Ichiraku ramen bar, eating or washing up, though at least he doesn't eat there all the time. Even there however, though he was doubtless happy to be around people who didn't just pretend he wasn't there, Enko nursed a slight doubt and grievance that he was still working. Even in the evening all he did when he went back to his apartment was work on his chakra control, practice his single jutsu, read his way through the books she later found out had been donated to him by the girl at the ramen stand to try and get him something even close to a normal education, and, just before he turned in at the early hour of 7 o'clock, a final strength-orientated workout that, for him, was enough to ensure he crashed out and slept soundly through the night almost as soon as his freshly showered head hit the pillow. However, even those simple-sounding actions, to a ninja who was trained as Enko, had been opened up a whole world for her to dive into. From such exploration she was all but certain of a plethora of skills Naruto had and was still developing, even if, as she suspected, he was completely unaware of their existence. Firstly, his observational skills were keener than most academy students, and 1 or 2 genin she'd seen. How Kakashi's last would-be team had been expected to pass when the dead last of the threesome needed someone to pick his nose for him when he didn't have his glasses on was completely beyond her. In some ways he really was a mouse, or a squirrel was perhaps more accurate, scurrying around looking for tasty acorns to store and bury. No wonder Maruta-san says he gets a lot of scrap out of him, watching him hold another battered weapon, this one a length of snap chain that looked like it had come from a misfiring trap mechanism, to the morning light to examine it. The snake mistress had grudgingly accepted that the weaponsmith had been right in one regard. By the time he's gone over the training grounds the genin can't find anything, like a field of corn after the locusts have gone through. Apart for observation and as she'd suspected from very early morning and late night workouts, his stamina was impressive, though his actual strength and speed, when not over very short distances at least, weren't quite at genin level, though give him time and he would get there. He was only 6. His flexibility though, now that was something she had an interest in, though she might have to do some fancy verbal fencing to sweet-talk Sarutobi around. She inwardly swore to herself that by the end of the month Naruto would be able to dislocate at least one of his joints and have the basics of escapology down pat. Aside from his body though, what she saw of his mind confused her slightly. When at work and even when getting some training with the nin he met on the field, some of whom she knew and some of whom were strangers to her, he seemed pretty much like a regular kid talking to an adult. He was attentive, asked a lot of questions and was occasionally happy-go-lucky and a little hyper, especially if he managed to do something right. Occasionally though, very occasionally, she sensed hidden depths to this veneer of normality, a kind of genius that terrified her almost as much as it caught her intrigue. She'd seen it already in his figuring out a way to climb trees and, having been regaled with the tale of how Slim had come into being when she finally caught note of the stick strapped to the side of his rucksack, the Chunin realized such flashes of inspiration weren't isolated events. But what brings them out in him? It was part of the puzzle she hadn't slotted into place yet. What made him think of such off-the-wall solutions to problems that should, much like some of the weapons she'd watched him wriggle up a tree to get, have been beyond him? She didn't know, but the ability was there. All she had to do was find a way to bring it out in him more often. Those were all the good points, and she would admit that there was plenty there to work with, but they were all counterbalanced by one very glaring, very obvious flaw she could see looming up in the distance like a thunderhead. No matter where he was, whether it was in the village or outside, Naruto seemed unable to not be busy doing something. Though this was a good thing in a lot of ways, Enko was a little concerned that all he seemed to do was work in one way or another and, speaking from experience, she knew that wasn't a beneficial in the long run. Sooner or later, no matter how strong his will was, Naruto would burn out and vindicate the people who sneered when they saw him, prove their disbelief in him right and justified when their indifference combined with his intensity culminated in driving him to and then past the brink. What he needed more than anything, she decided, was a hobby, something apart from training and scavenging for materials to occupy his mind, and though she hadn't finalized it yet, She was certain there was something there, something she'd missed in distraction from the cold glares she'd felt scouring through him if only by proxy. And anyway, she took a swing of her drink again, a crooked smile on her face in the twilight as she regarded her own reflection, seeing the lines that worry and age had put in it prematurely, the price a kunoichi paid for being at the top of her game. I'm the last person in Konoha people should be asking for advice about hobbies, apart from maybe Kakashi. He's just a normal kid, well, sort of normal, when he's on the field it kinda depends who he's with as too. She stopped dead, the eyes in the small glass in front of her flaring to hugeness as she ran her last words through her head again, then a third time before finally she screwed the both shut and cursed herself under her breath for being a complete and utter moron. It was right there, right in front of her the whole damn time and she'd almost missed it, even when he and by extension she had shared a cooked rabbit with a practicing hunter nin team in exchange for a few wares of his, and Naruto had almost simultaneously wrestled with a full-grown ninken and talked seriously with an Abram about insect life and growth stages right in front of her. It had passed her by unnoticed. Though her inattention might have been due to the laughter factor, no matter how many times she saw it happen there was always something deliciously ironic and hilarious in seeing an overconfident brat pinned to the deck and subjected to the horror of a ninken facewash before the laughing Inuzuka owner managed to get control of his mirth and call the dog off. Now she'd seen the point she wouldn't want to unsee it because it was the answer to her problems, possibly the one area in Konoha where she was if not the expert. The fact of the matter was that Naruto was a regular kid, but he understood that the term regular was variable depending on who was using it. For example, when talking to a Hyuga or to a lesser extent an Abram, he was much more polite and proper, using suffixes such as dano and asking fewer but more pertinent questions, than if he was involved in a quick shugi game with a Nara, learning to play and the importance of tactics before looking at clouds with the laid-back ninja. With a jolt that made her inside clench with fury again, Enko remembered the cold eyes and curt manners that had blanked him around Konoha and her way of spitting in the faces of those bigoted, self-centered idiots. She knew exactly what skills of the ninja she could teach Uzumaki Naruto. She couldn't make people like the brat any more than the Hokage could, but by kami she could make them notice a part of him. The decision was made and all things decided. Swilling the glass with water, she quickly made her way back to her sleeping quarters, excitement rather than nerves tingling through her as she realized the outlook for tomorrow was a whole lot rosier than it had been minute ago. She could get the Hokage to see where she was coming from, she just knew it. If nothing else, she thought with an evil little smile just before she closed her eyes, he'd be willing to make concessions for the knowledge that Naruto did have a little time every week where he did act his age, at least for an hour or so. XXX. Why do you always do that? Huh? Looking over his shoulder, Naruto glanced up to see his soon-to-be sensei regarding him with an expression somewhere between calculation and consternation. Do what? You paused when you opened the door, she commented, stepping into the weapon store after him and tapping the bottom of his jingling bag with his foot, grinning as she normally did. I know you're supposed to use your body as a weapon, but tripping people up's a little low, even for you. His face flushed at the dig against his height, whisker marks standing out even brighter against his reddened cheeks as he turned away, muttering lowly over his shoulder. Something the first kunoichi I traded with ever told me to do when I went in anywhere. Look for available weapons. Well, you're looking in the right place, she commented dryly, seeing the shelves of packed weapons even as she digested this new information. Available weapons already, no wonder his observations gotten sharp. You'd never imagine you could find anything to use in a shinobi supplier store. Oh, shut up, he groused back, already irked by a lack of success all day, only 3 broken shuriken to show for a full day's work. I just pretend that stuff's no there, pretend everything's spare so I can look for something to use. Fair enough. Seen anything so far? Well, I could grab those hangers and rip the top bit into someone, or throw them if I had to, he started, the bottom end of Slim pointing out the clothing hanging on racks as Enko nodded in agreement. I could ram someone onto the shelves, or if I could get dat far onto those spiky bits on the walls. I know the shelves just slot together so I could rip one of the ends off if I had to. And Maruta-san mentioned this one, bu. If I could jump high enough I could pull down one of the lights and use the electricity cable to strangle someone. Yep, checks out pretty much. Whistling lowly in approval, Enko tapped the top of his head as they moved through the store towards the counter. Pretty nice there, Gaki. Who told you that nugget of information? I don't know. What do you mean? Something big. Though she wasn't a Hyuga, Enko could read body language well enough, and the slumping of Naruto's shoulders, to say nothing of his slowed pace and the softer, almost regretful tone of his voice told her enough, his answer just confirming it. Shiniva said her name and I only saw her once, first time I met Gai-san as well. She died, not long after, exemplary suicide. All her friends and squad were gone, so she wanted to join them after taking down a lot of bad people. I got some incense I burn every day on the day she passed away. Say thanks for teaching me the 3 lessons she did. 3 lessons, must have been important to warrant remembering her every year, though I guess she was his first customer. What were they? With a humorless chuckle, the memory of the woman who smelt of sweat and rich loam painful and bitter to him even now over a year after the event, Naruto kept his eyes forwards as he spoke the words etched into his memory for all times. Trust your team, use available weapons and never fight fair. Lessons all good shinobi should learn by rote. The sudden voice made the child jump, Anko startled as well by the shop owner's sudden appearance from the rear of his store, though she was able to hide it better. Now, good to see you, Mouse-chan. Anything special for me today? Nah, been a skinny week, the trader replied, all sadness in his tone scrubbed away and replaced with the merest hint of regret, such a seamless transition adding more fuel to a fire that had not yet been properly lit in Anko's mind. No, got much bu, got a few good lessons out of it. A few minutes later, after sifting through the metal wreckage Naruto had depositing on his countertop, Muruta settled his weight back on his rear leg and, coming to a decision, nodded. Okay, Rudo-kun, I see your point about the grounds being barren. Still, enough here for. His eyes perused his wares for a minute before finding what they sought. Ah, here we are, 3 spores of wire, 3 brace of shuriken fresh off the forge and a lesson with the little Pandaheim. She's out the back waiting. Yippee! With a quick skip of celebration, Naruto quickly dumped his rucksack and Slim, Muruta shoving them under his counter as the orange figure hightailed it around the bar and was lost to the small space out the back of his store. As soon as he was lost to sight, Anko found herself almost shivering as the temperature dropped a few degrees and the one-time chunin of the leaf, still in practice despite his psychological trauma at the claws of the beast Naruto kept at bay, turned piercing eyes on the ninja still in service and spoke in a low, gravelly tone stripped of all its former kindness. I heard about what happened. Yeah, I thought you might have. One of the unfortunate things about living in a village run and policed by people specifically trained in hunting down and retrieving information, it was very hard to keep a secret for long. Suddenly uncomfortable and not able to face the suddenly stony face of the Hasawada patriarch, Anko rubbed the back of her neck and gave a sheepish grin. Ah, well, not my finest hour, it must be said. Very true, he drawled back before leaning forwards, pointing towards the door Naruto had disappeared through. And if I catch wind of anything like it happening again, Tenchan and Rudo-kun will be getting a live testing dummy for their thrown weapons practices, understand? Anko raised a hand wearily. Hi, I already got reamed by the Hokage and a large majority of the ninja corps now hates my guts, she replied offhandedly before casting a glance over her shoulder and turning back with a scowl, though I get the impression most of the rabble out there would be disappointed he didn't end up as Bear Chow, stupid bastards. My sentiments exactly, Muruta agreed with a gruff snort before jerking a thumb over his shoulder. The others weren't too forthcoming with the details, but I know you're following him around for a bit. You might as well go upstairs for a bit, Kishikoi will look after you, Mouse and Panda will be busy for about. His eyes rolled around to the battered but still faithful clock hanging above the door that led to his house, 45 minutes or so. Really? Doing what? Nothing I wouldn't do, I hope. I should hope not. From what I've been told, that's not a long list, the weaponsmith quipped back, Anko merely grinning and giving a mocking bow as he continued. Nah, they'll be working on throwing weapons. I teach Tenchan of a night and she teaches Naruto-kun, regular as clockwork every Wednesday. They'll be out there until tea. In summer he'd be back after that as well, but it's too dark and they're too young for me to teach blind throwing yet. Moving or static targets? Static mostly, but Tenchan's just moved on to some of the more basic moving ones, Muruta stated, his tone tinged with fatherly pride as his little girl was turning out to have quite the marksman's eye, and I can only hope that one day she eclipses my own meager fame. I see Rudo when I can and he's not half bad, gets a sticking hit in the target more than half the time, better than I did at his age. Better than a lot of people do at his age, Anko admitted, a more businesslike tone in her voice as she mentally chalked another mark up on her list of things to do over the next 3 weeks or so. That said, I've not seen him use these things, just pick them up. I'll say it now that you were right, he is a hard-working little rodent and his eye's not bad at picking stuff out. The older man snorted gruffly at that, stepping aside to let the woman pass as he returned to the counter, looking over his little business with a fond eye that, even as it roved, immediately picked up what needed replenishing and what could be replaced. A fact for which I'm very grateful, and I imagine several of the Nin are too. Tell Kishi-chan I'll be up with the little UNS as soon as I've locked up. With a nod and a last wave, Anko let herself in through the door he indicated and walked up the stairs, chakra in her ears picking up the soft, rhythmic thumps of weapons striking home into wood from close by. the accompanying excited squeaks and exclamations of disappointment from a pair of children bringing a small but genuine smirk to her lips. Ah well, at least he's got one friend in this place. The fact she's got a father who might just skin him alive if he looks at her wrong when she gets older. On the other hand, seeing the muscles in Maruta's arms and the killing glint in his eyes of steel made Enko simultaneously shiver and snicker with excitement. Bagsy a front row seat for the day the little gaki asks Hasawada Tenten out on a date. Tea wasn't Mitarashi Enko's first choice of drink, but, scenting the aromatic steam that coiled up from the cup before her, she wasn't shy about scooping it up and taking down a generous measure before nodding to the woman before her in gratitude. My thanks, Hasawada-san, excellent tea, and your husband will be with you as soon as he's shut up the store. You're welcome, Mitarashi-san, please call me Kishi. Enko, the purple-haired woman, replied in kind, taking another sip from the saucer as Kishi sat down, still hearing the sounds of her children, for she did consider Naruto as much her child as she did her priceless Tentenheim, audible even through the closed windows. Hi, just to get business out the way. Glancing over, the snake summoner felt a now familiar sinking feeling in her gut as she saw the older woman glare over the table at her. Regardless of what my husband doubtless threatened you with, if you are ever so stupid as to pull a trick like that with any child, but especially with Naruto, I will hunt you down and make you endure things even the most fiendish minds in the torture and interrogation department haven't thought up yet. Considering the fact I know and am thought of as being one of the most fiendish minds in TN, I consider them safe, though if I ever get that stupid again I deserve them, Enko agreed smoothly, throwing the other woman off slightly as she'd been expecting a fight. I'll tell you what I told Sarutobi-sama. I thought he was just some run-of-the-mill brat who'd forget me as soon as he got home and a hot meal inside him. Just my luck to run into the one gaki in Konoha who not only breaks that mold but thinks my boss is his grandfather into the bargain. Take it from me, Kishi-san, being stood in the same room as a seriously pissed-off Kage is not good for your health or your heart rate. I'll take your words for it, and don't use language like that where the children might hear you. The tone was so maternal and scolding that Enko looked down by reflex, still fearful of motherly wrath despite her own childhood being lost forever under the manipulations of another, much more sinister mind. Tenchan's already training like a ninja, Naruto-kun too, come to think of it. The last thing I want now is them picking up the language that goes with it. I can understand that, the kunoichi agreed after a minute of contemplation and, more importantly, making sure she wasn't going to smile at hearing such a civilian concern. Believe me, if the academy's anything like I remember it when Tenten starts, their language will be the least of your worries. They'll be hiding smoke bombs in her backpack every other day and black eyes and bruises become part of a way of life, the ninja way. I'll tone it down. Kishi turned a stern eye her way, scrutinizing her for a minute before, eventually, it softened and she relented. Good, I'd hate to have to get Murudakuen to cut your tongue out. The blasé tone made Enko splutter into her cup, face dripping with lukewarm tea as she fought to stifle her laughter even as Kishi's smirk told her it really was meant as a joke. Still, what are your plans for Naruto-kun this month or so? Okay, perhaps for the first time Enko had an idea of just how well known the mouse actually was to everyone even related to ninja in Konoha. Is there anyone in this village who doesn't know how much crap I'm currently in? Nothing concrete yet, she managed to reply in a semi-level tone. Got a few ideas, but this week I'm hanging back, seeing what he already know before I make any decisions. Good, just as long as he gets the training he deserves. He's going to be Hokage after all. Kishi smiled before standing up and moving to the kitchen. Enko was about to ask why, by a sudden thunder from the stairway answered the question for her. Looking over just as the door burst open to spill Naruto and another girl she assumed was Tenten into the Hasawada living quarters, Enko watched the two children rush towards the little television she could see sat on a small table in the living room. The rush of the girl checked suddenly by her question. Hey! Looking over, the youngest Hasawada saw the woman Naruto had told her was his sort of sensei for a while and sketched a quick bow, conscious of the time as Naruto made it to the TV. I take it you're the Panda-chan the gaki mentioned? Ah, seeing the girl's face redden at the name, Enko had to suppress a smirk. So cute when they're angry, and the fact she might beat the gaki up for me's a definite plus. I don't look like a panda. Sure you do. Before she could blink, the taller woman was behind her, running her hands over the top of her characteristic twin buns in a way that made the 7-year-old giggle a little. These are your ears, all big, black and fluffy. You've got a little button nose. A finger snaked around and lightly pressed the aforementioned organ, making Tenten laugh and blush even more as the kunoichi went on. Having too much fun teasing to stop now, so all you're missing is a cute pair of black e. Enko-san, leave Tenchan alone. The call made her look up and allowed Tenten to wriggle free, jumping into the seat next to Naruto just in time. The opening credits were starting to show and that was one of the best bits. We gotta watch this, it's a two-parter. Intrigued by the picture she could see, even if it was in black and white and there was a line of static going across the top of the screen. The snake mistress sashayed closer and tried to sound dismissive rather than curious as she looked over at her student. Okay, I'll probably regret asking, but what's this supposed to be? Kaminari Nikos, he answered, as though it were obvious. It's awesome, always on Wednesday, and Kishi-san doesn't mind me watchin' it here. Yeah, it's really cool. Tenten took up the explanation as the episode name flashed up. Yes, haven't seen this one before. See, these are the goodies, their home got blowed up and... Listening with half an ear as the explanation was prattled into her ears and nodding in what she hoped were the right places, Anko felt less pleased by the sight of the gray blobs on the screen running and chasing after each other than she did the knowledge that regardless of how the citizens of her village had forced him into virtual exile on the training grounds just to get a semblance of a normal childhood, there was one family, one place in the world where on a Wednesday afternoon, Naruto acted and was allowed to act like a normal 6-year-old child. Though he had no way of knowing it, Anko knew that in time he would come to realize that such a thing was a peace of mind that no amount of scrap would be able to buy him. XXX. After kicking her heels at the apartment for several hours as she was certain not even the Sandiame got up as early as his surrogate grandson, Anko hopped over the roofs of Konoha for the first time in days, Naruto already aware that she had prior business for the rest of the day and wouldn't be dogging his heels on a Saturday. The Gaki lived in the south area of Konoha, closer to the wall than the mountains, but, as always, the tall, thin pinnacle of the Hokage building was her guide and she hopped towards it with no fuss, not even having to look to know when to stop or accelerate to avoid mid-air collisions with other ninja heading in the same or opposite direction to her. She'd picked her timing well and, unusually for her over this past week or so, had seemed to have gotten lucky. She had no more than a 10-minute wait for the weekly council session to come to an end and, after giving the Sandaime a further 5 minutes to cool down from whatever trivial matters the civilian council had heaped on him, she nodded calmly to the secretary before letting herself into his office, the old man glancing up as she stepped inside. Hello Hokage-sama, Sensei Extraordinaire Mitarashi Anko reporting in. So I see, taken a little aback by the entrance and, as he looked closer, appearance of his former student's abandoned protégé, Sarutobi nevertheless found himself smirking as he appraised the slight lankness in her usually vibrant hair and the deep bags under her eyes, though I must say, pardon my rudeness, you don't seem to look all that extraordinary at the moment, Anko-chan. Should I? Hasn't she suffered enough? Nah. Once more that little impish demon of mischief seized the reins and cracked the whip on the Hokage's tongue. Keeping you up all night, is he? She cringed. For the first time in what felt like years she cringed at the insinuations of another, the embarrassment made worse by the knowledge that trying to throttle the Hokage would result in pain at best and messy discombobulation at worst. Against the god of shinobi, not even the flames of feminine fury could prevail. Arokage, now I see where Jiraiya-sama gets it from, she complained waspishly, folding her arms as the Sandaime tried not to look too pleased with himself. And for you information, no, going to bed's not the problem. It's the fact he keeps getting me up in the morning that's doing the damage. Oh, a white-flecked eyebrow rose and with a sinking feeling Anko just knew what was coming next. Bit of an early riser, is he? I hope that's not true in a literal sense, though with an attractive kunoichi like you I suppose I should have foreseen some potential for early developments of this nature. With respect Hokage-sama, shut up, she seethed, face mottling red and white as her ego took yet another fearsome battering, or I'll walk my cute backside out of here and you won't hear my report. Until I got out of this chair, hunted your cute backside down and beat it out of you, Sarutobi countered smoothly before holding up a wrinkled hand, a different kind of smile in his eyes this time as Anko relented a touch, knowing in her heart of hearts that, if pushed, the Sandaime could put his money where his mouth was on this one. Still I apologize Anko-chan, forgive an old man his little joke. Only because if I did anything to hurt you Konoha would be little more than a pile of sticks a few days afterwards, and the Gaki's fond of you, she assured him, both of them knowing she was far removed from serious as she finally stepped to attention before speaking again. Regardless, the mission you assigned me, though not complete, has given several eventful insights into Uzumaki Naruto's habits, idiosyncrasies, and personal life. Go on, and no need to be so formal Anko-chan, thank Kami for that. Immediately relaxing both posture and tone, the snake mistress delivered her findings in a quick but somehow insouciant tone. I laughed when you said he'd one day be Hokage, hell I laughed when you said he'd be a ninja period, but I'm not laughing as much anymore. Kid's got the drive for it if nothing else, though why escapes me. From what I've seen the only achievement of his most civilians in this shit tip would celebrate would be a glorious death in combat. At those words the old man appeared contrite, not quite able to face her as he looked out of the window of his office, towards where the sun continued to climb higher in the sky. Hi, one of the things I was afraid of Anko-chan, Also the reason I'm glad he took the advice of Ichiraku Tuchi some 2 years ago and started combing the training grounds as he does now. It is a terrible thing to say, but I feel Naruto-chan is much safer out there, among Konoha's ninja, than he would be amongst her civilians. And I would agree. Enko sided with her leader, though she did feel a sudden surge of pity for him as she said those words. In this case, as he had before in the past, the Hokage must have had an almost impossible set of scales to balance, the freedom of thought of his villagers against the safety and sanity of his Jinchuriki, the resultant compromise of his decree concerning Naruto's status unable to keep the poison chalices completely level. I doubt they'd try anything, but, anyway, this is beside the point. Apart from that, like you said Hokage-sama, the Gaki's not stupid, he knows which side his bread's buttered and he's taken steps on his own to keep it that way up. Because of that and the training he's done, I would stake what's left of my last mission pay that he could outrun, outstretch and outmuscle any other 6-year-old in this village. Not only that, but he's well aware of several truths about ninja life that some chunin haven't caught on to yet and tries, where he can, to abide by them. And these are? Don't fight fair, trust no one but those that share your symbol, and everything around you can be used as a weapon, she outlined quickly, the words making the old man's eyes flare up. Yep, shocked me as well when I heard him say them. Pretty sharp lessons for anyone to know, and he's good with them, points out weapons to me when he gets the chance. Okay, he's not perfect, but for 6, he's not too shabby. I see. Digesting this information, the Sandiame ruminated for a moment before looking up at the kunoichi again. So, anything else I may have missed from my time with the mouse? Enko gave a nod. Hate to say it, but plenty Hokage-sama. For a start, he's got his chakra and figured out how to use it. I guess you've heard his little trick for getting up trees. Seeing him nod, the snake summoner took a metaphorical deep breath and plunged onwards. Well, here's one he's been keeping quiet about. Day I first crashed over at his and disagreed with him about the correct etiquette for getting up in the morning, he ended up replacing me off the couch with a Kawarimi jutsu, and without having to say its name either. To his credit, only a slight widening of his eyes and a soft swallow gave away the fact that such news had even touched the Hokage in any way. He was silent for a moment before leaning forwards on his desk, calculating eyes on the woman before him as he spoke calmly. And did he tell you who taught him this jutsu? I did ask for him not to be given access to jutsu just yet. Chakra and chakra-based exercises yes, jutsu no. Enko snickered a little at this, assuming he wanted to dish out a slap on the wrist to some poor schmuck, and a little dismayed that she had to be the one to disappoint him. Heh, well, sorry to burst your bubble Hokage-sama, but you can't go breaking heads this time. The culprit was Inuzuka Hana, Academy 3rd year. This time not even Sarutobi could conceal his shock at the news, though to his credit he had recollected himself by the time she'd finished her explanations. He said he helped her and a few friends out once, busted them out of detention or something, and to say thanks he asked them to teach him the Academy 3. He picked it up off her. Well, actually he picked up the Kamiwari Jutsu, but since they do the same thing I assume she got the name slightly wrong, and practiced until he got it pretty much flawless. Reaching for his pipe once more, the Hokage tamped down his tobacco before, albeit begrudgingly, he smiled at the news. And once more Naruto-kun surprises me. Still though, even as a small Katon Jutsu lit the crumbled leaves and he inhaled the aromatic steam, Sarutobi was gazing at her once again, his eyes slightly hardened as he was certain this was leading somewhere he wasn't all that happy he wanted to go. I take it not all is rosy in the garden of Naruto-kun's life? At this loaded question Enko sighed as she had no choice but to put the loaded barrel to her head and squeeze the trigger, almost hearing the gunshot as it echoed around the office. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I'm afraid you're right, Sandiame-sama. My main concern, odd as this might sound, is that the Gaki's working too hard. In all the time I was with him I counted maybe 3 hours, if you exclude sleeping and eating, where he wasn't doing work of some kind. He mixes it up all right, on the training field, throwing kunai at targets at the back of the Hasawadas, helping the Ikarakus clean their ramen pots, or in here acting as a living filing system for you, but either way he never stops, not entirely. My main concern for that would be burnout, regardless of how much energy and stamina he's got. She raised a hand, forestalling the older ninja just enough to get the rest of her point across at the same time as let him know she was aware of the benefits of his prisoner in extending the abilities of both his chakra and his physical body. I'm worried that his work rate, combined with the vast majority of the population caring more about the well-being of sewer rats than him, might push him to snap. Added to that fact, any training he's received has by its nature been somewhat scattergun in both how it was taught and its applications. He's never had a proper tutor, if you like. As you said earlier, Hokage-sama, truly inspiration could strike at the most opportune times. Enko suddenly recalling what the older man had told her earlier that very week. He needs hands to guide him on his path, but, just this once, he could use someone to drag him along and find out properly what he knows and what he needs to know to make his life a little easier. And, after a long minute of regarding the face of the woman in front of him to the point where even Enko was starting to sweat under her chainmail, the Hokage spoke, "I assume you have an idea of what he needs to know." At these words Enko smiled, a little darkly perhaps, but as she took a seat and began her explanation, Sarutobi, though he had to correct one or two more extreme measures of her training, suddenly felt a lot more confident about Naruto's chances in Konoha over the next coming weeks. XXX. Hey Gaki, looking over from where he lay prone on the lounge floor, Naruto shook his head and sighed in despair as he watched his houseguest twist her body through the newly opened window. Can't you use the door? Nah, coming in through the window makes me feel like an intruder. Intruder window, get it? Never mind. Obviously concepts such as humor were a bit beyond him at the minute, but, regardless of that, Enko had some news to give him and nothing was going to stop her. Okay Gaki, I'll give it to you straight. I've seen you around this week and decided what I'm going to be teaching you. Hear me out. Having seen the book snap shut and Naruto spring to his feet, Enko held up a hand to forestall the coming explosion before it could gather too much momentum. You start jumping around like a frog on a hot plate and I will jump out that window and you won't see me again, got it? With a visible effort Naruto managed to get a handle on his excitement and, after screwing his face up for a second, managed to glance up and nod, not trusting his voice at the minute. Excellent. After a minute of ensuring his silence, Enko carried on, right, well, first things first, I'm off out tonight with friends of mine, so that means two things. One, you are not getting up stupidly early in the morning unless you want one of my snakes to finish what that bear started, and second, I will be paying for breakfast in the morning. I'll tell you the plan over some nice warm dango. Sound about fair? Naruto seemed to consider this, holding his chin with a hand and tapping his finger on his cheek before, to Enko's relief, he nodded in acceptance of air plan. Yeah, sounds about fair to me. Just one thing about tonight, if he asks me not to drink, forget it. Though she knew he had no reason to think fondly of sake, Enko felt she denied herself far too long due to her new duties. Since last Saturday was a complete damp squib, I've overdue a real big blowout. Can I come? The question, asked with all the innocuous innocence of a 6-year-old child, was enough to tear Enko right down the middle, not sure if she wanted to break down laughing or gape in astonishment. Her shock was so great that she failed to answer and, taking her silence as consideration, Naruto set about explaining his reasons for wanting to go. I know I'm not old enough to drink, and after last weekend I never want to again, I want to see what other ninja do when they're not on missions. I won't be any trouble and I don't go out much anyway. Not the puppy eyes, not the puppy eyes. Seeing the pleading expression she used so well was a bitter taste of her own medicine. Must resist, damn it, chibi overdose. If I got a neen like you lookin' out fo me, no one's gonna throw me out. Sides, I owe whoever threw dat sake down my neck a replacement, and, 'cause your cash I can afford to buy a drink. Gaki, now I have to say those are all good points, Enko managed to stutter out, reeling from the succession of crushing logical punches, but I can't take you to a chunin bar. For a start, you're not even a ninja yet. Trying to steel herself, she forged on in the teeth of Naruto's folded arms and the suddenly stubborn set of his face. And yes, I know you know a lot of chunin, but, no, it just wouldn't work. Don't look at me like that, she warned him, taking a step back as Naruto's bottom lip started to quiver a touch, his blue eyes widening even further than humanly possible. She was sure, must be due to the Kyuubi, an inhuman chibi defense while he's still a cub. I just can't, not in all good conscience. Gaki, you are not coming out on the town with me tonight. XXX. Don't say a word. As Naruto scrambled onto the nearest stool and looked along the bar proudly, Enko growled the threat under her breath as she slumped against the wall and started massaging her forehead, forcing some of her so-called friends to duck under a table to hide smirks that had blossomed at the sight of the snake mistress being half-dragged into the smoky atmosphere by the excited form of her pint-sized temporary student. Do not say a bloody word. It was a lost cause from the outset, but at least they managed to make it past 5 minutes before, as she knew they would, someone opened their big, fat mouth and forced her to slam her fist straight down it. So, with a quaver in his voice, Aoba was the first to snap, already looking apologetic even as he was forced to vent the comment that was burning up his insides, desperate to be said despite the pain he was sure to receive in payment. What's a classy date like you doing in a place like th? He was just quick enough to duck the sake cup before it shattered on his forehead, Gunma just behind him catching the saucer before it smashed on the back wall as Enko, all but breathing fire by this point, slammed her hands onto the table and leant over at the other ninja, glaring. That was your one and only warning. the next one of your jokers who mentions anything to do with Shada's boyfriends or anything even remotely close to me and the Gaki having anything other than a sensei-student relationship will die a quick but horribly painful death. As the others leant back, she palmed a kunai, smirking evilly with a dread promise that everyone present was almost certain she'd back up. The one after that I take my time over. At that declaration and killing intent that rolled over and started to smother the entire bar, it was no real surprise that there was little argument to the kunoichi's point being made. Silence shuffled forwards with its hands up in the air until, with a shattering sound, it was broken by arguably the person who had the least to fear from the enraged ninja. "Ah, Anko-sensei," she whipped around and almost flayed him alive with her eyes as his quivered before pointing to the barman with a trembling finger, the man blanching as he went on. "Please see, could you tell this man to let me buy a juice? He says he can't let me buy anything, why out an adult. He's with me, unfortunately," she called over irritably, turning her back on the younger boy with a sigh even as the other ninja present were replacing their fear with disgruntlement at her casual dismissal of her student. Before any of them could register their displeasure, however, a lanky shadow detached itself from the rear wall of the bar and strode one, a book already in his hand as he glanced lazily over the top of it, Naruto cocking his head as he tried to read the title over the top of his glass. Was that the book Ebisu-san was reading? "Ah, Anko-chan," though the ninja's face was covered by a mask, Naruto thought he could tell the man was smiling by how his eye crinkled up. "You know you don't mean that. Teaching is good for the soul after all." "Just as well you don't have one then, isn't it, Cyclops?" Anko muttered back, apparently unaware of their underaged audience as she grabbed the bottle Aoba and Gunma had been sharing and poured herself a generous measure. "What is it now, for genin teams in a row you failed?" "3, he corrected her before looking over at Naruto and giving that weird eye smile thing again. Naruto wasn't sure he liked that look, but before he could dwell on it too long the man had carried on. "But then again, none of those potential cute students had the get up and go, shall we say, of your own charge. Though judging by your face I'd hazard a guess that your get up and go has got up and gone?" Ignoring the spluttering from the two other ninja trying hard to stifle their laughter, Anko glowered up at the jounin with a murderous expression. "And unless you lay off the wisecracks your ass will also be leaving at a rapid rate of knots courtesy of my left shoe," she promised evilly, taking down another long draught of the bitter drink. "Though I have to say you've got the right idea. How could Nai-chan want to sign up for that sensei crap? The Gaki over there." Naruto gave a weak smile as his teacher flung a hand over her shoulder and the masked man she was talking to looked over at him again. "Is bad enough. Over this past week I've been turfed out of bed at an hour I wasn't sure existed, traipsed over every inch of the training grounds at least twice, been forced to sit through a crummy cartoon show that Ibiki-kun could have used to crack S-ranked missing means, and now I'm here on watchdog duties making sure the mouse doesn't end up with his second hangover in a week. Hey!" Indignant at his good name being slandered, Naruto felt compelled to pipe up. "Dat was your idea, I was." Ignoring him, Anko had carried on conclusively. "I've had no time to myself, no chance for any of the pampering I deserve, and to top it all off it's been freezing out there when it's still dark. Help me, Kakashi." Anger bleeding away, Anko instead turned a pathetic expression up towards the copy nin, hoping to grind him down this way, as she knew from experience Kakashi Hatake was a man it was almost impossible to intimidate. "Show me some of the love I deserve, no one else will." The ninja eye smiled again even as he was careful not to advance into arm range of the snake mistress in case she made a grab for him, already knowing exactly how far it was to the door and how quickly he could get there. The jounin spoke in conciliatory tones. "Ah, Gomen Anko-chan, but I have some pressing business to attend to." "But, Kashi-kun," she crooned, somehow managing to half roll over on the table and peer upwards at the taller figure, smirking kittenishly as she sought to twist the man around her finger. "That book of yours is so boring. Compared to some of the things I know, Jiraiya's just a rank amateur." Dodging her outstretched hands, the jounin stepped back, a little closer towards the door, though Anko didn't seem to notice. "Of that I have no doubt, but I speak out of respect for your student. How could I deny him the pleasure of your soul and undivided attention? Though I admit he might not be quite what you're looking for when it comes to pleasurable company, the solution's obvious. Next time you go into the training, just make sure he's not walking around in that thick jumpsuit of his." He eye-smiled on last time and double-checked the door was clear, just in case, as he saw Anko tense, her instinctive danger senses telling her something was up, and she wasn't disappointed. Frozen stiff is still stiff after all. At that point there was no hope at holding it in. Aoba and his Chunin friend inadvertently collapsed under their table, howling with laughter and holding their juddering guts as Kakashi exploded in a cloud of smoke just in time to avoid Anko's enraged pounce, her lavender eyes almost flashing scarlet as she snatched a kunai out of her trench coat pocket and sprinted for the door. "You can't run forever, copycat," she screamed, former charming mood forgotten as she wrenched the bar door open, threw it almost off its hinges and bolted outside. I'm going to hunt you down, rip that mask off, bite your lips off and stuff that face rag down your neck for you to choke on. Then I'll tear your... Her voice receded away into the distance, still shrieking threats to the ninja that had embarrassed her as, one shaking arm at a time, Gunma was able to heft himself back upright and, after taking a minute to steady himself, reached down to pull Aoba back upright again, both friends still shaking with mirth from the joke. Ah, Kami bless Kakashi-senpai, such was the risk of losing his favorite Senbon forever. Gunma had taken it out, speaking as Aoba managed to raise a saucer of sake in a shaky toast in time to his friend's benediction. Never did one man take such risks for a laugh. I think he misses the ANBU still. The genin of the two managed to chortle for a minute before sipping his drink. He has to get a buzz somehow, and if nothing else, winding up Anko-chan is an adrenaline rush. Followed swiftly by a rush to the nearest door, Gunma agreed before noticing someone who'd been rather left behind by the sudden change in circumstances, his whitened face now framed by the orange of his jumpsuit, making him look like a snowball thrown on top of a streetlight. Hey Mouse, over here kid, let me guess, the Chunin grinned as Naruto approached slowly, doubtless a little shaken up by his exposure to the wild side of a ninja's playtime. Anko dragged you out here to make up for the party you were supposed to have gone to last week? No, quite Gunma-san, she said she was going out and I asked to come. Aoba gave a low whistle, eyebrows raised. You're brave. Not many would try to mix it up with Anko 2 weekends in a row, though a tip for the future, for the love of Kami, never challenge her to a limbo contest, it'll only end in tears and most of them will be yours. Naruto chucked for a minute before looking a little more pensive, the expression not missed by either of the two ninja as Gunma discreetly signaled to the bar for a refill. Yeah, I know Anko-sensei's dead flexibly, she did the splits Y out any warm-up on Monday, hope she teaches me how, he stated wistfully, not noticing how Aoba was forced to duck under the table again at the mention of the Snake Jounin's contortionist activities, but, apart from that I asked to come see what it was like phoning not on a mission, what do ninja do to relax, but I didn't understand most o' it. Like Wasa Shada, and why was Anko-sensei so mad when she thought people might think I was her boyfriend? And, was dat really Sha-in Jihan Kakashi just den? Sharing Han Kakashi, and yes he was, Aoba assured him, standing up smoothly as he recognized the confusion as something all civilians went through and, equally as important, remembered something his father had given him that had gone a long way in helping to clear up that confusion following his own graduation into the academy. Tell you what, I've got something at home that might answer a few of your questions. Jen, watch him for a bit and I'll be back soon, hopefully before Anko finishes her copycat hunt. With that the genin by rank if not ability turned, had a quick word with the barman ensuring him he'd return to settle his tab and then left, Gunma seamlessly picking up the slack in his absence. Thing is Naruto, you know sometimes no matter how much training we do or how skilled or lucky we are, sometimes it just doesn't matter and some of us don't come back, hearing words whispered from the back of his mind once more by a woman who had now been passed away for over a year, the Jinchuriki swallowed softly and nodded, trying hard not to cry at the memory of his first encounter with the loss of a friendly face in his life. Because of that we tend to play as hard as we fight. A lot of civilians don't get ninja humor, like Kakashi and Anko earlier. You looked at that and though Anko was trying to kill the copynin for being cheeky, but we, Aoba and I that is, know the worst he'll walk away with is probably a new scar or two if he's unlucky. We insult each other, we sling around banter and pull each other's legs because if we didn't we'd probably go mad from the stress. As much as battle and training, being able to share a drink and a laugh with your colleagues is essential to a ninja. So Anko-sensei wasn't trying to kill Kakashi-san then? Taking his nod as answer, Naruto went on emboldened, so, Aoba-san said that Shada thing about me, that was a joke too? What did it mean? Trying to explain ninja humor to a 6-year-old, though his senbon never twitched and his face gave nothing away, Gunma nevertheless felt his stomach lurch slightly at the thought of this lesson. I so did not sign up for this job. Well Mouse, I have to say you were just a little unlucky to get caught in the crossfire somewhat. The fact Anko has you as a student is surprising, in fact it's downright jaw-dropping for most of us. She's not exactly what you'd call sensei material, for reasons I'm not going into, he added privately before carrying on. She's also, as you noticed when she was talking to Kakashi, a bit of a tease. Likes to use her body to fluster and confuse men then laugh about it. It's her way of playing and letting off steam. She knew or at least suspected nothing was going to happen. He knew the same thing but played along anyway until he could make a joke of his own. Where you entered into it was as a Shada, or Shotokan. This is a young boy who an older woman finds cute and wants to make her boyfriend. By Kakashi saying what he said, he made the joke that Anko wanted you as a boyfriend. Naruto thought about this for a minute, silent for quite a while as his brain digested what he was being told until with a virtually audible ping, he made the connection and snapped his fingers. "Oh, and dat got her really wound up," he blurted out, so wrapped up in his excitement that he failed to hear the door open behind him. "So, 'cause of dat joke she got real mad and chased him, so Kakashi-san won th joke." That's enough to be getting on with for now. Relieved that he'd come through that explanation relatively unscathed by awkward questions, the Chunin glanced up and tipped his sanbon to his friend, Aoba, having just settled his tab before heading over to the table. "That's one way of looking at it, Ruto. Unfortunately, the rest of this lesson." The youngster jumped up as a weighty book landed in front of him, tossed over his head by Aoba as the genin retook his seat. "You'll have to learn yourself." Glancing across and emboldened by the taller man's nod, Naruto picked the book up carefully with both hands and read the title, stumbling over some of the words. "Wicked wit and saucy contemplations, what's this all about?" "Something my father brought for me after I passed out of the academy and something I now bequeath to you. That means it's yours, Naruto," Aoba explained as he topped up his and Gunma's saucers with the latest bottle he'd brought, deflecting his sudden look of amazement with a raised hand. "I've pretty much memorized most of the jokes in there, but the best are those you make yourself. Still, it'll do you okay for a starting point. If you wanted to learn more about Shota though, I recommend pages 814 to 117 inch. After looking between the two of them for a moment trying to work out if them were making fun of him or not, the child quickly thumbed through the book until he recognized the number of the page Aoba had suggested to him and, after blushing at some of the language involved, recalled what Gunma had told him about playing as hard as he fought and started to read. XXX. As the bar door banged open again, Naruto had just enough time to clear the evidence off the table and onto his lap before Anko stalked in, face as black as thunder as she snatched up the sake bottle from the table and took a generous measure without using a saucer. Neither of the other two ninja present complained, a very wise move on their part as it turned out, as both knew from previous, painful experience that an Anko frustrated in a chase was a vindictive, vengeful Anko who wasn't too picky when it came to looking for a target for stress relief. Only when she replaced their flagon of drink on the table with a hefty thunk did Gunma dare to take his life in his hands and ask. "So," he quailed as she whipped a burning gaze towards him but persevered anyway, "any luck?" She gave a gruff, humorless snort of laughter, pulling out a chair for herself and plumping down into it. "What do you think? Man might be a lazy slacker with all the social morals of Jiraiya the Gama Sannin, but he's got the skills to get away with it." You didn't catch him then, Anko-sensei?" Looking across at her would-be student lackadaisically, the snake mistress snorted before shaking her head. "No, Gaki, I did not get him. He got away before I could get a few of my friends to play with him." "Oh, I see, friends of yours. Okay, this sounds like a line I might be able to use. Just don't let her know what your plan is." To this end Naruto did his level best to sound casual as he continued, "These friends of yours would be more interested in Kakashi-san than you." Shaking her head somewhat at the odd question, a pair of lavender eyes glanced over at him, narrowed in confusion. "What? Are you sure these two bozos didn't slip you some of the strong stuff this time? I've got better things to do with my morning than wet nurse you through your first real hangover, brat. I've got a mountain of dango to eat." "Right, I can work with this." Crossing his fingers for luck on top of his new book, Naruto gave his widest grin and delivered what he hoped was a killing line. "Ah, but I thought nurses were your thing, Anko-chan." Those purple irises widened comically, suspicion replaced with numb disbelief at the words that had just come out of his mouth, her mouth following suit a second afterwards as he delivered the second punch in his combo. "Besides, if you didn't taking care of people, why'd you want to be the uke of a Shotokan?" Do not laugh, it was pure survival instinct that told Gunma that much as Anko continued to goggle at her student, Aoba to the side of him equally as dumbstruck by Naruto's outbreak of sheer nerve and outright gall to come out with a peach like that to an already irked snake summoner. Laugh and she will find somewhere to hide the body. Luckily for him at least, all her attention seemed to be on the small orange figure across from her, face pale but grin still in place as the kunoichi glared at him with an expression that would have made the Shinigami himself back down. "What did you say?" Something had obviously gone wrong along the line somewhere. Still filled with the belief that honesty was the best policy, Naruto answered as simply as possible, "It was meant to be a joke, maybe I didn't say it right." "Oh, you said it right, all right." Anko stood up, something in her expression that made the kid suddenly very nervous. "I might not look like it, but inside I'm dying. Still, it's getting past your bedtime, little Gaki." Suddenly the whisper was replaced by a tone of pure light that nevertheless conveyed depths of utter venom, though Naruto couldn't get clear fast enough as she reached out and grabbed the shoulder of his jumpsuit, suddenly clinging onto his new book for dear life. "Come on, little koi of my heart, time to go home now." "Hey, wait, Wah, the room tilted dizzyingly as, showing a strength that most would have believed beyond her, Anko smoothly lifted the child from the chair to her shoulder as though he weighed no more than a pillow. Help, put me down, abuse, dis is abuse. There was a sudden sharp slap and a yelp of pain silenced his cry, buttocks suddenly stinging worse than when one of the Haimaru had sunk their teeth into them as Anko turning to the door with her student still slung over one shoulder, toned still that same airy voice that whistled through the ears like the wind just before the painful impact. Don't tempt me, Gaki, and anyway it's not abuse yet, unless you like to play rough, that is? Guess we'll just have to experiment. At this pronunciation Naruto redoubled his fruitless wriggling, panicked expression locking on to his only source of possible hope in this dire situation. No, don't do dis, help, guys help, she's crazy. We know, Gunma assured him, swallowing harshly as he watched his fellow Chunin kick the bar door open and stride determinedly outside, the mouse still slung over her shoulders and shrieking his head off for mercy and demands to be put down. Sorry kid, but you dug your grave yourself this time. It was a killer line but not worth dying for. Spell of paralysis seemingly broken by the slam of the door cutting off his panicked yells, Aoba grabbed the sake jug mechanically and poured out a long measure with shaking hands. Jen, the Chunin looked up, still chewing the end of his senbon nervously. Am I wrong, or did we indirectly encourage Uzumaki Naruto to read up on adult jokes? You're not wrong. I can't quite believe, though, that neither of us lifted a finger to help him when he cracked a joke at Anko's expense. You know she'll brutalize the little guy for that, right? Yeah, the genin looked over mournfully at his slightly older friend, voiced the epitome of wretched misery as he lamented the awful truth. By Kami, we must be the worst human beings in the world. Much as he'd have liked to deny it, Gunma was forced to agree with this damning assessment. Yeah, we must. By unspoken consent they fell into a silence of dark reflection until, unstoppably, the inevitable happened and the pair of them dissolved helplessly into outright hysteria. The memory of Naruto's first joke and the face Anko had pulled after hearing it enough to banish all thoughts of potential wrongdoing from their heads as Aoba, hand shivering from laughing so much, just about managed to fill his friend's cup with the dregs of the bottle. As they clashed cups and downed their drink, both knew they'd seen something truly special happen tonight. After all, it wasn't very often that Mitarashi Anko had her leg pulled twice in one night. Of course they also knew that they could never tell another living soul what had happened in this bar tonight on pain of Anko finding out whose lips had loosened and finding a way of ensuring the owner of those lips never had a repeat of that problem again, but both of them considered it to be a fair enough trade for the laugh Kakashi and Naruto combined had given them. XXX. As soon as he felt his feet touch the floor of his apartment he made to bolt for it. Stay where you are, only for the sudden command to fix his feet to the floor as surely as though someone had nailed them there. Slowly as sweat streamed down his back like a miniature river, the Jinchuriki twisted his head to look over his shoulder just as Anko pulled the door shut behind her and gazed down predatorily. So, the little Shota thinks he can mix it up with the big girls then, does he? Naruto wanted to deny it, brush it off as a joke, do something to save himself from this nightmare, but his throat was drier than the deserts and Suna and he couldn't choke any words out before she carried on, bending down towards him as he finally managed to move, squeezing his eyes shut so he wouldn't see his end coming. Well, there's only one thing to do with such a cheeky little mouse, isn't there? The fact he was expecting the pain made it so much worse when it arrived, twin spots of agony flaring up in his forehead and sending him to the floor. Ow! Rubbing the sore spot he glared up at the purple-haired Chunin before hastily looking away. Before he'd seen it from this angle he'd never quite realized just how short her skirt was. Nice one, Gaki, she smirked before reaching down and tugging Aoba's book out the pocket he'd hidden it in, reading the title before flipping it open to a random page. Haha, some good ones in here, a little dated perhaps but it's better than nothing. I was worried you were going to turn into one of those ninja who did nothing but eat, sleep and kill, but I admit it, you got me good in that bar. Guess you must have a sense of humor in there somewhere. One of the other two clue you in what a Shota is. Absolutely stunned by this turn of events, Naruto stopped rubbing the spots where she'd flicked him on the forehead and, realizing she wasn't actually mad at him, dared to answer her question as he stood up. Yeah, Gunma-san told me, a boy older women wanna have as a boyfriend. Close enough, that was one conversation with details even she wasn't going to touch with a 10-foot pole, so, something else I've gotta add to that list of what to give you a grounding in, how to joke around like a ninja. You're really not mad? His naivety made her chuckle. She wasn't that scary surely? Hell no, she assured him, going too far as to flick his forehead again, though this time a lot more softly. You made up a good line. I'm only glad it was just two of the awesome foursome in that bar tonight and they're all too scared of me to tell anyone. If Kakashi had heard it I could guarantee it'd be all over the village by tomorrow and we wouldn't be having this conversation. Who are the awesome foursome, and why not? Gunma, Rado, Hayate and Aoba, the awesome foursome who all passed out the academy in the same year, though Aoba's unlucky in that he hasn't had the chance to get Chunin yet. And this conversation wouldn't be happening because you'd be dangling upside down from the Nidame's nose wearing a nappy with a sign saying, Shada for hire, around your neck. The vision, as well as the knowledge that Anko was the kind of person who could and would do exactly that if he pushed her hard enough, was enough to make him shudder. Ah, okay, won't do that again. Smirking again, Anko walked past him shaking her head. Yeah you will, it's as much of a battle skill as a way to unwind. If you can get your enemy so pissed at you he loses his head you've already won that battle. A sudden vision of Gaisen saying how he'd once beaten a missing nin using unyouthful words made a sudden reminder in his brain and, enlightened, Naruto spoke. Fighting filthy, it's a way of fightin' filthy. You got it Gaki, just remember though, Anko paused and looked over her shoulder, the dark fire of vengeance mixed with wicked humor smoldering just below the surface of her placidity enough to make his knees knock and his face lose its color as she finished. He who tells jokes and plays pranks on other ninja should expect to reap 100 times what he sows. As she set off for the shower, whistling an idle tune without a care in the world, Naruto stared after her for a minute before swallowing hard, realizing with a horrid lurch of shock that he was stuck with a now vengeful snake mistress for the next 3 weeks to a month and wondered if it would be possible for him to sneak back to the forest of death before anyone realized he was missing. XXX. That's it, in a moment your allegiance will shift. She saw him overcome his reluctance at tasting the unusual food and the desire to assuage his curiosity, the skewer already halfway to his mouth as she waited for the second of enlightenment to dawn on him. You will see the error of your ways and step off the false path of ramen worship. You will see there is and will only ever be Dango. The anticipation was so great she was licking her lips almost as much as he was and, as Naruto cautiously sniffed the dango she'd brought and took a tentative bite, she tensed in anticipation. Oh, Kay, he said carefully, it's interestin' and not as sweet as I was afraid of but it's a bit dry. I still prefer ramen but dis dango's not so bad. Overall I'd say a bit better than cheap cup ramen but no, in the same league as Ichiraku's. Well, he is young. The fact he hadn't directly insulted the most sacred of all comfort foods was enough to belay his execution. He will grow to appreciate your magnificence in time Dangokuin. Well get used to it, the snake mistress commanded, ripping a dumpling off her own skewer and chewing it with relish. If I'm your sensei we'll be coming here at least as often as I'm forced to sully my tongue that pitiful ramen shack of yours. Naruto immediately glanced across at her glaring before, with a steady breath, he looked across at her and spoke as menacingly as a 6-year-old could to a kunoichi with years of experience under her belt. Do not dare to insult the Ikarakus where I can hear you. I don't care how strong you are if you say anything bad about them I'll kick your butt. He looked up for a second, obviously considering something but before Anko could ask he seemed to come to a decision and nod, glancing over at her cunningly, know your place Yuke. He's brave, Anko respected guts where she saw it, incredibly dumb but brave with it. Wah, the big bad Seme is scaring me. In the face of her mock-crying Naruto's composure deserted him and he all but fell off his seat trying to comfort her, the chilly worm of self-disgust and loathing rearing up and lashing around in his belly as she sniffled and looked up as though petrified of him. Would you really hit a lady you boot? No, Anko-san, I'd never. Sucker, as though it had never existed. Anko's terror and sobs were gone, usurped by a superior smile as Naruto was left gaping at the speed of the personality switch. Told you last night Gaki, what goes around comes around. And anyway, if you want to be a ninja you'd better get used to the idea of not just hitting, but killing and stroke or sleeping with women to get your missions done, though with any luck that'll come a lot later into your career. Still, forget all that, she commanded, realizing she might have laid it on a bit thick and wanting to keep his mind off those potential pitfalls, and, just as luck would have it, I know just how to do that. We're here to discuss your training over the rest of the time I'm lumbered with you. That got his attention as she'd known it would. Dango forgotten the Jinchuriki looked up, face a picture of eagerness as Anko, drawing out the tension to tease him a little just as he had her, took a slow sip of her tea and spoke leisurely. So, overall in the time I was forced to follow you, well I've seen worse, not many worse admittedly but some. The look of eagerness soured slightly into discontent but at least he kept his mouth shut. So, first thing on the list is for the next few weeks you're going to have to can your little mouse act, everyone knows. She held up a hand to forestall the forthcoming explosion. I spoke to Hasawada while you were chucking knives around with his daughter. Ninja training serious business Gaki, you either put your all into it or you don't show up. Though he wasn't happy to hear this, Naruto was able to reason that he was getting serious training at last. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to leave the training grounds for a little while. Right? Fine sensei, no scrap collectin', till we're done. Taking another drink, the snake mistress nodded. Good, so first thing on the list is taijutsu. I know Guy said he wouldn't train you until you hit 8, but that's because his taijutsu, Iron Fist, is very direct and hard on the body. Hurts like an SOB if it connects, and effective as hell in the hands of a master, but he was right, teaching it to someone your age would be stupid and dangerous, can't form hand seals with broken fingers after all. My style though, she smirked and jerked a thumb at herself, glad for the chance to talk about herself for a bit, is a lot different, and it should be safe for you to learn provided you're not completely inept. Some hope, I know, but better than nothing. It should help with your flexibility too. Impress me with that, fat chance, and I'll show you the ropes of escapology. At that idea her smile deepened darkly and she leant slightly over the table, reaching over to pinch one of his whiskered cheeks. Guess the tide will have turned then, Gaki. We'll see how much of a seme you are tied up like a hog roast. Shivering slightly at the thought, Naruto tried to change the subject. For some reason the image of Anko in a chef's apron sprinkling his trussed-up form with pepper with an oven flamed up in the background refusing to leave him and making his skin prickle. Right, lookin' forwards to dat, he managed to say with a half-convincing smile before trying to change the subject. Sounds like a lot. That's not even the start, Gaki. I refuse to do things by half. I'll be drilling you on dodging, weapon training, the 3 ninja T's, tracking, trap detection and trap setting, and believe me, you'd better get that right. I don't want to be up in front of your Gigi again explaining why the Mednines are currently removing shuriken from his favorite orphan. But this point Naruto was starting to look very nervous indeed, shaking in his seat as Anko spoke again, this time looking directly at him with a curiously penetrating gaze. There's one other thing I can teach you, arguably the most important thing you could pick up from me other than an unrequited love of dango, but I'm not decided if I want to yet. I was weighing it up and came to this decision. Whether I teach you or not depends on how you answer my next question. I want you to answer it truthfully, Naruto. He'd never seen her look so serious, the fact he'd used his name only impressing the seriousness of the situation on him, and he steeled himself. Don't try to lie or blag to me, I'll know. Understand? I can't back down now, mind whirling as he tried to second-guess what she could ask him, probably something embarrassing knowing Anko. It doesn't matter what she wants to know, I'm going to be Hokage and I can't let some question throw me off. Yes, sensei, I understand. He gave the bravest smile he could muster under the circumstance. Do your worst, Anko-sensei. Strangely she didn't smile, only continued to stare him down with that same penetrating stare as her lips moved again, forming the dreaded question. Why do you start your work so early? I can understand an early start, but 4:30 in the morning is just plain odd, even for a would-be ninja. You could lie in if you wanted to, no one would know or care, so why do you force yourself up and out before the crack of dawn? The truth, Naruto, he reminded him, seeing almost without meaning to the sudden feverish plotting from his startled, disorganized brain occurring behind his eyes. I'll know if you're trying to lie. He was quiet, quieter than she had ever remembered him being in the week she'd known him as something other than a short, blonde-haired face in the crowd. The pregnant pause stretched on so long she was half worried he wasn't going to answer at all before, with a sigh, he glanced up and forced his lips to move. I know they don't like me. He couldn't quite bring himself to look across the table at her, instead his eyes diverted towards the side of the dango shack about a foot or two to the side of her face. I dunno why you, most people here don't like me. So I figured out if I'm not here, get out village early, they can't shout at me or stare why those fish eyes, just tryin', wish I wasn't dear. I dunno if it's runnin' away but I dunno wha else tryin' do. He gave a bit of a shrug, smile still in place but pain still visible, easily visible to even a civilian who dared meet the eyes of Konoha's monster for more than a second. When I'm Hokage they'll have to acknowledge me, cause I'll be the best nin in village, believe it. It was harder than she'd anticipated, a magnitude harder, to stop herself giving anything away. Despite his brave face it was obvious that Naruto wasn't stupid. He could see the disgust of others, he could feel the frost of their stares and it was hurting him. He did a lot to hide it and she could understand how he could fool the eyes of the professor, a man burdened with carrying the whole of Konoha on his shoulders, but that didn't lessen the pain. The demon caged in his gut didn't stop him feeling hurt or isolation, could make him less than human. Anko was very tempted, almost to the point she virtually had to snatch her hand back to stop herself reaching over the table to place a hand on his shoulder, rub his bright blonde hair, especially as she knew almost exactly what he'd gone through. But at least I was old and ugly enough to look after myself, and I did have a few friends left. All doubt scrubbed from her mind, her determination crystallized in her mind. Come hell or high water she knew she'd teach Naruto her final skill, if only to spit in the face of the same people who'd done their best to break her during her rehabilitation. What he's going through isn't human. Hell, even Sensei wasn't as cruel as to ignore a person completely. He'd probably kill them slowly and make them wish they were dead every second of it, but to ignore and forget about them completely was never his style. Meh, not quite what I was expecting, but it'll do. Once more she buried concern behind dismissive casualness. Right, in that case give me about an hour, go wait at home, I'll catch you up there. Leave me, she commanded, already devouring his leftover dango with her eyes, I have an old relationship to consummate. You're nuts, Naruto complained, hopping off his chair with all previous emotions washed clear from his face. Seeing this made Enko feel a little better even as she answered back cuttingly. I'm a ninja Gaki, what were you expecting? All of us are a little nuts, take it from me, compared to some of them a love of dango is absolutely nothing. I'll take your word for it, sensei, Naruto assured her, watching his former breakfast vanish down her throat as fast if not faster than he could empty a bowl of Ichiraku's finest. See you back at the apartment. XXX. Though he didn't enjoy maths, as he found himself staring down the blade of what looked like a very sharp sword of some description wielded by a scruffy-looking man who was clearly off his rocker, crazy eyes seemingly unable to focus on him as he swung his weapon around wildly screaming insults at the top of his lungs, Naruto found he had a sudden longing for the sanctity of the dry, boring world of algebra. He'd have felt, probably not much but at least a little better if he'd known why some tramp off the street was trying to kill him. The sound of wood splintering had sent him jumping to his feet from where he'd been laying on the lounge floor, trying to understand the concepts of what, according to Ayam-chan, she'd been learning at school when she'd been his age. Somehow the situation had tilted from that normality to, having almost had a haircut that had taken far too much off the top for him to be comfortable with, as he'd poked his head around the door and screamed at seeing a madman rushing down the hall over the splintered remains of his front door, now dodging frantically around his living room to stay inches ahead of the razor tip of the sword, just as he had the claws of the bear a week ago. Die monster! The shriek, coupled with the whistling steel coming from ahead of him, forced him to dive aside again, out the reach of the deadly blade despite the ineptitude of its wielder. As he finished his hand seals and vanished, a small plume of smoke all that masked his passing as he sacrificed his chair to the escape attempt, wincing as the sword bit a large chunk out the back of his seat. Hey! The half-destruction of his furniture spurred on a sudden rage, the anger winning out over caution as he realized the drunk had trapped his sword in the thick wood. Who'd you think you are, busting in here and wrecking my stuff? Giving his weapon another ferocious tug, those mad eyes turned towards him again, the maniac howling aloud as abandoned the sword to swing towards the boy with his bare fist. I told you. His screams were torture to the boy's ears as much as the halitosis plagued his nose. I warned, but you failed to heed me. Finally stopping to catch his breath, the troubled man finally stood up and his eyes, both of them this time, turned towards the Jinchuriki. Those who prank ninja should expect to reap what they sow. He heard the voice, saw the smile and still didn't believe it. Only when the figure reached up and did something to his eyes that revealed purple where there had once only been bloodshot scara could Naruto reconnect his numb brain to his lips again. Hey, Enko-sensei? Yep, the sexiest and most sophisticated sensei in the hidden leaf, the woman disguised as a man answered, looking at where she'd embedded her sword with a wince. Ah, sorry about that, Gaki. Good Kawarimi though, guess teaching you to dodge won't be as much of a pain in the ass as I'd feared. Blinking at the shock of almost being killed again, this time directly by the woman who'd indirectly sent him on a bear hunt he was ill-equipped for, Naruto instead looked at the rest of her ensemble and formed an immediate conclusion. Is that a henge? Her smile only widened as she reached up and, gingerly as the glue she used was quite hard, pulled the fake beard off slowly. Henge is cheating, Gaki. If you're going to learn from me, you're going to learn right. Most ninja get taught that technique, get lazy and get knifed in the back because they couldn't see a proper disguise. I've stuck the knife in before myself. Pretty much the reason I'm one of the best infiltrators Konoha's got. All the skills in the world isn't worth squat if you make sure they can't see it coming. Unless you're up against a Hyuga, she mused, recalling more than one incident where the all-seeing eye had caused her to come unstuck, hard as hell to take one of them by surprise. Looking over the clothes she was wearing, how she'd stood and attacked him, he realized he'd been really well had, but for some reason he wasn't upset about it. Instead he found himself excited. This was something he could really get his teeth into and wanted to learn. This looks really cool, sensei. He reached up, stroking the beard she held in one hand as she rubbed the remainder of the glue off her face. Damn, not dry yet. I'll have to wash it off before it starts peeling my skin off. Bets it's fun too, jumping out and scaring people like that. He'd been expecting a jibe or comment of some kind for that, but, to his surprise, Enko did neither of those things. Instead her face softened and she went to one knee, meeting him at his eye level as she smiled softly. True, Gaki, it is fun, but there's more to it than just that, she explained, remembering his words that, though he'd said them an hour ago and she'd had dango since then, still echoed clearly in her mind now. I've seen how people look at you, kid, and believe it or not I've had the same, not to the same extent, but there was a time when most people wouldn't give me the time of day. Don't ask why, she cut off the curiosity before it could be aroused too much, as always aware of the cancer on her shoulder that was an everlasting reminder of the pollution of her soul. That is private and I won't go into it. Anyway, we're focusing on you now. I can look after myself. Much as I'd love the chance to have a go at it, I can't teach people to like Uzumaki Naruto. Once more her eyes were on his own, but they were different. There were eyes that had for a second opened themselves fully to the boy and allowed him to see her hidden anguish, the one thing she kept hidden from the world behind a veneer of whimsy, of flirtation and, if all else failed, a haze of sake-induced oblivion. Naruto saw, and unlike most other children he understood, saying nothing but nodding as she stood up, not quite looking at him, just as he had been unable to allow anyone to see the secret heartache for more than a heartbeat as she spoke again, something akin to the love-child of a vow and a promise escaping her lips this time. But what I can do, is teach Uzumaki Naruto how to be somebody else. Chapter 6 Masks of the Mouse. The next morning Naruto awoke to a distinctly pleasant tingle in his belly, the thought of getting some real training from a serving ninja, albeit one who he was sure had knocked some pretty important screws loose somewhere along the line, enough to have him leaping out of bed almost before his clock started ringing. Quickly donning his typical morning gear, the would-be ninja headed for the bedroom door, only for something unusual to give him pause. Was it just him, or was there something small and white hanging there? Nope, not just me. Wonder what sensei wants. Too excited to put too much thought into a guess, he instead ripped the note off the back of his door and held it close to his face, trying to decipher the small but surprisingly neat handwriting in the gloom of his bedroom. Gaki, since I know you won't be able to stay in bed and I need my beauty sleep, I've got a job for you. First part of assuming a decent disguise is to have a decent backstory. This is the past of the person you're trying to be. It's usually easier if you're trying to pretend to be a real person, but then again easy is boring. So, your task until I can be bothered to wake up is to sit down, shut up and try to think, difficult as that might be for you, of someone you'd like to be and come up with a decent backstory for him. Think about things like where he was born, who his parents are, job, dreams, etc. Write it all down. I've left paper on the kitchen table, and I'll read it when I get up. Don't be surprised if the first thing I do is rip it up. I'm expecting you to make a hash of it, but I just want to see how creative you are. Well, that's your lot. I'm not holding your hand on this. Get cracking, maggot, and if you wake me up in any way before at least 9, we'll start dodging practice early. Sensei, Enko. After he finished shuddering at the last sentence, the sight at the bottom of the note of a drawn chibi Enko giving a massive smile and a peace sign with one hand, while a little across from her a cartoon mouse with crossed eyes lay on its back with several kunai in its chest only underlining his unease, he started to think hard. Who did he want to be? Well, the obvious answer to that was Gigi. He wanted to be Hokage, but that was thinking way too far into the future. He should lower his sight a little to get the best out of this. Gently nosing open the door and hearing the slow, rhythmic breathing of who he assumed was his sleeping sensei, the ninja in training decided discretion was the better part of valor in this case and, as though he was walking on eggshells, tiptoed his way towards the kitchen. So focused was he on walking quietly and so dark the room he was sneaking through, he never had a chance to notice, for a moment, the small smile that slipped over Anko's face as she realized her first lesson was going well. So it's true, fear is a great motivator and teacher. Hearing the, to her, heavy footsteps recede into the distance, the tone of Naruto's tread changing as he moved from the carpeted lounge to the lino of the kitchen, she rolled over slightly and smiled again. Not quite as good as pain, of course, but that can come later. XXX. Naruto, deciding he'd wait until his sensei was up and about before getting breakfast, decided that he'd get an early start on the little problem Anko had left him. True to her word, there was paper, a lot of paper, and a pen on the little table, so he eased himself into the seat and snatched it up, ready to attack this task with the same will he went about hunting down scrap over the training grounds. Right then, he clicked the pen open and looked at the blank sheet in front of him, an untouched canvas for him to work on, make up a background, like a character in a story. So, if I wasn't me I'd be? It was at that point he ran straight into his first brick wall. For a long time the page stayed blank as he tussled with his thoughts and ran the same ideas over and over in his head, for the first time realizing the scale of the actual task. It sounded simple, but, when he thought about it, he had to make up a completely new person, separate from himself. It was lucky he'd brought Anko's note with him as, brief as it was, it still had a few pointers to get him going. Taking a deep breath and putting the pen down for a minute, Naruto decided to try and look at one piece of the puzzle at a time. Just as he was trying to think how to do this effectively, a flash of inspiration struck and he remembered how some of Ayam-chan's old textbooks broke down a character a piece at a time. Though his recall was far from perfect, as he'd always preferred to read a story than pay too much attention to the individual characters, some of it was really obvious. With that in mind, He picked his pen back up and tried with all his might to remember the exact order the information had been given in the text. Luckily, the first part was easy to remember. Name. His first instinct was to mix and match the names of some of the ninja he used, but, though tempting, he decided against it. After all, he didn't know how many enemies they had or how well known they were. Though young, Naruto had heard enough about other countries, specifically that incident a few years ago with the Hyuga, something about Cloud wanting to target the clan head by kidnapping his daughter, to know that a lot of them weren't above hurting a powerful ninja by targeting his family. Taking the name of clan or ninja of great repute, therefore, would be the equivalent of sticking a target worse than his orange jumpsuit on his back. It would probably be better to come up with an original. So, from Uzumaki Naruto, he scribbled his own name down at the bottom of the page, reciting it over and over in his head, not willing to run the risk of waking Enko up by speaking out loud. Zumaki I like the sound of, but it's too obvious. Maki makes it sound like I came out of hell, but if I drop the M and the U as well. His pen scratched through the two letters, a rising excitement pounding through him as he gave a triumphant grin. Yeah, I like that, and since I already get called Mouse a lot. It was decided, and with a flourish, he completed the first of many steps in creating his new person. Name, Zaki Mamaru. Age, this one was actually fairly easy. He'd always wanted to be a bit, but not much older, specifically so he could learn taijutsu from Gai-san. Because of that, he wrote down that he was 8 years old. Hair color, much as he liked his own bright blonde locks, he knew they were too distinctive, way too much of a giveaway. Though he couldn't think how he was going to change his hair color, he decided his hair was going to be brown. Eye color, much the same as his hair. His deep blue eyes were unusual for fire country. They would need to change as well. Hope Enko-sensei teaches me how to change my eye color, and I hope it doesn't hurt. The thought popped up in his mind as he wrote down pale green. It was actually simple once he got on a roll. Though he had no way of realizing it, Naruto was no longer thinking about Uzumaki Naruto becoming Zaki Mamaru. Instead, he was thinking of who Zaki Mamaru really was. How much overlap should there be? Despite his best efforts, Naruto doubted he'd ever be able to overcome his love of ramen. Anyone he wanted to be would have to partake of that addiction at least occasionally. Would it be okay for Zaki to love hiking when he, Naruto himself, just saw it as a means to an end? Annotating the words he wrote with questions for his sensei, the Jinchuriki didn't even notice the time slip by as, after thinking about what he was good at and the skills he had, he gave a small chuckle and filled in the job he thought Zaki Mamaru would be best at. XXX. It was a sign of how absorbed he'd gotten into his task that it was only when the shower started going that he realized with a jolt that his sensei was actually awake. Realizing her arrival was imminent, he took a brief second to skim through what he'd written so far, nodded as he thought that was about as good as he could make it in the time he had left, and instead went to flick on the old kettle the Hokage had brought for him. Though he didn't like hot drinks, Gigi was fond of the odd cup of tea. Enko was too, he'd noticed, though she much preferred sake for some unknown reason. Even now he could still taste that foul swill on his tongue like a mouthful of wood smoke, and gagged. Hearing things out with his ears, he timed it as best he could to pour out a generous measure into his best mug and have it on the table for when Enko walked in. Unfortunately, he mistimed it slightly, resulting in him being sat at the table with only a steaming mug of liquid for company before the snake mistress made her belated appearance, still wringing out her damp hair with a towel. "So," she drawled, looking down at the sheaf of parchment in front of him, "you got my message then?" "Yep, and you gave me more than enough time to do it," he replied, tone caught somewhere roughly between pride and exasperation at her tardiness, though as he recalled one of the lines from the joke book he'd carried on reading before he went to bed, he found himself smirking. "Have a care, Anko-sensei, Confucius say, woman who rest long on bedsprings soon get offspring." Despite herself, Anko snorted at the line, making the grin on Naruto's face widen as she scooped up the cup he'd left for her and gulping down a generous measure, smacking her lips as the hot liquid washed over her mouth and banished the lingering ghost of her tiredness. "You can dream, Gaki. The only chance of me getting offspring in this place is you switching me off the couch again, no matter how cute a shota you are." She grinned as she whipped her fingers forwards, Naruto yelping as she pinched his cheek hard. "And it's pronounced Confucius, you brat. He was a famous philosopher and a font of wisdom, at least honor his name while you're mocking up his teachings." Rubbing the stinging side of his face, Naruto gave his best glare as only the reminder of a very dead cartoon mouse prevented him sticking out his tongue. Though tempted, he wouldn't have been able to say hand on heart that it'd come back in. "How am I supposed to know dat? I was just..." "Stop!" Her forceful declaration and raised hand brought him stuttering to a halt, looking up as Enko closed her eyes for a second before centering herself and carrying on, her explanation to the point as she pointed out the first of many, many flaws to her student. "Right, first thing we're going to change about you, Gaki. I know you're 6 and don't have a lot of people to talk to, but as far as I'm concerned that's no excuse. Proper pronunciation, it's that, not dat. It just sounds lazy and too much of a kid thing to say, and if you're on a mission little things like that are too easy for the enemy to pick up and remember. Besides, you didn't hear 1010 saying things like did you? Before he could think too much on it, she'd carried on relentlessly, intent on hammering home her point even if she wasn't sure herself how the girl talked. No, she doesn't, not to the same extent at least. I was listening while you two were stuck in the genjutsu cast by the Hasawada television. Her grammar skills are far in advance of yours and I'm not standing for it. I'll be listening to you very closely from now on, Gaki. Every time you slip up I'll be waiting. The flash of predatory explanation that rippled across her eyes and seemed to seep into her smile was enough to make him shudder, the sight of the skewered cartoon mouse from the corner of his eye only enhancing his sudden wariness as he looked up at his sensei and nodded meekly. Satisfied she'd won that particular argument, Anko sat down on her seat, Naruto looking the other way as she crossed her legs casually and snatched up his paper. Okay then, let's see what you came up with, Zaki Mamaru? Naruto did his best to try and look accepting as the Chunin looked over at him with a calculating eye. It was a real struggle not to sigh too loudly when her stern visage broke and she chuckled a little. Yeah, I can see that in you, it'd work. 8 should be workable. Okay, you'd be even more of a runt than you are now, but you might be late in hitting your growth spurt. Circus performer. Her exclamation made Naruto snigger a little, the older ninja present looking between the paper and himself, trying to figure out if he was somehow making another joke. I was expecting something like ramen taster or ramen chef or, dear Kami in heaven above help us, Hokage. This is a little off the wall even for him. Okay Gaki, I'll bite. She flashed her white teeth for emphasis, the gesture making Naruto break off his chuckling and pay close attention to her next words. Apart from the fact you'd obviously be very good at getting a lot of laughs, why do you want to be a clown? No ouch. Wadya, yow. It's nada, and what did you, she corrected her student, the 6-year-old wincing from the pair of cuffs she delivered to his ears, now try again. Glaring for a second, Naruto eventually took his hand off his ringing skull and spoke, this time taking care to carefully pronounce each individual syllable correctly for fear of further pain. Not a clown, a circus performer, wino, you know. Her raised hand was enough to break the bad habit, at least temporarily, like an acro bat. I do lots of exercises and I'm light on my feet, and I can juggle too. No way, that was a bridge too far for her beliefs to be suspended from despite the fact he looked serious. All right then, seeing he really was digging his feet in, Anko decided to throw the exploding note back to him, wondering just how badly it was going to blow up in his face. Prove it. Got some fruit or something to use as balls? Naruto shook his head before retreating across the kitchen and hopping up onto the counter, still not quite tall enough to reach the top shelves yet. Nah, I used these. He caught himself at the last minute, twisting his tongue around the unfamiliar pronunciation and hoping Anko didn't notice his slip as he hastily scooped up 3 cups of instant ramen. As the cupboard swung shut behind him and he made it back to the floor, he took a second to relax himself before starting to play his once favorite game. It was rough, he was throwing them far too high to be even considered remotely close to competent, and the dry contents of the cups was making a rattling sound worse than an earthquake hitting a shinobi outfitter's, but there was no denying it, he could do exactly what he'd said he could. Watching for a moment as she sipped her cooling tea, Anko noticed that, aside from the odd glance, most of the time he wasn't even looking where his hands were. Interesting, maybe I can teach him to pluck out his eyes faster than I was hoping. Fine, so you can juggle, she half shouted over the rattling ramen cups, now put them down, you're giving me a headache. Catching the last pots of his airborne breakfast, the Jinchuriki put them back on the side before smiling broadly at his sensei. So, still think I can't be a circus performer? Anko regarded him coolly, a sly smirk twisting her lips. Well, it simply wouldn't do for her student to get a big head now, would it? Well, I still think you'd do better as a freak show exhibit. Roll up to see the world's stuntiest runt, you'd make a mint. Still, she cut her teasing short as Naruto went red, though she hoped that was more to do with the jibe about his height rather than her insinuation about how unusually he was treated around the village. You were right, you can juggle? How'd you learn? Who taught you? No one, the reply was grunted in a strange tone, a cross between grudging acceptance of a fact and surly pride that he'd managed something. Other kids in th orphanage never wanted to play catch with me, so I played on my own. Got bored with one ball so started to use more. Didn't know it was called jugglin until I was in here. Once more she found it harder to bite down on the sudden upwelling of pity than she'd expected. Bad enough that Naruto was scorned by the adults of his village, but the children, those who should have been protected from the awful knowledge by the decree of the Hokage, had been afflicted by such loathing as well. Closing her eyes for a minute, the Chunin took a breath before scanning the rest of his paper with a cursory glance, seeing pretty much what she'd expected, though perhaps in slightly more detail than she'd expected it, as she decided to get this bit out the way and set up the rest of her surprises while the gaki was in the shower. Okay then, Zaki. Putting his ramen away, Naruto looked around after visible starting as he realized she meant him. You're a would-be circus performer. Which circus do you work for? What are you doing in Kumo, or Kiri? Why'd you leave the circus? What's your plan now? Visibly battered by such a concerted barrage of questions, the Jinchuriki could only stutter and flounder for answers. With a chuckle, Anko shook her head and casually tore the paper in half lengthways, her student luckily too out of it to protest too much. Don't worry about it too much, Gaki. I was expecting something like this. You've got a good imagination if nothing else, but you need to remember everything as though you were on a mission. Believe me, when you're in a different country and the local Kage's getting suspicious of an information leak, not being able to remember basic information in a heartbeat can be a very serious and often fatal mistake. So, after digesting this, Naruto cast a longing look at the bifurcated remains of his past hour's work. Why did you rip it up like that? 2 reasons, and before you say anything, it's not because I'm a cold-hearted bitch who likes to watch others suffer. She waited for him to scoff at this, but it didn't happen. Instead, he seemed to be hanging on her every word, much to her amusement. First reason is to get you used to the idea of each persona, each disguise being a one-shot thing. Once you've been a certain person, that's it, no going back. It's harder than you might think to do, Gaki, especially if you've been masked up for a long time like I have in the past. More than one ninja's been caught because he or she got too attached to their mask and tried to stay in it for too long after the enemy recognized it. Masks? Why mean Uo? As her student rubbed his sore head again, Anko sighed. Getting him to a standard level of speech might take longer than I thought. No, not a mask as in a mask you'd wear on a carnival night. It's kinda hard to explain, so bear with me. When a shinobi masks up, it means he or she completely changes who they are into someone new. For instance, once you've gotten a backstory I'm happy with, good luck with that though, Gaki, I will let you mask up into Zaki Mamaru. It's a lot more complicated than just slapping on some makeup and changing your voice. You have to completely forget Uzumaki Naruto and become, not just act as, your circus-performing alter ego. It takes practice, Gaki, a lot of practice, to come up with a deep cover mask, and you took the first step towards that earlier. We'll be doing this every morning. You write down about your Zaki Mamaru and I'll read over it and rip it up until I'm happy with it. That way you'll learn what you need to put into a mask, and, because you'll be rewriting it every day, the information should sink into your tiny brain and stay there, ready to be used when you need it. Right. After thinking about her words for a few minutes, Naruto eventually puzzled out what the kunoichi was saying and snapped upright, the sight of his broad, eager smile almost making Anko wince for a minute. Dear Kami, was I ever this young, stupid and eager? Yes, the answer came back to her a second later, a dull, stabbing pain from her shoulder forcing her to bite down on a wince. Yes, I was. If anything, I was worse. Sensei? Sensei? Huh? Her introspection had made her take her eye off the kunai. Sorry, Gaki, lost in thought. Eyeing her up suspiciously for a minute, the blonde Jinchuriki shrugged it off and repeated his question. So are all masks this hard to make, Sensei? Sounds like a really hard job to make all these fake people. Hard, but that comes with the symbol, Anko told him in no uncertain terms, tapping the scuffed metal of her forehead protector. If being a ninja were easy, I'd be out of a job. I am one of the best at what I do, and it cost me blood, sweat, and tears to get there. Apart from that though, the answer to your question is no. She didn't miss the look of relief that flashed over Naruto's face. What you're doing is making up the harder kind of mask. This Zaki Mamaru you've come up with is what we'd call a deep cover mask. You'd stay in this mask for anything up to years at a time, getting into an enemy country and staying put to filter information back to the leaf, or waiting until you've got a chance to hit that country's bigwigs right where it hurts. Before you get back and bury that mask. Bury it? Oh, you mean like that one-use-only thing? Anko nodded. Exactly. Say you've used a deep cover mask for over a year, it's going to be very recognizable to people from the country you infiltrated, isn't it? So you can't use it again. It'd be foolish and you might well get caught. Even if you go to a country the other end of the elemental nations, karma's probably going to stick her or in, and you'll get spotted by someone who knows your mask just visiting their sick aunt or something. Nah, best not to run the risk. Hold a small funeral if you have to, but make sure that when you're done with a mask, that's it, it's never used again. Luckily for you though, the mask I've got you working on is the most difficult one of all to make, and with any luck you'll never have to make one. Compared to that we'll be coming up with after you've had a shower is an absolute breeze. It took Naruto a second to realize what his sensei had just said and gave a wild whoop of glee. his excitement was so obvious that even Anko couldn't find it within her jaded heart to dampen it with a well-timed cutting remark or flick to the ear or forehead. Well, he's got a better head on his shoulders than I gave him credit for. Looking down at the torn parchment again, Anko sniffed before scooping it up, scrunching it into a small ball and tossing it with unerring accuracy into the kitchen bin. It'd be a shame if I knocked it off them too soon. XXX. Naruto had always been quick in the showers, mostly through necessity, as the hot water to his apartment had a nasty tendency to vindicatively cut out just as he was starting to enjoy a warm shower. However, with the excitement of Anko's lesson being dangled in front of him like a worm on a fishing hook, it was a quick shower even by his usual standards. He barely slowed down long enough to dry himself thoroughly before he had his training gear back on and rocketed back towards the lounge of his apartment, just about catching his breath just before he rounded the corner and, after grinning at his sensei, he found himself bamboozled by the strange things laid out on the floor in front of him. What's all this, Anko-sensei? These gaki are the secrets of a disguise, she explained slowly, beckoning him to come over and kneel beside her as she finished sorting out the items she'd unsealed from the scrolls she'd brought with her. If you can use all these properly, you'll be able to pretty much walk into any village anywhere in the elemental nations. Most ninja never bother to learn this, as I said. They pick up henge, maybe a few other techniques as well, but that's as far as they go. In my book, that makes them stupid. You're not stupid, are you, gaki? The sudden question caught him slightly on the hop and he shook his head quickly, inwardly giving a relieved sigh at the sight of Anko's pleased smirk. Good, I hate teaching stupid ninja. They tend to end up dead before they can put the lessons into practice, she stated nonchalantly, reminiscing for a minute before shrugging and carrying on as though nothing had happened. Now, as I was saying, these are the basic tools of disguise. Anyone who can use these, even a civilian, has a chance of infiltrating an enemy installation or village. Using these makes what's called a minute mask because, as the name suggests, you should be able to put it on in a minute, hopefully less. Using these props usually isn't suitable for maintaining a deep cover mask, though they can be used to give it a few extra features that can make it harder to see through, but you can, well, she broke off teasingly, Naruto having to virtually steel himself away from falling into the obvious trap and opening his mouth. Act well and you'll see what they can do later. Now, ready to get into the meat of the lesson, the snake mistress pointed out some of the more basic equipment she'd brought with her. You might think that the only people who wear wigs are demented old women who sit at home with about 50 cats. Make one smart comment about that and me and you'll wish you'd never been born, gaki. But the truth is they're actually very useful and, if you put them on right, quite comfortable. XXX. The wigs he understood, the hair dye he was actually looking forwards to having a go at as long as he didn't get it in his eye, and he was virtually rhapsodic when Anko pointed out there were props he could use that would actually make him look taller, though she did explain these took some getting used to as they fitted over the legs and feet and were uncomfortable unless specially tailored for a specific person. However, when confronted with these latest articles, peering up at him from their container in a way that almost made feel ill, he had to raise a protest. So, the idea made his skin crawl. You actually put those in your eyes? Yep, useful trick, but when you're using them don't try to look someone in the eye for too long, Anko cautioned, recalling with painful clarity the moment she'd been impaled on that particular spike, and I would have gotten away with it if that damned Hyuga hadn't flashed those white eyes of his to find his towel just as my contacts started to steam up. I didn't see a thing and it was a chance to get Kakashi without his mask on. Because they're not your real eyes, they can't contract or expand around the pupils, a real giveaway to someone who knows what to look for. Yeah, but, even hearing the explanation, Naruto was still looking uncomfortable. In your eyes. Doesn't that hurt? At this Anko did laugh. Hurt? Nah, feels a bit weird at first, but overall, she whipped her fingers up to her lavender eyes, keeping them open by force of will as she removed the lenses she'd been wearing since her last mission ended. Having become rather attached to the color even if she ditched the rest of her mask, you get used to it. Fighting down his rising gorge at the sight of what appeared to be a grown woman poking her own eyes out, Naruto steeled his courage to look up at the face of his teacher again and narrowed his eyes at what he saw. Your eyes are brown? They might be, or I could be wearing 2 pairs of contacts, she commented, declining to mention that, while not impossible, wearing 2 pairs of contact lenses one on top of the other was very difficult to pull off and could be uncomfortable if not done right. A mask within a mask, wearing a disguise on top of a disguise. If it gets to the point where you're having trouble remembering what you look like, you can guarantee the enemy won't be able to figure it out. Still, placing the contacts she'd been using on a tissue waiting to throw them away, the Chunin decided she'd given him enough of an introduction. I'm a big fan of learning on the job, so here's what we're going to do for the rest of the morning. XXX. The store was relatively quiet and could use a customer or two, but, after hearing the bell of the shop tinkle and seeing the short form that strode in confidently, The assistant was immediately suspicious. It wouldn't be the first time a child had tried to bunk off school and, if that was the case, she'd make sure it would be far from the first time she'd returned the truant to said school by dint of a very firm grip to the earhole and a smart slap to the bottom to remind him of the importance of a good education. Still, she held her peace for a moment as the youngster looked over the stores of her small family shop, picking up a few items here and there as he looked over at a small list in his hand. After about 5 minutes or so, he gave the shopping list one last look and, seemingly satisfied, he moved towards the counter where the assistant was sat, needing to use both hands to hoist his basket onto the counter. So, as she began scanning the prices of the items and totaling the bill up in her head, the storekeeper cast a beady eye over the boy in front of her. "Why aren't you in school today?" "Oh, my Ji-chan needed me to do some shopping. She can't carry anything too heavy anymore," the boy pointed out the window, wild dark brown hair reminding her somewhat of the Inuzuka who sometimes shopped in her stores, though the lack of redness on his cheeks was a giveaway that he wasn't a member of that clan. "The sensei knows she needs me sometimes. I catch up on anything I missed at lunch." "I see." The sight of an obviously very old woman standing outside, almost bent double as she leant heavily on a walking stick, was almost enough to convince her, but still some doubt remained. "But why can't your parents do it?" "Dada's out of the village a lot. He's a ninja," the boy said with obvious pride, grin a mile wide before it suddenly faded and he looked around. Don't tell anyone. He doesn't like people knowing about it." "But, we don't have mum anymore. She died." As he looked down, the older woman felt her heart reach out to the smaller figure. She knew, or at least she was almost sure she knew, the beast that had taken away this child's mother was the same lurking evil that haunted Konoha still, the terrible monster that had stolen the face of the man who had defeated it and now awaited its time to rise again. "But not if my friends and I have a say in it. The Sandai may have faith that the fourth may have changed its ways, but lethal snakes never lose their fangs and that beast could be the most toxic of them all. So I live with Ji-chan," the child prattled on, immune as most children were to prolonged sadness, "but she had a tumble recently, so I have to help her when I can. Sensei doesn't mind as long as I catch up on schoolwork I missed." Nodding silently, the store assistant quickly wrapped up the purchases the boy had made and, after looking around exaggeratedly, quickly snatched something up off the top of the counter, stuffing it into the bag as the customer looked on amazed, his pale green eyes wide with shock. "Shoo," she cautioned, flashing him a secretive wink as she handed over his goods. "Ask no secrets and you'll be told no lies. Now, that comes to 127 ryo." Hastily digging out and handing over the required money, the boy gave a very low bow and then scooted out of the shop. The bell left to clatter in his wake as he departed with the store assistant chuckled and shook her head at the little youth scampering away before turning her attention back to her counter top. Had she looked out of the window, however, she might have had her suspicions aroused by the sight of the youngster and his grandmother departing the scene at the speed that most would have considered suspiciously quick for a supposed geriatric. XXX. "Did you see her face?" Splashing cold water onto his cheeks again, Naruto hastily washed off the skin color that had disguised his whisker marks, leaving long streaks of skin tan staining the sink. "She never thought it was me. She treated me like I was a real customer. It was awesome." Standing across for the bath, Anko waiting until his face was buried in the towel before quickly pulling her chainmail down and pulling out the depressors that had held her firm assets down so she could adopt the guise of an old woman. "Thank Kami for that. Those things always press hard. They just didn't take this fine figure of a kunoichi into consideration when they made them." "Yes, I saw her face," she assured him, Naruto's eyes peeking over the top of the towel as he looked over at his teacher, the top of her battle armor now thankfully back in its proper place before he copped an unwitting eyeful. "Now fill that sink full of hot water and I'll show you how to get the dye out of your hair. You'll need special gel to get rid of it. It's designed to be watertight to stop it washing away if you trip into a river. Pay attention when I do it though." Gaki, despite the contacts he still had and she could still see the fear that blossomed in his eyes as he saw her dark smirk, "This is what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day, and most of the rest of the week as well probably. By the end of this you'll be able to throw together a minute mask that could fool a civilian and hopefully start to have a deep cover mask ready in backup should you need it." Of course, the sinking feeling only became ever more powerful as Naruto realized she was smiling again, and that was usually not a good thing for him. "This'll take a lot of work and you'll definitely run out of warm water before I'm happy, but I'm a firm believer that cold showers build character. You're a cruel sensei." Once more her smile widened and his stomach continued its downward plummet. "What was your first clue, Gaki? You said you wanted me for a month. You got me for a month. Is it too late to change?" The air whistled over the top of his now brown hair as he just dodged Enko's reflective slap. "Sorry, to change my mind?" Oh yeah, she nodded in assurance, inwardly relishing this chance to get even on the brat who'd ruined her chance to truly enjoy her time off by depriving her of the ability to drink without setting a bad example, or at least, she corrected herself, pride and shame warring within her like warring adders, a worse example than usual, way too late. Looking around the bathroom again and catching sight of the stained sink and equally messed up bath, that's going to take some elbow grease to shift, the pre-gen sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. XXX. Ducking under the heavy beam that led to his shop forge, Maruta glanced around to see one of his regular customers and let a broad grin break over his rugged, not even Kishikoi would got so far as to call her husband classically handsome, features. Ibiki-san, here for your order? Hi, the special jounin, recently promoted to the torture and interrogation department from what Maruta had heard on the grapevine, nodded once slowly, his mouth its usual grim line as Maruta was almost sure the burly man hadn't smiled since he'd been hit by the dual loss of his younger brother and his personal experiences at the hands of Konoha's enemies. I'll handle any modifications that must be made to these Senbon prior to their use. You have my thanks, Hasawada-san. As the scarred veteran, old before his time, pulled the required money from one of the pockets of his black trench coat, the weaponsmith quickly rang up the cost and supplied his customer with the change, bowing briefly as the bandana-clad special jounin turned to leave. My thanks for your patronage, Ibiki-san. No need, Hasawada-san, any store with the Hokage's approval will do for me, thanks, he grunted at the figure of the small girl at the other side of the door who, having seen him coming, quickly moved to the side and pulled the door open, allowing the ninja through unimpeded. Maruta watched him go, thoughts of pity for the man held safely within his head as he knew Ibiki would never accept such feelings before suddenly realizing the door had taken longer than he'd expected. Huh, who's this? Ah, Gomen. The sudden shout made the girl who'd slipped inside the shop following Ibiki's departure look up as though startled. Didn't see you there, have you come to pick an order for someone? If not, I'll have to ask you to leave, little one. You can't be in this store without a parent. A sudden fear made concern rise up in the new father like a ocean wave, and he hastily tacked another question on to his previous words. You're not lost, are you? No, her voice was strained. She's not holding back tears, is she? The suspicion made Maruta step out from behind his bar and head towards the small child, his conscience stung by the thought of how he'd feel if Tenten ever wandered away from the shop and ended up missing. Despite her repeated boasts that she was a big girl now she'd started her 3rd year at school, Maruta doubted either he or Kishi would ever be able to see her as anything other than their little Pandaheim. Before he could get to the smaller figure, however, the girl looked up and gave a slight smile. I'm not lost, she repeated a little more confidently, though she sounded like she had a sore throat before. As the weaponsmith came close enough, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and hissed under her breath, Maruta-san, it's me, Naruto. Short of the girl before him pulling a wet haddock from under her kimono and slapping him around the face with it, Maruta doubted he could have possibly looked more surprised than at that moment. For a very long second his brain was simply unable to compute the difference between the voice in his ears and the sight before his eyes. Naruto, or at least the Naruto that Maruta knew, was shorter than this girl before him and a little broader as well, though how much of that was jumpsuit the shinobi supplier couldn't have said. Even above all of that, however, the face, eyes and hair were completely different to the little boy the Sandame had introduced to his what felt like a lifetime ago. Where Naruto was unmistakably blonde with periwinkle blue eyes that, he was almost sure, some girl would someday be lucky enough to drown in. And as long as it isn't little Tenten-chan, good luck to him, friend of the family or not, nobody goes after my daughter. This little creature had a long ponytail of strawberry blonde hair cascading down her back, the knot of the hairstyle stopping in the small of her back. Her eyes weren't blue as he'd first thought, thereby disrupting his first guess that she'd been a relation of the Yamanaka clan, but rather a light gray color, while her face, while still chubby with the roundness of youth, was completely bereft of the whisker marks that adorned Naruto's cheeks like the slashes of some wild animal. It was only when the child tilted her head up to look at him and her eyes suddenly flashed from the light overhead that he understood what he was seeing and fell back a step, grunting in amazement as his longtime customer stepped forwards. Yes, it's me, Shock T the system I'm sure, but can I please get upstairs? There was a plaintive tone in his voice, no longer disguised as he breathed in sharply, changed face letting an expression of severe discomfort flow over it as he tugged at part of the basic kimono Enko had allowed him to borrow for this exercise. How do girls do this every day? These bindings are murder. It was at that point that Maruta well and truly lost it. Trumpeting with sudden laughter, the retired ninja staggered back to his counter, half collapsing against it as he waved Naruto through, unable to keep the sniggering contained as the boy dressed as a girl shot him a dirty scowl. There was a slam as the door to the upstairs compartment of the store closed behind him, leaving the storekeeper alone to his laughter as he thought about what had just happened and, as he realized who had walked past the disguised child without a second glance, promptly redoubled his mirth. Anko-san, if you're teaching Naruto skills that can get past Marino Ibiki, even when he's not really paying attention and got other things on his mind, the thought of what the scarred special Jounin would do or say if he thought the snake mistress's pupil had put something like that past him were enough to make him grin and shudder at the same time. All is forgiven. XXX. As she heard the slam from downstairs but couldn't tell her father's footsteps on the stairs, Tenten smiled as she knew who was arriving, though the expression curdled as she realized she was going to have to postpone the usual Wednesday ritual as the senseis were really starting to pile the homework on. All exams from the third year onwards counted towards whether the students could become shinobi or not, and, much as she loved training with her father and her friend, she knew she needed to score well to make sure she could pass into the shinobi academy. Though her head jerked up at the sound and she was now counting down the minutes until she could sit with Naruto on the family settee and watch their favorite show, the answer to the latest maths problem had just floated up the forefront of her brain and she couldn't leave it now. Instead she scribbled hastily, showing her working out of the sum in scrappy handwriting before, deciding emphatically that she'd done enough until after dinner. She turned around just as her mother's voice reached her. "Nah, Tenchan, were you expecting another guest other than Naruto-kun?" The voice her mother used confused her just as much as the question itself. It was only when she poked her head around the kitchen door that her eyes fell on the stranger just over the threshold of the door and she gasped, though before she could put her denials of knowing this person into words the other child spoke in a voice she definitely recognized. "Before you say anything, Tenchan, I am not a stranger, I am Uzumaki Naruto in disguise. Now that's out the way, ah." A look of serene contentment floated over his face as he seemed to deflate somewhat, having pulled at part of his kimono, praised the kami. "Ah, Naruto," eventually having caught up with what was going on, Kishi tried to make sense of this new insanity. This might be an awkward question but, why are you dressed like a girl?" The 6-year-old turned a basilisk glare up at her, drawing in a deep breath as he reminded himself of Anko's gleeful face as she started to tighten up parts of his anatomy with bandages, gauze and an almost indecent amount of enthusiasm. "Because my sensei is the most evil thing in forever to rise up from the depths of Makai. All I've been doing for this week is jumping from one disguise into another. Okay, it's fun and I'm getting good at it but trying to remember it's making my brain fry. I've been a pale, freckled kid and then 10 minutes later she's been having me wash it all off and turn into a geisha, and that's really hard. You might as well slap the white foundation on with a paintbrush. I swear, if I have to have one more shower this week, never mind the makeup, I'm gonna get washed down the plug hole." His tone, to say nothing of the fact that this was Naruto dressed up in a kimono belatedly catching up and beating on her sense of humor repeatedly with a very large hammer, was enough to break Tenten down just like it had her father, only the kitchen wall stopped her sinking to her knees and his sudden imperious glare wasn't helping at all. Her mother, while forced to cover her lips with a dainty hand, was at least able to speak in a relatively level tone as she asked a couple of questions. "So Naruto," she almost lost it for a second before regaining control, just as well as she imagined Naruto was on his last nerve as she could faintly hear her husband downstairs still laughing in the quiet area of his forge. "What did you just do?" At that question he at last managed to give a gruff snort of laughter, loosening his kimono a touch and allowing both ladies to see a peak of white bandage wrapped tightly around his midriff. "I just got myself a bit of breathing room. According to Enko-sensei Framakai, little girls don't have pot bellies. I think she nearly cracked a rib wrapping me up." I think I almohoho almost cracked a rib just now." Tenten finally managed to heave herself upright, tears of laughter in her eyes as her younger friend folded his arms thunderously, fuming at her betrayal. "It's not fair, you almost look like as much of a princess as me. How'd you do it?" "Wig for the hair, dye might have worked bu, it's too short to style into a girl's hair," he explained, ticking of the points on his fingers as he remembered one of Anko's lessons. "Start from the head down, you won't miss anything that way. Contacts in the eyes to dull the tone of the blue, watered-down white and beige mixed complexion on the face to hide whiskers and about a mile of wrap with a loose-fitting kimono over the top. How do you move in these things? It took me ages to work out how to stop going flat on my face every time." "It's something you pick up over time, Naruto-chan. Guess I really can call you a chan now," Kishi chuckled as Naruto just shook his head. "Not like I wasn't expecting this, damn sensei, she planned this, I'm sure of it. Either I went out in this get-up or I ran the risk of missing our show while I took it off and got changed. Still, it looks very well done. How long did it take you to put all that on?" "About 9 minutes in total, would have been less I was running out of beige concealer, had to use a darker shade and that took longer to mix with the white to get the right skin tone." And I don't think I used enough gauze with the wig, as if to emphasize his point. 2 fingers suddenly disappeared under the hair piece to smother a resurgent discomfort, keeps rubbing and itching like mad. Well, I think it looks very good on you, Naruto, Kishi said soothingly, Tenten nodding in the background even if her eyes were still alight with mirth at his expense. Somehow Naruto just knew that, probably not tomorrow, maybe not even the day after that, but sometime in the future, this was just going to turn around and chew on his bum worse than a Haimaru triplet on the hunt. You've done a very good job hiding those birthmarks of yours, I must say, but a sudden problem that had plagued her in the past suddenly suggested itself to the woman and provoked her curiosity enough to ask, won't it run if you sweat too much, or it gets too hot? Naruto shook his head and immediately regretted it, his wig only itching worse than before until he could knead away most of the irritation with his knuckles. Nah, the stuff Anko-sensei got me was designed for ninja, he assured her with a hint of his smile. It dries quickly and it's completely water resistant. You need a special gel to take it off, the hair dye too. Now I remember it. Mix the gel with water and it'll clean the stuff off, so that'll be another cold shower for me when I get back. Heating system still on the blink? It's not perfect, Naruto repeated himself as a phantom pain ghosted over his head. Great, my insane sensei's haunting me even when she's not around, but it works sometimes. Anyway, there's 5 ways to use that gel according to Anko-sensei: hot water, cold water, freezing cold water, river water and spit, and so far I've used the first 3. I'm just hoping she doesn't get too many more ideas. Despite herself and realizing time was pressing, Tenten realized she just had to ask despite her previous jealousy that Naruto was getting tuition with a real kunoichi. After all, it wasn't like he was learning loads of killer ninja skills, all he was doing was playing dress up. Wasn't it? Too many ideas for what, Mouse? With a shudder as he realized how callously old Father Time had turned on him, Naruto held the gaze of his oldest friend and gave a wobbling smile. The next 3 weeks. At that half-shrieked complaint there was no hope of Tenten holding it in. She slumped to her knees and burst into helpless laughter again, sinking so deeply into the giggles that she almost missed Naruto, by now so red in the face under the makeup it was a miracle the stuff hadn't hardened and cracked like thin cement, stomping over towards the TV and turning it on. She made it just in time, vaulting onto the end of the settee just as the title flashed up and she was able to catch a glimpse of the episode name, though every time she turned towards the other girl sitting next to her she couldn't help but look away with a broad grin splitting her face in half. For his part Naruto merely suffered in silence, watching the show without comment and plotting all sorts of fiendish ways to get back at his evil sensei for putting him in this predicament as well as outright denouncing his favorite cartoon. She'd rather be caught and tortured by IWA Ninja than forced to sit through another episode of some lame cartoon that a 5-year-old probably drew and animated, would she? Well, unseen by any of the Hasawadas, Muruta having stumped upstairs having locked up his store, one hand immediately flying over his mouth as he again saw Naruto's new wardrobe, a devious little smirk hovered into view over the Jinchuriki's lips. Don't know about the IWA Ninja bit, but I'm sure I can arrange something. XXX. As he'd been expecting from the experiences of the past few days, Anko woke up around about 9 and he boiled the kettle. As he did so, however, unusual thumps and squeaks from the lounge made him prick his ears in curiosity. Just before he shuddered in sudden worry, Anko-sensei was planning something. This generally didn't bode well for him. Still he held his peace, merely staying where he was and making the tea until the sight of a lavender head of hair poked around the door, Anko for once looking semi-alert. You eaten yet? Naruto shook his head. No sensei, just boilin' water for the tea. The snake mistress gave a viperish grin that made a cold sweat prickle down the boy's back, such unease only deepening as she beckoned forwards with a single finger. Well, leave that for a minute, follow me, Gaki. Despite his trepidation he knew better than to disobey. Without a word Naruto hopped off his stool and dogged his teacher's heels into the lounge, taking in the sight of what the Chunin had done to his living space with a surprised blink. The settee had been pushed firmly into one corner with the chair thrown haphazardly on top of it, probably accounting for the strange shifting noises he'd heard earlier. Even more unusual than this, however, was the sight of Anko's camp bed neatly packed away and rolled up against the side of the moved settee. This immediately sent klaxons blaring inside Naruto's danger senses, already relatively prodigious for a child his age. In all the time he'd been accommodating his older house guest, one of the things he'd quickly become aware of was her inherent messiness. Though he was no angel in the matter, he was at least kind of tidy. Anko, on the other hand, seemed not to care about how she left her bed spaces. More than once Naruto had been driven to action by the sight of her rumpled covers and haphazardly discarded clothing, some of which he really didn't want to think about too much, strewn across his lounge floor. This apparent outbreak of good housekeeping therefore only heightened his sense of foreboding. if there was one other thing he'd learned about the at least half-crazy Chunin over the week she'd been teaching him, it was that Anko never did something that might have been classed as a good deed unless she had an ulterior motive. I have to say, Anko-sensei, she looked over her shoulder at him as his curiosity broke through the dam of his caution, though he was careful to disguise his question within a jokey compliment, as he knew she, like most ninja he assumed, never answered a straight question. If you ever give up on being a ninja, I don't think you do well at this interior decoration thing. What's all this for? A predatory gleam appeared in the Chunin's eye as she sized up her pupil. Sacred brat? At his nod, Anko laughed, much to his relief, though he didn't dare drop his guard just in case. Good, that's called paranoia. Make friends with it because one day it'll save your life. Anyway, because I'm feeling generous, I'll answer your question. The reason I've been trying my hand at interior decoration is because we need a bit of space for taijutsu training. It was a close-run thing, but he just about managed it. He'd been desperate to learn taijutsu ever since he'd seen Gai-san demolish a block of solid wood in less time than it took him to blink, but even so he knew he had to hold back on a sudden yell of excitement. Anko-sensei was serious about ninja training in any form regardless of her seemingly wild antics, and she didn't suffer fools gladly. In fact, a phantom pain pulsed through the side of his ear, helping to still the excitement surging through his body and blood. She doesn't tend to suffer them at all. Because of that knowledge and a very healthy respect for the snake mistress's temper and the fist said temper controlled, he managed to stifle his explosion of joy into a discreet cough and a strange sort of bunny hop, neither of which Anko missed or was about to let go without a comment. Strange, she had to hide a smirk of her own behind a facade of innocence, unable to resist giving this particular button another slight nudge. I thought you'd be bouncing off the walls to learn how to fight. Maybe I was wrong. Tell you what, we'll just go back to masking up for. No. Knew he'd crack. Admittedly, his self-control was a little bit better than it had been when she'd started. There was just something inherently satisfying in breaking his resolve, especially as it means I've got an excuse for. As he rushed forwards shaking his head in denial, she had absolutely no qualms about ghosting to the side and sweeping his legs out from under him and leaving him to eat carpet. That. As her now groggy student pulled himself upright, Anko reappeared behind him and rapped him sharply on the top of his head. Ow! What was dat? Okay, I deserved that 1 inch, he admitted ruefully after the second strike clipped the side of his head for his language before his blue eyes hardened again. But what was the first one for? 2 reasons. First off, never ever rush in against an opponent you've got no idea about. Anko's eyes narrowed dangerously. Naruto had by this point deduced that brown must have been their natural shade, as the pupils, hard to see unless you looked closely, flared when she made expressions like this, and her voice lowered to the guttural threatening tone. If you're stupid enough to try that sort of stunt against me again, the last thing you ever see will be the tips of my fingers heading towards your eyes at high speed. Got it? Wincing at the thought of being blinded by his teacher, Naruto immediately nodded his head submissively, the gesture immediately destroying Anko's anger and replacing it with a happy grin. Good, knew you used your brain as something other than fertilizer for your hair, she commented breezily before turning a shade more serious. Anyway, second reason is to increase your awareness. Kitty gloves are coming off now, Gaki. You've been doing this long enough for me to kick it up a gear. If you're going to be a ninja, you need to be sharp as a knife all the time. I'll be lashing out randomly every so often, and if you get hit, she shrugged carelessly, your problem not mine. Great, he sighed, inwardly wondering if there was going to be anything left of his head save one massive bruise by the time 3 weeks was up. Just what I needed, another excuse for you to give me a concu, conc. He tried to think of the word, but it continued to elude him. Concussion, Anko filled in for him before speaking up. Right, well, regarding taijutsu there are all kinds of styles and, regardless of what the Hyuga or Uchiha might say, no style is intrinsically better than any other. All that matters is how good someone is at using them. A good example would be the walking string bean. It took Naruto a second to realize she meant Gai-san. Though his taijutsu is actually relatively simple, to learn the insane amount of training he does means he's an absolute killing machine if he really gets going. Most Hyuga wouldn't fight Gai seriously regardless of how good they say their Juken is. Juken? Their taijutsu style relies on pushing chakra into someone to block their chakra flow, Anko explained quickly before getting back on topic. So, first point of taijutsu is that there's no such thing as the best style, it's all down to who strikes fastest, hardest, and in the right place. For that reason, always remember to strike hard, strike fast, and if you can, strike first. Got that? Hard, fast, and first, Naruto parroted before giving a huge grin. Okay, sensei, got it. Good. Now, second thing about taijutsu, in an ideal world where you were a perfect ninja, Kami help us, if you were ever considered perfect, you'd never have to use it. Before you say anything, Naruto wisely shut his mouth at that point as Anko held up a hand. I'll explain. There are 5 basic types of ninja mission more or less. Okay, there are exceptions, but the basic 5 are usually remembered as SADI. That's short for sabotage, speaks for itself, assassination, which is kill out before anyone realizes you're there, demolition, again, pretty obvious what that one's all about, infiltration, get into a country and start sending info back for Konoha any which way you can, including seduction if you have to, escort's kind of the odd one of the bunch as it depends on your client, but apart from that one, what can you tell me the other 4 mission types have in common? It wasn't a question he'd been expecting at all, but after a week with Enko that wasn't all that surprising. Chin in his hand, he tried to puzzle through the question piece by piece. Okay, they're all basically the same, go somewhere and do something for Konoha, depending on what the client wants and has paid for. I would say you've got to leave no trace, but that'd be impossible with demolition work. Is it something about, yikes? His train of thought came to an abrupt halt as he forced to leapt backwards out of range of one of Anko's lethal legs, the kunoichi having gotten bored with standing there watching him. Hurry it up, brat, no enemy's going to let you stand there and think of something. Learn to think on your feet or don't bother trying. Anyway, as I've got places to be later tonight, you can have this one as a freebie. The fact is, if you do the mission properly, you should never have to fight someone hand to hand. In fact, as you do, it usually means the mission's either failed outright or compromised at best. But that doesn't make sense. Naruto's first reaction was to remember that in all the books he'd ever read, ninja were warriors, striking down their opponents without mercy or pause in battle. How can you do that if you don't fight anyone? You need to learn to hide when you're thinking. The sound of his sensei's voice made Naruto look up, seeing Enko looking down on him with a sardonic smirk. A damn genin could read your mind through your eyes without even trying hard. Use your brain, Gaki. The main point of most missions is to never get caught. If the enemy doesn't know you're there, he can't fight you, so you never need to use taijutsu. A good ninja can outfight an opponent, a great ninja can outthink them. The best ninja though, and only the very best ninja, can ensure they never have to fight an opponent. They think so many steps ahead the enemy's dead before they realize there's anyone there to fight. Her words made a switch flick on somewhere in Naruto's mind and he snapped his fingers suddenly. You're talking about fighting filthy, aren't you? Enko blinked at this. Huh? Fight filthy? Look at Gai-san. I'd never touch him in a fight, but that wouldn't matter if I shoved a knife in his spine while he's asleep. That way I don't have to fight him because I outthought him. Taijutsu's useless unless you can get close enough to use it. Fight filthy and you'll never have to fight hand to hand. A slow smile seeped over the snake mistress's face, culminating in her giving a brief snicker of laughter as she placed her hands on her hips. Nice, Gaki, now you're thinking. Plan and do a mission well and you'll never have to fight once you get above Chunin. Believe it or not, the time you do most of your fighting should be when you're a genin. The Jounin senseis are expected to give the kiddies a bit of battle experience, so they tend to go a little out their way to provoke a fight with bandits and things like that to make sure the kids don't freeze when it counts. Most ninja battles above genin rank are ended with one jutsu, one technique or one stab. Everything before that just puts the enemy in position for that attack. When he gets the chance, any competent ninja will always go for the kill, and if his opponent happens to be eating, with his family, or hell, sleeping with a random hooker off the street when you take that opportunity, well, that just makes your life easier. Naruto went quiet for a minute and Enko braced herself internally, knowing by dint of experience that a question was coming. Just go with it. Seeing him look up, the kunoichi took in a slight breath. You'll be able to kick his ass again soon as he comes out with another dumb comment. What's a hooker? Catching her breath as she realized she might have given a little too much away with her last annotation, Enko was forced to run rapid damage control. Never mind, she told him sharply before gesturing him forwards, hoping to avoid him dwelling too much on that topic as she carried on. So, taijutsu should be unnecessary, but, as the fact I'm here teaching your sorry ass tells us emphatically, this is far from a perfect world. Because of that, we, all ninja that is, need to learn taijutsu to some degree, even genjutsu types and mednins. Like all ninja skills, taijutsu is based around deception and control. You want to make or force your opponent to move where you want him and control how he moves, preferably by beating or grappling him from a dominant position. With me so far? Hi. Good. Well, as I said, there's all kinds of taijutsu styles out there of varying degrees of difficulty to learn, one of which is the style I practice, the Hibi style. I'm not going to have enough time in a month to show you anything other than the basics, but that's one of the hidden strengths of this style. It's a very free form. Know what I mean by that? Naruto screwed up his face for a second. I think so, he answered carefully, explaining himself further at Enko's nod. Do you mean it's not, what's the words, rigid? You don't always follow up a punch with a kick like you would with a kata. You kinda make it up as you go along? Close enough, not a bad way of putting it either. Hibi style works by being spontaneous and very hard to predict. Even the red-eyed SOBs, Don't even ask what that means unless you really want me to demonstrate what this style can really do. Can't see it coming easily. There's very few actual strikes in the form, it's all about using proper movement to make sure you hit the enemy where it hurts. For this you have to learn the most fundamental truth of the Hibi style. The grin she suddenly favored him with was downright chilling, and Naruto felt a cold shiver run down his back as the Chunin gazed at him levelly. You have to learn to pluck out your eyes. To her slight disappointment, his only reaction was a brief shudder, not the outright cringe she'd been expecting. Hiding her slight dismay with the ease of very long practice, the kunoichi instead paced to the other end of the almost empty room and gestured to Naruto to stay put. Right, don't move Gaki, keep your eyes on me and you'll see what I mean. Preparing himself for a trick of some kind, Naruto shifted into what he thought might have been a stance that would let him spring away at a second's notice before locking his gaze onto his sensei's face, as ready as he could make himself at such short notice. He didn't even dare to blink, keeping his eyes fixed firmly on Enko at all time, not even moving so much as a muscle as he waited for her to make her move. Unfortunately, all that tension managed was to make sure he leapt over his own head height when she suddenly flicked him on the forehead. Wah! As he finally managed to swallow his heart back down into his chest from where it had leapt into his throat, Naruto looked at where Enko was stood trying to hold in a laugh, then looked past her to where she had been standing and finally looked back before asking the obvious question that came to him mind. How'd you do that? You were over dear, then you got here, how'd you move so fast? I didn't, was her simple reply. The Chunin shrugged as she walked backwards towards her starting point. Watch again, this time look at my feet and my eyes, flick between the two. Tell me when you figure it out. Forewarned this time, Naruto once more entered his sloppy stance and watched the taller figure, his eyes on hers before he suddenly darted his gaze downwards. Okay, she's not moving, she's not done anything. He looked up again, but Enko's face was unusually placid, perhaps even calm as she met his gaze stonily. Nope, nothing going on there. When's she going to? Hey! His eyes had dropped again, and to him amazement, she'd somehow crossed a third of the distance and was still moving. How'd you do? He never finished the question, instead throwing himself prone to the floor and rolling to the side just as the heel of a well-worn sandal crashed into the floorboards by the side of his head, shattering his nerves even further, Enko's voice in his ears even as he tried to scrabble to his feet. Eyes on the enemy at all times Gaki, lose sight 1 second, lose your life the next. Good job dodging the attack though, sparing with praise as she was. Enko would give credit where it was due, and she had been expecting to clip her student with that last move. Still, you saw, I hope, what I mean by plucking out the eyes. Overcoming his shock with admirable haste, as after nearly a full week's exposure he was kind of getting used to some of his teacher's eccentricities and borderline psychosis, the Jinchuriki nodded. You were moving without me seeing it, because I was looking at your face? Close, Enko mentioned before explaining. Hibi style is basically a deception. Most ninja, and most other fighters, now I think about it, try to read what an opponent's going to do by looking for clues in the eyes. Hibi style, as you just saw, turns that trick against itself because you dissociate your eyes from your body. Here, try this. There was a blur of movement and Naruto was left fumbling as he just about managed to catch a pair of kunai Enko had tossed towards him negligently. Throw one at me, then as soon as you see me dodge, throw the second one where I'm going to land. Got it? Naruto nodded and prepared himself, trying to reassure himself that he was only holding training kunai and wouldn't hurt his sensei even if she somehow made a mess of it, and even then it was highly unlikely she'd ever get tagged by his throwing regardless of how much training he did with Tenden-chan. Taking a breath, Naruto suddenly whipped his arm forwards. There was a flash of movement from in front of him and his second knife flashed outwards, exactly the opposite direction to which Enko's body had moved. Blinking stupidly for a second, Naruto tried to recollect himself before the Chunin could, thinking through what he'd been told and what he now knew about the Hibi style. Pluck out your eyes, it's all a deception. I saw her head move left, through the knife, and she went right. Did she read my movement before I threw? No, she couldn't have. She must have been moving out the way of the first kunai before she could fake me out. She deceived me, made me think she was going one way. With an almost electric jolt the connection was made in his head, and to his surprise as much as hers, he managed to get his words in first. You moved your head one way and your body the other. As the snake mistress was stunned into silence for a minute, he carried on. I saw your head move, thought you were going to jump that way and threw. You never meant to go left, you were always going right. Once more she found herself a little surprised by his perception. It seemed he'd had another little burst of inspiration from somewhere and figured out one of the secrets of her style after such a simple exercise. This bears thinking about. Perhaps she could push him just a little harder than she'd been expecting. It seemed he worked best when confronted with problems to actively solve rather than theory to study. Good, that means we get to dodging practice even earlier. Just about masking her inner glee at the thought, Anko glanced across at her charge and gave a brief nod. Nicely put, Gaki. Like I said, it's all based on deception. Show them one thing with your eyes and body language and do another with your body. So, that's how the professional does it. Let's see if we can't get the amateur off on the right foot. Casually retrieving the loose kunai, Anko stood back at her starting point with an expression that made Naruto feel very nervous. Your task, Gaki, is to move like I did towards me. Eyes on me at all time, don't look at your feet. This is the most basic move of the Hibi style, walking in a straight line without the enemy realizing you're actually approaching him because he can't see your eyes move down to take in the ground. But, an immediate problem presented itself. Wouldn't that mean I'd trip over? Only if you were exceptionally clumsy. The other things the Hibi style develops is peripheral vision and a photographic memory, Anko explained, holding up a finger and spinning a kunai around the end of it by the ring. One of the reasons I'm an effective spy, one glance at an area is all I need to know where my footing is and where it's safe to be. This is called the deceitful step, the first and most important skill the Hibi style uses, but, sad to say for you, one of the hardest to learn correctly. Still, she gave a casual shrug, no harm in trying, and it'll let you practice dodging as well. If I catch your eyes wavering, I'll throw these kunai like you did, one at you and one where I think you'll land. Unless you like bruises, you'd better learn how to fake me out properly. Your job is to get over here without getting perforated. Every time you get spotted by me, you go back to the start regardless of whether you dodge or not. Don't look so nervous. Somehow the snake mistress managed to sound reassuring and sinister at the same time as she belatedly noticed the sudden tremors running through her student. They're blunt and won't cut you. Well, not unless you're completely incompetent, that is. And, a great reassurance, the is team-uff. Language, Gaki, and remember to pluck out your eyes, Anko sked, retrieving two kunai she'd thrown as the second had tracked the young boy's leap to the side as though it had been connected to him by a wire, the impact to his sternum having left Naruto struggling to breathe for a minute. Look one way and go another. I don't care if you look left and go right or look up and duck or whatever. Just make sure you get it right or this will hurt you a lot more than it'll hurt me. There was a gasp of disbelief from the floor, Naruto greedily sucking down oxygen as he heaved himself up to his knees. Hurt you? He panted, disbelief etched in his face. This won't hurt you, you freak. You're enjoying it. Hey, it's a dead town, you gotta make your own entertainment somehow, Anko countered smoothly, deftly making a kunai dance along the back of her fingers. Now, you going to kneel there like a Tenryou alley girl or you gonna try to come over here? Heaving himself to his feet, Naruto tried to make his expression as blank as he remembered Anko-sensei's being before the first part of her question repeated itself in his head and confusion masked his face. Sensei, why would a girl be in an alley and what's Tenryou? Never mind, Anko cut him off sharply, once more internally wincing as at her error before another distraction tactic occurred to her. Just keep reading that book Aoba gave you, it'll be in there somewhere. Now little Muselling, his eyes instinctively darted downwards and she drew her arm back for the throw, dance. Oof. XXX. I feel a headache coming on. Just a second, Anko-chan, let me get this straight in my head. The other Chunin grinned through lips smeared red with her favorite sweet bean soup as Kurenai kneaded her slim fingertips through against her forehead as though she could massage the news through to her brain. You're teaching him Hibi style? Only how to dodge, the other Chunin answered dismissively through a mouthful of dango. It's not all that difficult to pick up once you're used to it, but getting there is a long, painful process. Long for me, painful for him. Sighing in annoyance, the crimson-eyed Kunoichi took another sip of her tea and shook her head, her magnificent raven mane trailing over her shoulders as she put the cup back down and regarded her friend again. Just tell me there wasn't any blood? Nah, well, not too much, and it wasn't my fault. Anko defended herself as Kurenai's eyes suddenly hardened to bloodstones, boring into her longtime friend and silently demanding the explanation. The snake mistress duly coughed up. I threw a kunai at him and he jumped into the wall to dodge it. Just a little bruise, nothing serious. I should hope not. You're already in enough hot water with Sarutobi-sama as it is, Kurenai countered, though her face softened as she realized that despite sounding barbaric, Anko's methods were relatively common in Konoha. Heck, even the academy sometimes used kunai dodging in its practical examinations on some of the more advanced students such as Hyuga who wished to further master their bloodline, just as long as he wasn't seriously hurt. On the contrary, the other Kunoichi grinned, the genjutsu specialist perking up to pay closer attention. He was ecstatic, it was the first one he'd managed to dodge all day. I left him practicing the movements before I came here. He'll master it, I'm sure, if only so he can piss me off by asking me to teach him something else. Interested despite herself, Kurenai probed for a little more intelligence, though she joked with the others and even Anko herself about the horrors the snake mistress would unleash if Sarutobi was ever insane enough to assign her a team of genin. she couldn't help but feel a little curious about how Enko was actually adapting to having a student in her life, least of all one as green as Naruto. So, she tried to sound casual as she fished for information, though as usual Enko was too busy mopping up the last of her soup to seem to notice. Apart from the fact that walls are more solid than he is, what other little pearls of wisdom have you bestowed on your pupil? And what have you got planned for the future? Oh, I don't know. Enko hefted her teacup negligently in one hand as she craned her neck to look at the ceiling. Drink an ocean of sake, eat a mountain of dango, skin my sensei alive and chuck him down a salt mine before he bleeds out, have a couple of steamy nights after tracking down a shinobi with a katana-length porkswa. You meant with the gaki? Only dint of long exposure kept Kurenai's face neutral and expectant until Enko cracked and grinned sheepishly. In all honesty, Nai-chan, I'm kind of flying blind on this one, she admitted, a little shamefaced as the genjutsu exponent softened her expression and tried to think if there was any way she could help her friend out. Before I nearly got the kid served up as a light snack to an opportunistic honey bear. The youngest person I ever spoke to on occasion was Itachi, and whatever else the gaki might be, he sure ain't Itachi. Just as well too, the memory of the pubescent ANBU operative was enough to give even her the creeps. Though she wasn't doubting his prodigious skill in any way, there was just something inherently wrong with grown shinobi such as herself potentially taking orders from someone who wasn't yet old enough to shave. Weird kid that one is. Anyway, regardless of the latest Uchiha Scion, Naruto's just... She gazed off into the middle distance for a minute, trying to think of the right word to say before giving up with a huff. Looking over the table at her oldest friend, she let a curious expression, something between bafflement and humility, as she shook her head. How the hell that kid is still sane and wanting to protect this shit tip is completely beyond me. I know for a fact if it were me in his place there'd have been blood a long time ago, and Sarutobi would have been forced to do what my bastard of a sensei wasn't able to and finish me off. Despite herself, Kurenai shuddered. Enko very rarely mentioned her past and the skeletons that were resting unquietly in her closet, so for her to unearth them now was a sign something big was eating her. That bad? She queried in a neutral voice, knowing that rushing into her questioning headlong would be a mistake. This would take tact and delicacy to pull off right, and, as she saw Enko snort in bitter laughter, Kurenai realized she'd made the right choice. Worse, if not worse than worse. Enko's voice was as dull as the cooking ladle she'd used to bludgeon a samurai general's retainer to death some years ago while spying on the deployment of armies in the land of tea. Sandame stopped them speaking of it, but he can't stop the whispers, he can't make them. From the way Enko fixed a terrible glare on the doorway of the dango store, Kurenai was almost certain the snake mistress would have spat at the word had they been outside, hating him. I spent a half-day following him, Nai-chan, more than 3 hours, and I counted 2 people who even acknowledged he was there. Oh, they all saw him, who couldn't see him in that orange get-up of his, but no one acted like he was there, like he'd just fade away if they pretend he doesn't exist. He taught himself to juggle, did you know that? Kurenai shook her head even as she had to force her hand to stay rooted firmly on the tabletop. For the first time in a long time that she could remember, there looked to be a watery film over Enko's eyes, though that could have been a trick of the light, because it was that bad at the orphanage. No one would play catch with him. He taught himself that skill by accident. It's happened. Seeing her friend looking so uncharacteristically dismayed, Kurenai was forced to admit to herself that once more Ebisukuin's brain had gotten one over on her instincts. Didn't think it would happen quite this quick, but she has been with him pretty much all the time. The rest of us just bump into him every now and again. You've gotten attached. Enko's head whipped around so fast it was a miracle her neck didn't snap. What? You've gotten attached? Don't look so shocked, Kurenai explained after repeating herself, her friend's jaw all but hanging loose by this point as the statement all but blew a fuse in her mind. Naruto's got a habit of getting in under your skin and lodging there. He's managed it with most of us because of who he is. You said it yourself earlier, about his training. He's probably still practicing now. He's had nothing much in life, so when someone gives him or offers him something he latches onto it and won't let go. From what me and the rest of my team can work out, the old monkey told him about the idea of his work and he's never stopped it since, because it gets him what he's always wanted, what every child needs. Attention, Enko finished for her, eyes narrowed in thought. Every lesson he's ever had he pays attention to and tried to master, because if he doesn't he's afraid that ninja won't teach him again. Kami, damn it all to hell. All the crockery on the table rattled as Enko's fist crashed onto the tabletop at her curse. This was what I told the Sandame. If the old man, or the ninja in general for that matter, aren't careful, we'll lose him to burn out. I know, and so does Hokage-sama. That admission made Enko look up again sharply, Kurenai meeting her astonishment with a rueful smile tugging at her pert lips. There was a reason he restricted what we could teach Naruto when we met him on the training grounds, least of all jutsu. We all figured it out when the gate guards told us what time he kept leaving the gates. I imagine that was a rude awakening for you. Scowling at her friend's smirk, Anko just about resisted the urge to flip the taller woman off and slouched back in her seat. That's one way of putting it, least of all when he switched me off the settee. What, you didn't know he'd cut a deal with some brats out the academy to get the Academy 3 learned? The sudden look of shock on the black-haired woman's face answered that question and allowed her to speak on, a little smug as she considered her student's low cunning. Well, he is my student for the next 3 weeks, no matter what. Naichan says I'm not getting attached to some snot-nosed little gaki. Well, you do now. And it was cold on that floor, let me tell you, never mind outside. Blinking back her shock, Kurenai remembered a little line that had been bouncing around the Chunin lounge in the Hokage's tower for a little while now and smiled. Ah well, as Kakashi-senpai would say, frozen stiff. Stop, Anko half demanded, half pleaded even as she made further plans to get back at the Jounin for his loose lips. I swear the next time I meet that porn-reading scarecrow the only stiffness he'll ever get again will be rigor mortis. Anyway, enough about him before he lowers the mood too much. What do you think I should do next, Naichan? What the gaki needs is a friend, and I might be a lot of things but I'm not a friend. Shotoyuke maybe but not a friend. Ask Aoba. At the sound of muffled spluttering, though whether of outrage or mirth Anko couldn't tell, that baka lent him an old joke book full of smut and he's pretty much devoured it. Don't be surprised if you get a couple of rude remarks next time you come across him in the field. He's got a bit of a knack with humor, even caught me good a couple of times. Even you. At Anko's reluctant nod, Kurenai gave a brief chuckle, knowing from harsh experience that trying a joke, practical or otherwise, on Mitarashi Anko was usually a recipe for disaster. I knew he was brave, but that takes the biscuit, or I suppose it'd be the cheese in his case. But you're right, Anko-chan, he does need friends, or at least friends his own age. Heck, even a hobby would be a good idea, but that just throws up the same old brick wall. Anko sighed, second-guessing her words as she absent-mindedly nibbled one of the few remaining dango dumplings. None of the civilians are going to let him play with their kids, and even the clans would be wary as most of the current heads haven't been out in the field since the Sandame was reinstated. Even getting the gear for a hobby, an instrument or something like that, would be hard as no one would want to listen. In fact, they'd probably just trash anything he did out of principle. About the best I can do is teach him how to disguise himself and hope that A, he turns that into a game, and B, it lets him actually talk to people in his village because they don't know who they're talking to. Sighing, Anko ground a set of knuckles against her forehead, hoping a fresh pair of eyes would be able to see a way around the roadblock thrown in front of her plans, wordlessly turning her own mind to the problem. Kurenai thought for a second before speaking again. Good idea, Anko-chan, disguise as you do it would be a boon to him. What else were you planning for him, apart from taijutsu and how to wear a false face properly? Not too much more than that, to be honest, the snake mistress admitted, ticking things off on her fingers. Basic trap detection and trap setting, and I do mean basic on that before you say anything, thus warned. Kurenai let the concern clear from her face as she listened to her friend go on, improving his flexibility, though the Hebe style will help with that, showing him the ropes of escapology, she added, not able to suppress a wicked grin as her friend recoiled, face screwed up in distaste. Bad, Anko, that was terrible even for you. I try, the shorter woman chuckled before finishing her list off, and making sure he learns to get up a solid surface on his hands and knees rather than wriggling up it like a slug. I'll admit it was quite impressive for someone his age, but it looks ridiculous, and if he does really well I'll show him a jutsu that the Sandame, her raised voice shouted down Kurenai's fledgling protests before they could gain any momentum, has already given me permission for. You know I've got him writing up a potential deep cover mask? Kurenai chuckled at that, raising an immaculate eyebrow at her friend as she smirked evilly. Yeah, that's one of the worst-kept secrets in the Hokage Tower. What next, Anko? A teacher's uniform? The academy should be snapping you up any day now if you're that into your bookwork. Oh really? Seeing her friend looking a little smug at this, Anko decided it was time to seize back the initiative. Okay then, little Miss Prissy, try this on for size. Oh, is that so? Funny, last I heard the fact Ebisu finally got around to bursting your cherry was the talk of the tower. At least those were the rumors I heard, she commented innocently, the muffled splutter of protest and sight of Kurenai's face going as red as her eyes allowing Anko to realize she'd made her point. The gabbled denunciations that immediately followed such a statement only cementing her knowledge that Kurenai now knew better than to try to out-sarcasm the snake mistress. How dare you? Who told you that? There is no such rumor. Yet, oh come on, I was only teasing. Anko tried to laugh it off as Kurenai folded her arms and looked thunderous. Look, I'm sure he's a great guy and all that mushy crap, but he's a man and all men have needs, you know? I'm well aware of that, thank you. Kurenai managed to speak without moving her lips, her tone a bass, low growl, and I certainly don't need you commenting on my love life, Anko. Grinning, the lavender-haired Chunin threw back the dregs of her tea and shrugged. Rather me than Jiraiya hentai, he's due back in the village fairly soon. Still, getting back to the gaki, can you see anything else I could do? Realizing that her friend was serious for the moment, Kurenai allowed her expression to soften as she answered as best she could. You're doing the best you can, Anko-chan, and for what it's worth I personally think you must be doing a good job of it. Hokage-sama would have dragged you off of it by now had Naruto said anything. Your idea for disguise is a good one and I'm sure Naruto will stick to it. In fact, from what you've been telling me, he does have the potential to become a good infiltrator. Apart from that, the jutsu you were going to teach him, was it henge by any chance? Anko blinked, the only sign that her friend's clarity had surprised her at all, before she gave a brief snicker and nodded. Heh, should have known better than to try and pull a fast one on a genjutsu expert. Yeah, the idea is that once I've gotten his deep cover mask up to speed, I'll teach him that jutsu to let him see what his mask should look like, then hammer home how important it is for us, ninja that is, to know how all disguise works and not just rely on that technique. You know as well as I do it's far from foolproof. Kurenai nodded before giving a chuckle of her own. Very true, remember what happened when Hayate coughed just as Asumabaka was making the seals and he slipped up? I only hope the teacher didn't tell Sarutobi-sama what the resultant version of Enma-sama turned out. Lee. Anko-chan? Seeing her friend's eyes glaze over for a second, the kunoichi leant forwards with concern in her tone. Everything all right? Anko didn't reply for a moment, instead blinking and giving a little shiver before muttering words under her breath that the genjutsu user only just managed to catch. Evil witch, I'd never be that cruel. Well, not all the time. Suddenly clearing her throat and raising her voice, the snake mistress looked over at her friend and looked regretful. Sorry, Nai-chan, but we'll have to leave it there for now. Something's come up and I'd better get back to the gaki. That desperate to see him again? Okay, the sight of a kunai peeping into view from the edge of the table was enough to make Kurenai raise her hands. Now we're even. What's happened? Clone I left with the gaki just popped. I left him with supervision. Can't practice the Hibi style without it after all. Fair point, and that was quite responsible, Anko-chan. Are you sure you're not getting just a little attached to your mark? Scowling again, the shorter of the two friends shucked on her trench coat and stood up, looking at the door. Never, well not yet at least. Foreseeing the forthcoming question, Anko gave a semi-sheepish grin and headed for the exit. Apparently my clone got a bit bored just lobbing kunai his way and decided to shift the program forwards a little bit. Now I've got to go back and unravel the mess she's left behind. With that and a swish of her coat, Anko ducked away from the stand and was gone. Unravel the mess. For some reason a little shiver ran down Kurenai's back as she replayed those words over in her head. There was something there that she hadn't seen yet and in all honesty wasn't sure she wanted to, but it must have been at least semi-serious. She left behind half a pot of tea, no dango though. Since only something immediately life-threatening would ever drag the snake mistress away from uneaten platters of her favorite food, the genjutsu user was relatively certain Naruto wasn't in any immediate danger. But before she could consider the matter any further, the sight of the waiter coming towards her with a small slip of paper in his hand dragged her back to the present and brought a curse to her lips. Damn it, Anko, that's another dango treat you owe me. Despite herself, a reluctant smile blossomed on her lips as she dug into her pocket for some money to pay the outstanding bill, knowing from long experience that Anko would settle her debt when their paths next crossed. And before you even mention it, you should know that tips on how to keep Ebisukuin happy in bed will not suffice. XXX. His entire world was pain. He had aches in places he was certain even places shouldn't be, and even breathing was an absolute torture. Every heartbeat thudded in his ears like someone striking a temple bell with a hammer, and he didn't like the situation much. In fact, he didn't like it at all, but couldn't bring himself to move enough to do anything about his current sorry predicament. For how long he remained that way, twisted and wrenched around on the floor of his lounge, he couldn't say. Even when his front door opened and carried with it the promise of release from his agony, he couldn't even wet his lips enough to call out to for his salvation. Gaki, oh Gaki, there was a light, teasing edge to the tone that would have made him groan had he the breath or the energy to do so. Oh, so you want to play hide and seek, do you? Well, I'm game if you are. If I find you in less than a minute though, you'll have to be the Yuke tonight. Oh, a shadow fell over him, and with her nerve endings screaming in agony, he managed to roll over fractionally onto his right side, the familiar form of his sensei blotting out the light that had been left on ever since her clone had laughed so hard it had toppled into the wall and burst into smoke. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge, Gaki. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you almost let me win. Sure you can handle being a seme all the time? Did you want to see how the bottom half lives for a change? I ache. It wasn't much of a comeback to be sure, but it was all he could come up with, blinking out the worst of the light to see the taller kunoichi shaking her head at him while looking down, unfolding her arms as she saw the boy curled into the fetal position in front of her. Well, have you done any stretching off after that flexibility session my clone ran you through? Or she rather, warned you it'd be intense. So what were you expecting? Seeing him shake his head as much as he was able to, Enko moved into a lecturing tone. You need to stretch off before and after every session, or you'll either do yourself a mischief or end up, as you are now, stiff as a plank. Now, kick your left leg up to me. He tried, he really did, but the gelatinous mass that was all that was left beneath his waist could not be moved without overwhelming his pain receptors in a haze of excruciating agony. He tried to speak or shake his head again, but before he could manage either, Enko had taken charge and bent down. Now Gaki, I don't like repeating myself, but I'm not totally heartless. I can see you're suffering so. His mouth shot open into an involuntary rictus scream, though nothing emerged save a dry croak as the snake mistress stood, one small ankle held in each fist as she dragged his legs upwards in spite of his protesting muscles. Let me give you a hand, and even a foot. Aren't you lucky you've got such a generous sensei? Before he could even try to consider an answer or even get his head on straight as he finally got over his legs being dragged upwards, Enko had delicately placed the ball of one foot in his crotch to keep him on the floor and then given a sharp pull upwards. XXX. A-I-E-O-U, R-R-R-G-G-G-H-H-H-H. Oh, quit moaning. As she dropped the limbs she held dismissively, Enko gave a gruff snort of laughter. Praise Kami, it's not the men who have children or humans would have died out decades ago. You brought this on yourself, Gaki. You were the one who wanted to learn how to do the splits, and I told you I never do things by halves. Either all of you gets flexible or none of you does, and you've almost learned how to get those bindings off your wrists now, haven't you? Slowly rotating his shoulders gingerly and grateful that the motion yielded no more than a slight twinge of pain, Naruto looked over at his sensei with gritted teeth. Yeah, almost, he repeated her own word back to her as he stretched the last few aches and pains out of his body. Man, a week and a half of this and I still end up as sore as I was on day one. That wasn't strictly true, of course, but it sometimes felt like it. Ever since the Kagebushin Enko had left to oversee his training had all but turned him inside out. Enko, the real one, had decided it was time to go outside again for some fresh air and suffering. Using his knowledge of the training grounds, the snake mistress had been spending copious amounts of time setting up basic traps and obstacle courses that her pupil had to run through before certain time limits, dodging the veritable hail of shuriken, sunban, and an occasional snake with Hebe-style deceitful steps. He was doing slightly better at this, now dodging only slightly less often than he was tagged by the projectiles, and his body movement improving to the point where Enko was trying to get him to visualize the next step of the Hebe style, the ability to compartmentalize the body and use its movements to fool an opponent. For example, in their mock spars she could, and usually did, twitch her right hand only to bean him in the cheek with her left foot a split second later, his arm having moved to counter the punch he was certain had been coming. It was a frustrating thing to try and learn, made even worse by the fact Enko made it look so effortless, but he knew better than to voice his irritations out loud. If there was one thing Enko hated more than a foolish ninja, it was a bratty one. To his surprise, though, he found improvement had come slightly more quickly in the form of the deranged Chunin's flexibility training. Coming after dodging and taijutsu practice every day, there hadn't been a single night where he'd been able to walk home in a straight line due to the plethora of protests from various squeaking joints in his body. The snake mistress, of course, had no such problem tying herself into virtual knots, and, he now knew from bitter experience, trying to keep her restrained with anything other than a full-body cast of chakra-draining material was an exercise in tear-inducing frustration. Now she was trying to get the same to happen to him, starting with his shoulders more than anything, though. In the interests of fairness, she had said, she'd worked on the rest of his body as well to make sure he could share the benefit, and the pain. With a final groan and a soft click from his elbow, he let his arm drop, shaking it off as he faced his teacher again with a look of tired but not quite fully dimmed enthusiasm. Okay, sensei, about as good as I'm going to get, without ramen at least. Even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew better than to voice it, as Enko wasn't all that fond of his favorite dish, just like he wasn't hers, and mentioning it would be just the excuse she needed to deprive him of Kami's gift to man for another night. What's next? Up the tree again? Nah, you can do that in your own time. Just put a cushion under you when you go wall crawling just in case, the snake mistress replied with a slight shake of the head, inwardly a little proud of the fact that after a week's worth of supervised training and some extra practice when she hadn't been around, Naruto could now just about pull himself up nearly any vertical surface using chakra on his hands and knees, or, if he was feeling really adventurous and concentrated hard, his hands and feet. Instead, because you managed to finally get something right and I feel like a bit of a laugh, I'm going to teach you a jutsu. Once more, just as it had been prior to his first taijutsu lesson, the excitement that burned through him was almost impossible to stop completely. Only the memory of what had happened to him the last time Enko had shown him a jutsu stopped the celebration completely. Yes, thank you, sensei, but not even his gregarious personality could deny a sudden shudder. Just one question, no snakes right? That made Enko's shoulders shake. Ah, what's the matter Gaki, I thought you liked my little friends. From a safe distance yes, he replied carefully, his left arm once again tingling from the memory of the 6-foot figure wrapped around it and giving a squeeze that was a fair bit harder than strictly platonic. You said that one was friendly and she almost hugged my hand off. No, I said she wasn't venomous, Enko corrected him, wagging a finger. Anyway she didn't do any damage and she showed you the proper movements of the Hebe style didn't she? What are you moaning about? Naruto opened his mouth to answer and then closed it again, realizing there was very little chance he was going to come out on top in this one and therefore deciding to quit while he was even. After all she's right, when a snake moves the eyes never follow the body, they're always set right ahead as the rest of the snake moves like a wave behind it, never fully behind the head so it can move and strike in any direction. Nothing sensei, you're right. And don't you forget it, she admonished lightly before turning a shade more serious, and apart from that you can't summon any of the Hebe techniques like I do without signing their contract and before you ask. She held up a finger at his look of interest, her eyes radiating dead seriousness as they sought to pin him to the floor. The answer is no, you are not getting anywhere even close to that contract and not just because I know you're not ready for it, there's bad blood between the snakes and Konoha as a whole and the last thing you need is another target between your shoulder blades. Sound fair enough? Despite his reputation for being a bit of a loudmouth, Naruto had learnt the lesson about when to speak out and when to shut up and nod in the right places, so rather than argue his case he instead gave a slightly rueful smile before answering. Hi sensei, I understand, they are cool jutsus though. Flattery will get you nowhere Gaki, though it never hurts to try, Enko snickered before coughing and standing to her full height. Instead, what I'm going to show you now is to do with this. With a flourish she drew something from the pocket of her trench coat and as the sheaves of paper fell open Naruto's eyebrows shot upwards. Hey, that's my mask, he looked up at her, equally accusing and confused, I thought you ripped that up. Enko drew the paper to her lips and, blowing out a carefully weighted stream of air, made a noise like parchment being ripped in half before lowering the written information down again. First rule of combat Gaki, if you haven't seen the body always assume they're still alive somewhere, she told him before flicking her gaze down to the paper again and skimming over it. Still, this isn't perfect yet but, going by what I've read so far, it should be by the time we're done and it'd be pointless leaving you hanging with information and nothing to practice with. So, without further ado, she clapped her hands together, a plume of smoke appearing around her that left Naruto coughing for a minute, trying to wave the irritating veil away from him for a minute and peer through the thinning mist, only for his jaw to drop a second later at what he saw waiting for him where his sensei had once stood. So then, it was him but couldn't be him because he was him, but it's my face, hell even my voice. The doppelganger smirked in a way that almost broke the illusion as it flashed up a peace sign. Let's get started. After his sensei reappeared with another rush of smoke, Naruto found himself feeling like a bit of a pillock. After all, he knew what the henge jutsu was and what it was meant to do. Enko alone had mentioned it often enough, but he'd still been fooled by it at least momentarily, and that was all it took, far longer than it took in most cases, for a skilled ninja to bury someone. Luckily for him, Enko didn't rub it in too much, instead moving swiftly on to what she hoped would be the last lesson of the day before she could call it a night and leave a clone to do all the dirty work while she let her hair down in the evening. So then, the henge, pretty simple, cheap and cheerful jutsu that does what it says on the tin. Makes you look like someone or something else but doesn't do anything for the voice or personality. You've gotta come up with those on your own. Well, that's the basics of it. You know all about the hand seals, right? Naruto brightened at the question. Yep, Ebisu-san taught me them all and what they all. Enough, a single word from the taller woman was enough to terminate that ramble as Enko waved a hand. You say you know, this'll prove it or not to me. The seals are sheep, monkey, snake. Gather chakra, use chakra to alter something, use chakra to alter something about yourself. Reading between the lines like all good ninja should be able to, Naruto realized the point behind the seals in time to pay attention, and the chakra should move over your body like a second skin. The clearer the picture the better the henge will be. Well, what are you waiting for? She made a shooing motion with her hand. Give it a go, you've got your mask in your mind, try to turn into him. Naruto nodded, tried to picture the face of Zaki Mamaru in his mind, flicked through the seals, gathered his courage and finally shouted the technique aloud. Henge no jutsu. It was less than spectacular. Enko doubled over as though punched in the stomach, laughing out loud as the smoke cleared and the result could be seen clearly. You look, she managed to choke out over the giggles, Naruto looking down at his new body and recoiling. For the first time you look like something out of that rubbish cartoon show you like so much. Flushing, though it was impossible to see it under his henge, Naruto dispelled his henge and tried to speak over his sensei's blatant sniggers. It's not funny, that of course was about as effective as trying to quench a fire by throwing oil on it. Anko all but on her knees as the sight of the kid with one green and one neon blue eye and hair that was half brown, half blonde slammed into her mind again. Damn it, let me try again. Reminded by his previous failures with the other jutsu he knew, the Jinchuriki decided to make a slight change with the seals and hoped it'd work as well as it had previously: ram, monkey, snake. Henge no jutsu. As the smoke cleared for the second time, Anko managed to wipe the tears from his eyes enough to appraise the form before her with a more neutral expression than a smirk, pacing around the slightly taller form of her transformed student and taking in the details. Not bad Gaki, not bad at all. Hair's a little too much like yours is normally, skin tone's a little blotchy, especially on the back of your neck, and there's a couple of other problems, but apart from that a passable second effort, something we can work on at least. So, that's the henge jutsu and it's enough to cover for a poor minute mask, but be careful where you use it just in case. She drew her hand back, Naruto half turning around just as she let her palm fly forwards. Something like this happens. Ow! The impact hurt a lot less than the noise, a loud thump that disorientated him for a second. Crazy snake woman, what is it with you and hitting my head? You could give me brain damage or something. Sensei, seeing Anko's face for the first time in his glaring Naruto, looked slightly more concerned at her expression, her face frozen in an expression of wonderment and shock. You okay? Don't move, she whispered before gaining control of her voice again, lashing out and gripping the shoulder of the jumpsuit he was wearing, the garment now slightly too short for the taller figure wearing it. Don't speak, don't do anything, we're going on a little trip. Realizing she was deadly serious this time, a far cry from her usual teasing lilt, Naruto didn't move a muscle as she grabbed on tight and the world disappeared in a blur of wind and leaves. XXX. It was a little-known fact that the Hokage's office was equipped with a very sensitive and refined array of seals that did, as one of its myriad functions, alert the occupants of the office to any incoming chakra source regardless of how the chakra was arriving. Though it gave a mere second's warning, this was more than enough for any Kage to be ready to deliver lethal force if necessary. For that reason, as the wind died down in his office, the Sandaime was quickly able to analyze the situation with the mind that had earned him the moniker of the professor and quickly asked the pressing question. Anko-chan, a pleasure to see you, he spoke dryly, inwardly sighing as her shunshin scattered some of the paperwork he'd been stacking up over the past few hours. At times like this I could really use Naruto-kun back, if only for a few days. What bring you here, and who've you brought with you? Before Sarutobi could get a clear look at the boy, Anko have half shoved him behind her and looked up at him, all but gasping from the effort of using a shunshin to hear from the training ground coupled with the shock she'd just have. Hokage-sama, she stated severely, the lack of her usual whimsical tone alerting the Hokage to the fact that something was amiss more than her following words. There's been an incident. Chapter 7: A Mouse's Role Model. On the henge issue, I simply cannot believe that henge, in canon, is a complete shapeshift. If it was, it would be the most downright broken technique in existence, simply because no one, unless they were specifically sensing for chakra, would be able to trust that anything they saw or felt wasn't an enemy ninja in disguise. I'm not saying that there aren't techniques that make shapeshifting possible. Indeed, see this chapter for my person theory as to how this is achieved, but an E-ranked jutsu simply can't be that powerful. As you'll see below, in my interpretation not even Naruto gets that much of a power-up. On the story speed, a couple of people said that TMOK has a slow pace. That's because out of all the things in the Naruto manga, the one thing I simply cannot stand is when a shinobi, a merciless killer, takes time out from a battle to explain laboriously how a technique works to his enemy. I mean, come on, how dumb can you get? I know it has to be done in canon as there aren't enough issues to put all that background training into pictures, but that's what I'm hoping to do in this fiction. By focusing on Naruto when he's training and the relationships he develops over time, when the kunai start flying and hell starts breaking loose, there's no flashback sections later on, another pet peeve of mine. I'm not saying it's a perfect strategy and I'm sure many people will disagree, but I always like to make sure people know what's going on rather than throwing them in at the deep end and explaining as I go. I hope that clears things up for my readers, and please, if you disagree for whatever reason, don't hesitate to get in touch and make your point. I'm new to writing stories in this fandom, one-offs such as win some, lose some don't count, so any advice is good advice. Still, I hope you continue to read and enjoy my work as it comes, unfortunate errors, misconceptions and all. XXX. Blinking as a feeling of distinct déjà vu fell over him, mostly involving the last time this particular chunin had massaged the truth a little. The Sandaime leant forwards in his chair to better look at where Anko had her hands on her knees panting for air, and the stranger she'd brought with her gazed around, a little disorientated at being taken for a spin via the shunshin technique. Clarify the incident, Anko-san, and where's Naruto-kun? Last I heard you were training him, unless this is an attempt to expand your little Shota harem? The glare the lavender-haired Chunin shot him should have put the old man in an urn, but before she could gain enough breath back to answer, the boy by the side of her put a hand and waved, not happy about being ignored. Hey Gigi, Sarutobi's pipe clattered to the desk. The face might have changed but the voice certainly hadn't. It's me. Anko-sensei taught me the henge jutsu, but there's something wrong with it, look. Approaching the desk of the village leader, the henge Jinchuriki glanced around for a minute before reaching over and plucking a sheaf of paper for the top of the stack, not a ripple passing over his false skin as he held it in both hands to scan the words before placing it back where he'd found it and facing his Gigi again. It's not dispel Lin, for me touching things. Sensei even hit me in the head and it didn't go down. Then she looked over at me and told me not to move, and the next thing I know we're both here. From this succinct summary the Sandame was able to instantly identify the most important facts about what had happened and directed his first question where it needed him to go. You taught him henge? I tried but he did this. The snake mistress indicated the form in front of her, the green-eyed, brown-haired boy giving a weak smile as the village leader looked him over once more before giving his attention back to the Chunin, instead. I don't have a clue what he's done, Hokage-sama. I thought for a minute it was some kind of Kampakina henge, but, defeated by the apparent impossibility of what her student had done, the Chunin shook her head. It's not that, and it's also not even close to a genjutsu. I don't have a bloody clue what this brat's done now. Hey, affronted the strange boy glared up at her, I only did what you told me. It's not my fault I ended up this way. Oh, of course not. It was the magical little kappa that wove a spell on you and made you transform. Anko's voice was sarcastic enough to scour the Hokage monument clear of lichen as she returned his volcanic glare with a sub-zero one of her own. If it wasn't you, then who the hell did it? As visions of that sad, dreadful night for his village flashed before his eyes, Sarutobi had cleared his throat almost before he'd realized it, the two squabbling occupants of his office looking over at him as he banished the visions of hellfire and brimstone from behind his eyes and refocused on the conversation. I see, Naruto-kun, could you please dispel your henge for a moment? Perhaps if we can see the process from the ground up it'll give an idea of what's gone wrong. Hi Gigi, Naruto, or the boy Sarutobi had been told was Naruto, made to move him hand before a question seemed to occur to him. Dispel. Just think about how you usually look and flare your chakra. Anko filled him in hastily, hoping against hope that the Hokage didn't ask awkward questions about her teaching method of not telling her student how to end a technique before he used it, and make it snappy. I've got better things to do with my day. The henge Jinchuriki snorted. Yeah right, the bars don't open for another hour yet, he commented waspishly, though before the Chunin could clip his ears for him there was a puff of smoke and Naruto, for it was unmistakably the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who emerged spluttering from the chakra-laden mist, reappeared. Wow, he coughed, wafting his hand around to disperse the smoke of his technique, little less chakra next time. You think? Anyway, get one with the seals like I showed you. The Hokage is a busy man. Just make sure you get them right. I don't want you turning into a jellyfish or something. Actually, a smirk played about her lips suddenly as she cupped a hand to her cheek, thinking hard, that would be quite funny. Emboldened by the presence of his grandfather, Naruto stuck his tongue out before shifting his hand slowly through the required seals. However, as his fingers twitched into the snake seal, a sudden voice made him stop dead. Wait a minute. Half-standing Sarutobi peered over his desk, eyes narrowed as he looked over the seals his surrogate grandson had made. The sheep seal, Naruto-kun, it wasn't. Nah, it was ram. Every time I tried sheep with Kawarimi it never worked, so I used ram instead. Watch. Quick as a flash he flicked his fingers into the ram seal and with a second puff of smoke replaced himself with Anko, the Chunin looking disorientated for a second before straightening up and, out of habit it seemed, cuffing her charge lightly around the head. Bit of warning next time? Ah, but that'd ruin the surprise. He shot back cheekily, ducking the return swing as the Hokage quickly masked his surprise. No bird seal either. Has he developed his chakra memory so much already? Even if he only has one jutsu to practice, to come so close to mastering after a mere 4 to 6 months would show great promise in a genin, never mind someone Naruto's age. Anyway, I do the same thing with henge now. After the first attempt didn't work and he made the appropriate seals, called the technique aloud and his new alias appeared, though the voice that spoke was still definitely Naruto's. This happens. Any idea, Gigi? Far as I can tell it just means a punch won't make me change back to me. That's a good thing, right? Sarutobi didn't answer immediately, instead reminding himself of the seals for a jutsu he had been taught by one of his own students that would suffice for this situation as he stood up, his eyes on Naruto's new form at all time as he stepped out from behind his desk. For their parts, Naruto didn't flinch and Enko shuffled back as the venerable god of shinobi stepped forwards and, with a barely audible hiss of effort, lowered himself to one knee before the child. It appears to be Naruto-kun, but as a ninja one must always look underneath the underneath. What appears to be a blessing at first may have aspects that appear to be a curse, as I fear you will one day discover. Naruto-kun, forcibly keeping thoughts of the nine-tailed monster the boy held at bay off his wrinkled visage, the Hokage gently patted each of the henge child's legs and arms, confirming them to be solid. However, from what I can see and feel, this does appear to be a Kampakina henge. Of some kind. A now brown eyebrow squinted down, confused. What's a perfect henge when it's at home? Sarutobi opening his mouth to answer, but, seeing Enko take half a step forwards, wisely closed it again soundlessly to allow the infiltrator to answer. It's a B-rank jutsu that most nin get taught when they reach Chunin. As the name suggests, it's a proper transformation of the body, can't be disrupted like henge, which relies partially on genjutsu to deceive the senses. Here, after pulling her trench coat tight around her as she knew from past experience, this jutsu only changed the user's body, not the clothes they were wearing, and inadvertently flashing the entire Chunin lounge was more than enough indecent exposure for even her. For a while, Enko's hands flashed through seals at a speed magnitudes greater than her pupil could have managed, ending on the snake seal before. With a much smaller cloud of chakra smoke, Zaki Mamaru found himself facing a replica. Uzumaki Naruto, that horror of horrors, spoke with his voice from within the folds of the coat swaddled around him. This is Kampakina henge, see, she pinched her own cheek before sticking out her tongue. No fading or rippling effects, this baby is built to last. It was a slightly disturbing thing to be looking at another copy of his own face, but, as he took in the 6 whisker marks and bright blue eyes, he realized this really was the real deal. Wow, he breathed before a second realization sent tingles of excitement racing around his system. And that's a B rank? I can do a B rank jutsu. Not even he could contain a leap of excitement this time, though to his credit he calmed down upon hearing a chuckle from his Gigi, Sarutobi smiling as he held up a hand now flickering with a corona of what looked like pearly white energy. Not quite, Naruto-kun, I'm not sure what you've done yet, but we'll soon see. This, noticing the boy's trepidation as he took in the glowing hand, the aged professor briefly explained the jutsu he was using, is a jutsu created by one of my students when she was a Chunin, just as she set out on the road to becoming arguably the greatest medical ninja in history. It's a technique that mimics the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan somewhat and allows the user to feel, rather than see, the chakra pathways of someone they touch. Don't worry, he soothed the slight look of panic on the boy's face, no longer striated with the whiskers he knew so well in this unfamiliar form. I've felt its effects myself many times and felt no ill effects. Now, he moved his hand forwards, the glow illuminating Naruto's new face in a ghostly opalescence before coming to rest on his shoulder, Sarutobi focusing on his jutsu as he felt the information coming in. Let's have a closer look at what you've done to yourself. Despite her outwards composure, Enko was slightly nervous about the outcome of this, so much so that she'd neglected to drop her henge. What if the Hokage blamed her for all this? Somehow she doubted she'd get away with a slap on the wrist this time, more likely to be suspension by the ankles in one of Ibiki's little playpens if she'd done something bad to the brat. But as the Hokage slowly removed his hand and asked the boy to dispel his henge calmly, she began to feel a little more at ease. Still, as she heard the village leader's request for his charge to assume a larger form, she felt obliged to pitch in a little. Never hurts to slap a bit of grease on the wheels. Henge into me. You'd better get it right though, she warned, though she accepted she didn't look nearly as intimidating as usual in this henge, standing as she did at a height of about 3 feet something and wearing clothes at least 6 sizes too big. Fortunately, Naruto neglected to comment, instead focusing on his jutsu until, with a plume of smoke, another form appeared before the Hokage. It was at that point, about 4 or 5 seconds after the thought would have been appreciated, that Enko realized there had been a slight flaw in her plan. XXX. Tight. Immediately upon assuming the henge, Naruto was assailed by constriction in several regions, mostly his lower thighs and just above the elbows, and he couldn't move much to rectify the problem either. There was a strange pressing feeling on his chest and, oddly enough, though there was pressure in his private region, it somehow didn't hurt as much as it should have done, though why that was he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Looking up and across as much as the taut fabric of his jumpsuit would allow, he wondered why Gigi was now facing away from him and tried to straighten up. Gigi, huh? As he'd moved, the strange weight on his chest had shifted position, now lolling forwards and making it hard to catch his breath as a pair of relatively soft somethings were being squashed into his chest. Feels like I'm trying to hide 2 bowls of Gigi's ramen in my jumpsuit. What the heck are? Don't touch those. Least of all because they're mine. face suddenly reddening. Enko was relieved to say the least when his sudden shout stopped his potential exploration of his new biological assets. 6 or otherwise this kid is way too young for a bird's and bee's speech, least of all from me. Quick, change back before you rip your jumpsuit anymore, or give Hokage-sama a heart attack. Oh, okay, Naruto made to dispel his technique, wincing as heard a sudden ripping sound from somewhere at the rear of the jumpsuit before he paused, his now brown eyes rolling down to the shorter form to the side of him and a smirk that Enko knew all too well on feminine lips. Before I go though. She could have dodged but for fear of losing her grip on her clothing didn't, instead wincing and shaking her head as she glared up at the taller figure evilly with a childish pout. What was that for? Because I'm bigger than you and I can. Plus I wanted to have the boot on the other foot for a change, Naruto told her, getting his hands in position to release his technique before pausing again and turning to meet the stern visage of his doppelganger. On a minute, does this mean I'm the Yuke now? Man, do I always look that gormless when my jaw drops? Better stop that now. Every time a ninja shows me a new trick. Even before he finished the thought however, Enko had snapped his jaw shut and made a solemn promise as she made to return to her real body herself. You're gonna die, kid, Enko swore as twin plumes of smoke appeared and the two of them emerged as their regular selves, though with Naruto's jumpsuit stretched in a few places and Enko's clothing in state of rufflement even as she finished her promise, slowly, violently and with as much blood as possible. You're gonna die. Once more recalling some words from his new prayer book, these ones detailing one-liners about ninja living, Naruto merely waved a hand. Bah, since you started teachin' me I've had my life flash before my eyes so often I can blink to miss the boring bits. There was an odd noise from somewhere and he looked around before figuring it was probably just Gigi stifling a sneeze. Speaking of Gigi though, so, any ideas? Not for the first time Sarutobi had reason to be grateful for his crimson ceremonial robes. When he turned to face the student and teacher once more neither of them noticed the spot of blood that dotted one of the sleeves, an unfortunate byproduct of nearly having had his eyes blackened as a result of standing a little too close to the expansion of Enko's impressive, if mightily restrained, womanly charms from his grandson's unique style of transformation. Looking serious, the aged Kage instead turned towards the two guests and steepled his fingers before him, looking a little pensive before, to their combined relief, a smile spread over his face. Well Naruto-kun, once more you show a talent for surprising me. From what I can tell what you've done is not quite a Kampakina henge, not as it is performed in Konoha anyway, but that's mostly because of the chakra movement of the technique. Enko-chan, why don't you explain? Having had the hot potato dropped suddenly into her lap, the kunoichi blinked for a minute before the sandame explained his suggestion. You use this technique a fair bit more than I do nowadays, though that's not strictly true, but what no one knows doesn't hurt them. Right, okay, hi Hokage-sama. Enko gave a brief bow from his waist before turning to her diminutive student. The Kampakina henge works by altering the shape of your chakra system. You know that everyone's got a chakra system, don't you? Good, nice to be reminded that you're not entirely incompetent, she commented before continuing on. Well, when you use that henge most normal people reduce or increase the size of their chakra network, which as a result alters their size. Chakra is also used to suffuse the relevant tissues such as hair follicles and the iris of the eye to change color and length if necessary. However you, being the awkward little sod that you are, have probably done something different, am I right Hokage-sama? The elderly warrior nodded before looking between the sensei and student. You are indeed Enko-chan. From what I could tell from my brief exposure to the jutsu, when Naruto assumed his henge form his chakra network didn't merely rearrange itself, he paused, just for a heartbeat, but it was long enough to ensure they both paid attention to his next words. It seems to simply disappear. As expected, there was a great deal of confusion at this. Naruto immediately felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead as he recalled the very simple equation that no chakra basically equated to a painful death, while Enko simply failed to understand what the sandame was saying. As far as she knew, there had only ever been one ninja in existence who had completely lacked a chakra network, and the nicknamed Tsuchikage had been peacefully dead since before she was born. What? Her tone was a blend of disbelief and awe, though thankfully the sandame didn't seem to notice as he carried on his explanation, looking to set the young Jinchuriki's mind at ease. From what I could feel when you assumed your new form, your chakra network dissolved, for want of a better word, into all the surrounding tissues, changing your appearance as it did so. When you assumed Enko's form, your chakra expanded within the tissues, engorging the size of your own cells and acting as replacement connective tissue to ensure your new body still worked. Compared to the standard Kampakina henge, your variant has a very large advantage. Naruto-kun, standing to his fully height, the village leader looked down at his charge with a grandfatherly smile, as your chakra is mostly free of your regular coils and subsumed into your tissues while you adopt a henge, or at least a henge larger than your regular form, you don't have a recognizable chakra signature. At those words Enko felt her heart virtually stop beating. Chakra signatures and the myriad ways other ninja and their villages had of detecting those signatures were the bane of infiltration missions the world over. If Naruto, her student, had somehow found a way of completely obliterating his own chakra signature, he was virtually untouchable, demon or no demon. No chakra, a way around about 99% of most ninja detection methods. The thought was enough to make her seriously consider that having a Shotokan might not be that bad. With practice and a little experience in the field he could become the second, invisible man, Konoha's answer to Iwa's Nidaime. So, not having a chakra signature, Naruto rolled the idea around in his head as much as he rolled the words around his tongue before looking up at his Gigi again. Does a good thing right? Enko made to answer that with a shriek declaration before, this time, the Sandaime beat her to it. In some ways Naruto-kun, but remember Kami can never open a door without closing a window, he quoted, his tone gently foreboding as he finished. While having no chakra signature is a bonus, the fact that your chakra coils have completely dissolved into your tissue means that you don't have any chakra available, no chakra capacity. Because of that it will be at best extremely difficult, probably impossible, for you to perform any kind of jutsu while you are in a henged form. In fact, even gathering enough chakra to walk up walls would probably be virtually impossible. That disadvantage made Enko's train of excitement hit the buffers and hit them hard. She realized that, with that limitation, Naruto's kind of henge was a perfect infiltration tool but would be no use whatsoever for missions that required chakra use, including most assassination and demolition assignments. The henge to all intents and purposes made him a civilian, completely harmless to even the most basically trained ninja, but even then, the gears in her mind began to turn once more as she considered the problem for a different angle. Some civilians were potentially more dangerous than others. After all, an idea from one of her previous missions flitted to the front of her mind and made her crack a devious little grin as she realized how much more devastating her short-term infiltration could have been had she had access to Naruto's henge. In a hospital, who's going to notice if a few ninja die occasionally? Relapses aren't uncommon, and who would suspect one of the food suppliers slipping something a little stronger than a pinch of extra salt into the hospital food? Not like anyone would taste it. That gloop's always bad no matter where you end up. Oh yes, this definitely had a lot of potential. Aw man, that sucks. Of course Naruto didn't quite see it that way. So this henge isn't that useful then? Can I still learn the usual one Gigi? I doubt it, Naruto-kun. You were using all the right hand seals aside from the ram, which you also use for your kawarimi technique, so this must just be something about you. And unless I'm very much mistake, that something is the size of a warehouse with 9 large tails and answers to the name Kyubi. However, there are a few other things I'd like to find out about your new little trick. The venerable village leader smiled as he made a few seals and restarted his chakra-sensing jutsu again. It's not every day I get to see something new after all. Could you please henge something smaller than you are? Naruto gave a small affirmative and a jaunty salute before a brief laugh broke in on the conversation and both looked over to see Enko snickering with folded arms. Are you sure that's possible, Hokage-sama? Not sure there's anyone in Konoha smaller than him. Naruto stuck his tongue out again even as Sarutobi indulged the kunoichi with a smile before another puff of smoke signaled the arrival of Naruto's latest transformation. The old man had just enough time to see a small flash of gray nestled in his orange jumpsuit before there was a sudden high-pitched whine and Naruto suddenly reappeared, face white and tottering on unsteady legs. Naruto! The boy tried to look up at his Gigi, but even as he did the pressure became too much. Falling forwards, his mouth flopped open of its own accord and the floorboards of the Hokage office, pristine since the Shodaime had used his own jutsu to grow the trees they'd been cut from, were splattered with the remains of his breakfast. Only Enko's hand fisted into the collar of his jumpsuit saved him from collapsing face-first into the mess he'd just made. In the face of the crippling pain that had speared straight through every inch of his body at the transformation, his entire skeleton seemed to have turned from bone to jelly and all the strength had gone from his limbs. Hanging limp with his heartbeat tolling in his ears like a funeral gong, Naruto fought down the last of his nausea and tried to focus on the buzzing noise coming from somewhere. Looking up through tear-stained vision, he could just about pick out the fractured visage of Gigi looking at his collapsed form with distinct alarm. Another jutsu, this one surrounding his hand with green chakra, already in place and apparently tracing over his body. Seems normal. It was so hard to hear anything. Maybe if he tried a little harder, expecting chakra contraction, no idea, cause of pain. At that point a sudden shake broke his concentration and, still with the taste of his own gastric juices on his lips, he managed to get his feet underneath him and take some of the pressure off Enko's shoulder. Naruto-kun, Noticing the movement Sarutobi was in before the Jinchuriki in an instant, the vomit already disposed of by the timely use of some low-level Doton and Katan Jutsu, what in the kami's name happened? Hurt Gigi, he managed to whisper, even Enko looking on with something that might have been concern, or, knowing her, the hope she'll get a good laugh out of this. Soon as I changed, everything started hurting, everything inside, like someone had hold of all my insides and was squeezing. I didn't even mean to dispel the henge, my body reacted on its own and I wound up big again. Recalling what had happened immediately following his re-emergence, he managed a tepid smile, sorry, bout the floor. Praise the kami. Though he hadn't been certain in the heartbeat his ward had adopted the technique, his immediate fear had been his prisoner rebelling, but, as there was no evidence of a murderous kitsune gearing up to go on another rampage through his village, the Sandaime was content to let sleeping foxes lie and try to determine any other potential causes of Naruto's mishap. Never mind that Naruto-kun, one doesn't get to become Hokage without learning a couple of shortcuts. The old man winked conspiratorially as he briefly pointed out the once again pristine floorboards before he became more serious. But apart from the sensations, can you tell us anything else about what happened? A henge that can only turn you into a bigger form is far from ideal. Sometimes those who look for giants can be best toppled by ants. Making a little mental note of the saying, Naruto tried to think back to before the pain and spoke again, trying to logically build up a picture for his sensei and Gigi to follow. Well, you asked FO, so something small, and the only thing that came to mind were the Haimaru. I pictured one of them in my head, really clearly as well, then started forming the seals and added the chakra. Hold up, Enko, having only just released the collar of his jumpsuit, found one of his words was unfamiliar to her, though I've got a feeling he's mentioned it before. Who's Haimaru when he's at home? Naruto looked up at her with an odd expression, hands on hips as though he wasn't sure he was hearing her right. Not he, they, the Haimaru triplets, Hana-san's partners. One of them bit me once. Well, he was just tracking me down. That was as far as he got before two things happened virtually simultaneously. Enko put the pieces together and exploded rather violently, and he ended up nursing yet another sore spot on his cranium as she immediately turned her wrath on him. Ninken, you baka, she screeched, adding another blow for emphasis as her student cradled his abused brain pan. You can't use a Kampakina henge to transform into an animal, not unless you literally know that animal inside out. Look, realizing screaming and shouting wasn't going to help, she took a deep breath and explained as best she could, when you use a henge like that you literally have to change your body to the form you adopt. That means all those little organs, bones, blood vessels and other assorted viscera have to either be shrunk, moved around or otherwise disturbed by your chakra. When doing a human transformation it's simple because it's just a matter of resizing. On the inside pretty much all humans are basically alike in where everything is and how it all works, but with animals it's a whole different bag of kunai. To turn into a ninken you'd have to reshape your skeleton, contract and reposition all your major internal organs including the heart and brain, alter your center of gravity and reformulate most of your senses, regrow teeth and reroute most of your major blood vessels. You trying to do all that without having any idea of canine physiology was like trying to squash a watermelon through a cat flap. You were lucky you didn't turn yourself inside out with that stunt. Though he knew the Chunin was correct, Sarutobi had to take this moment to interject. He didn't want to have to clean his office floor again, and though he wasn't a mednin on the scale of his only female student, he was fairly certain that someone with a face turning as green as his would-be grandson's was at the moment would be finding it difficult to keep it all in. Be that as it may, Enko-chan, at least he managed to correct his mistake in time, the professor pointed out gently before looking down at Naruto again, the boy still appearing a little peaky but otherwise fine. However, I have a suspicion about something and, if you're feeling up to it Naruto-kun, I'd like to see if I can confirm it or not. What I'd like you to do is use your henge again, but this time into a smaller version of yourself, say you were about 2, as Enko-chan said this should be very easy for you because, let's be honest, the old man chuckled as he waved a hand at the youngster, no one knows your body better than you. Before you do so however, Naruto stopped mid-seal as he waited for further instructions, this time paying close attention to what was said as he did not want a repeat of what happened last time. Enko-chan, would you mind picking him up? I'd do it myself but, he sighed at her dubious look, one hand retreating to the small of his back as he used one of the few advantages age had given him, the ability to appear frail if he needed to. I'm not as flexible as I used to be. The Chunin grinned. Why didn't you say so, Hokage-sama? There are techniques and tricks I know with these magic fingers of mine that could make all those niggles just disappear. The Hokage didn't answer but his stony visage said it all. Without another word Enko paced over to her student and lowered her arms, stooping short just before she grabbed the smaller boy as she spoke sternly. Puke on me and you're going out that window, got it? "Hi sensei," Naruto replied quickly, lifting up his arms to let the Chunin get a firm grip just under them and heft, picking him up to her eye level before looking over his shoulder at the Hokage. At his nod she put him back down again, not quite sure what her boss was playing at but playing along just in case. The old man for his part said nothing for a moment before he looked at the smaller of the two figures. "Very well Naruto-kun, please use your henge." The boy nodded, molded his chakra and, as the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was the collapsed form of his jumpsuit, a small bump from somewhere in the middle of it wriggling around and trying to find a convenient exit hole. "Would you mind Anko-chan?" With a sigh the snake mistress stooped down, plunged her hand into the neck of the jumpsuit and, after a minute of fishing around, snagged her catch. Dragging the now tiny figure into the open, Anko had to suppress a laugh. Obviously the boxers Naruto was wearing had never been designed for a child so young and he had to use both hands to hold them up around his diaphragm. "Man, he's heavy for a kid." With a grunt of effort she shifted his position to hold him in both hands. "Still, I guess all that ramen had to go somewhere." "Cute," she snorted dismissively, not reacting as the child in her hand suddenly flashed a giant grin and, after clamping his legs together, brought up one hand in a peace sign. "Guess you were a bouncing baby." Her eyes flickered downwards, his beaming grin suddenly matched by her evil one. "There's a thought, how well would a baby like you actually bounce?" There was suddenly panic in those blue eyes before an older, sterner voice broke in to ruin her fun. "Forgive an old man his foibles Anko-chan, but I've already had to clean this office once and blood stains would rather worse than vomit does," Sarutobi explained gently before continuing. "Put him down, gently." "Ah," she pouted but, seeing the Hokage would not be swayed, she complied with a huff of annoyance, putting the now tiny Jinchuriki down by her feet, Naruto tottering unsteadily for a second as she removed her hands and stood up. In all honesty, she would eventually admit to herself years after the event, it was a mistake to let her guard down so easily. Naruto might have looked like a 2-year-old in his current state, but behind those innocent blue eyes was the budding mind of a future legendary prankster who didn't take kindly to threats against his person. As a result of this, Anko almost jumped in shock when she felt a sudden tight grip clamp around her left shin, a pressure on her knee that, as she looked down, realized was being caused by her student's fluffy little head being rested against it. Overwhelmed and almost physically sickened by the sensation of being glomped by a toddler, Anko was helpless to react as that massive grin turned up towards her. "Mommy!" There was a second snort that echoed around the office, though luckily for the one who'd inadvertently initiated it, the snake mistress was in no fit state to take action. Instead her face was white, hair all but stood up on end as the sheer horror of that word struck outright revulsion deep within her soul. Visions of her being forced to abandon her missions, her lifestyle, Kami damn it all her life as she knew it to look after some gurgling little speck of humanity that wouldn't even be able to hold a kunai for several years were enough to make her go green as Naruto had been minutes before. She was so caught up in the grip of a nightmare, strong enough to make even Itachi raise a complimentary eyebrow, that it was only when the Hokage cleared his throat that she managed to shake herself free and realize the purveyor of such a perversion against the natural order of things, me, a mother, yeah, and Orochimaru team might win Citizen of the Year, was still clinging to her thigh like a leech. "Let go. Or die." She spoke without moving her lips, the toddler's grin falling off his face for a moment before he burst into noisy tears, backing away as he moved towards the Hokage with a complaint on his lips. "Meanie mommy, meanie mommy." Only decades of experience kept the smirk off the Hokage's face as he looked down at the tiny figure before pointing to his jumpsuit. "I know Naruto-kun, however before this all ends in tears please transform back and get changed." Okis, the child toddled over to his abandoned clothing and, after identifying the head hole of his jumpsuit, crawled inside it. Even before the smoke cleared this time however there was a rush of movement and Naruto, now back to his regular size, was left to flail around uselessly with all four limbs as a sudden crushing pressure on the back of his head mashed his nose against the floorboards. Ignoring the muffled squawking from her student, the snake mistress had an expression as black as thunder as she used the heel of her left foot to try and see if she could grind a new hole through the floor of the Hokage's office with his face. "Squish, squish you ba." "Anko," the shout from the Hokage made her look up but didn't lift the pressure of her foot off Naruto's skull. "I can't apologize for Naruto-kun's humor but please don't damage him." "He'll heal," she assured him with a kindly smile which was betrayed only by the repeated yelling of Naruto loudening as the boy managed to twist his head to the side, the sole of her sandal now crushing one ear against the floor. "And this is just what he needs to sharpen his senses. When I'm through with him he'll be hearing bugs farting the in Aburame hives." Though he was all for a laugh and a joke when the situation allowed it, Sarutobi realized he was a little pressed for time at the minute and couldn't stand for too much more time wasting, however amusing it might have been to watch. Mitarashi Anko, desist or I will slap a 300% tax hike on all imported sake greater than 30% proof. The response was immediate and electric. Anko was bolt upright at attention, every inch the perfect ninja as Naruto groggily hauled himself upright. Ow! He shook his head like a bear waking up after winter and shot his sensei a nasty look, temper like a snake. Why, toothache, insane cravings for dango and occasional outbursts of hutton people, you sure you're not gonna be a mum anytime soon? Naruto-kun, once more the Hokage seized the reins, though this time it was as much for Naruto's safety as his sense of good timekeeping. He'd seen that look in Anko's eyes a few times before and each one had resulted in someone getting hurt. A wise man once said never step on a sleeping adder, keep that in mind over the next few minutes. That aside, I believe now my earlier guesses were correct regarding your unique use of the henge jutsu. As expected, this brought Naruto snapping to attention beside his teacher and, with one eye still on the time, the Sandaime decided to make this brief. As far as I can tell your henge is, and please don't use this word in the future Naruto-kun, a bastardized cross between the henge and the Campakina henge. By that, he moved to explain as the boy looked perplexed by his vocabulary, I mean it has similarities to both those techniques but is in fact unique. It uses almost the same hand seals for henge but the result is similar to the Campakina. From Anko-chan's expressions I could tell you weigh the same regardless of your form, you were as heavy in the small form as you are now due to the compression of your tissues. Added to that though, you've replaced the Oni of the Campakina technique, still having a ninja's chakra signature, with the Akuma of not having any usable chakra at all. It's an odd case, not one even I've ever heard of before, so I must leave it the hands of both you and your teacher to see the limits of your new technique. Anko-chan, I want a report from you first thing tomorrow. For now though I'm afraid you'll both have to depart. Stooping over his desk the Hokage began shuffling the paper he'd need for the impending council meeting. I have business with the elders and I'm already running late. I'll see if I can catch up with you for a bowl of ramen or two sometime next week. Naruto-kun, a celebration for a month's hard work. As always ecstatic with the lure of his favorite dish, the Jinchuriki smiled and raised a hand in farewell. Fine by me Gigi, look forwards to it. Okay mummykins, I know this is going to hurt. The expression on Anko's face, to say nothing of her grip on a convenient kunai handle that was leaving fingerprints in the steel, was enough to assure him of that fact, but she was going to get even with me for hugging her, in for an A rank in for an S I guess, let's go home. The snake mistress said nothing, merely lashed out and grabbed part of his jumpsuit shoulder and then vanished, dragging her apprentice off to a training session that Sarutobi was quite grateful he wasn't going to accidentally oversee in his scrying orb. He was getting on about a bit after all and seeing Anko-chan in full flow against his favorite village orphan might have put a bit of a strain on his heart. Straightening up and reaching for his ceremonial headdress, the Hokage glanced upwards out of habit more than anything else. Unknown to most, the office was actually studded with a large number of almost unnoticeable reflective surfaces, each of which allowed at least one of the hidden ANBU posts to be seen if you knew where to look. This had mostly been a precaution that had fallen out of favor with advances in Fuinjutsu. The Yondaime in particular had made the entire Hokage Tower virtually impregnable to all but the most awe-inspiring of jutsu with his skill in the craft, but the Sandaime had never quite had the heart to pull the mirrors down. After all, those who wouldn't look at and learn from the lessons of the past were surely doomed to repeat them. As it was, this action allowed the village leader to see someone was trying to get his attention and, after squinting for a minute and deciphering the mirror image signals the ANBU operative was signing him, he bit back a chuckle and spoke almost conversationally to thin air. I hope I don't need to say that everything that was said in this office goes no further than these four sacred walls? After watching some more frantic signing he shook his head, sighing wistfully as the Hokage hat swayed on his head. I know, tragic that such humor must go forever unrecorded, and at Anko's expense as well, something I hear the little mouse has a bit of a knack for, but, now that's just sad. Sad it might have been, but the sight of an ANBU operative, a trained killer through and through, on his knees and wringing his hands in the air, desperate for permission to unearth these priceless nuggets of hilarity to the rest of his core was enough to move even the god of shinobi to a slight snicker as he finally sorted out the paperwork he needed and stood to his full height. Well, I have to admit that pride is a deadly sin and perhaps the snake mistress could do with a few kunai in her bubble of contentment. No mention of Naruto-kun or his unusual technique however, that remains private. The ANBU straightened up so quickly even the Sandaime almost missed it, though as the old man left his office there was no mistaking the grin that started to spread over a face concealed by two masks, one of them painted into the loose form of an Inu. XXX. Even before the smoke cleared, Naruto had ripped himself away from his teacher a fraction before she was ready for it, the Jinchuriki bounding and rolling away just as she gripped empty air hard enough to crack a few knuckles. I regret nothing. Yet, she snarled back out of reflex, snatching some senbon out of her equipment pouch before remembering who her opponent was and reining her temper in with a visible effort. But believe me, before we leave this field tonight you'll be regretting a lot of things. The blonde Gaki wisely stayed on edge, eyes flicking between his sensei's evil expression and the thin weapons she was twirling between her fingers, though his panicked state seemed to fade somewhat as, dragging down a very deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment before, reluctantly, slipping the senbon back into her weapon pouch and looking at him directly. Right, well, much as I'd like to, there's one reason I'm not going to gut you like a fish. Apart from fact Gigi'd get mad? Luckily for Naruto, his rapidly evolving danger sense took that moment to chime out a warning, and he ducked before the launched senbon shot through his tongue, a bead of sweat rolling off his brow as he felt the missile leave a trail through his hair. What was it Gigi said about not stepping on snakes again? Not even that. I know ways to hide that even the Sandaime would be hard-pressed to follow. If I wanted to, I could leave you a bloody mess in this training field and be out of Fire Country before he was any the wiser. No, before Naruto could go too pale, however, Anko had offered up her reason with a sly smirk. The reason I'm letting you leave this place alive is because I'm interested, very interested in what this henge of yours can do. Do you know what we were talking about when we were on about chakra signature? Gigi might have mentioned it at some stage in the past, but he couldn't for the life of him recall it. No, perfectly. Of course, Anko muttered to herself, that would make my life easy, something Kami seems hell-bent on preventing at the minute. Well, clean your ears out and listen up. I'm saying this once and once only. A chakra signature is one of the downsides of being a ninja. Due to our training and use of jutsus, seals, and all that fun stuff that goes boom, a ninja's chakra coils are much larger than a random person's. Because this size is unusual, it means it can be picked up on by other ninja. As you can imagine, this can be a serious problem if you're deep in enemy territory and a random shinobi walks into the bar you're waitressing in and starts clocking onto the fact you've got chakra coils that could fire off more ninjutsu than he could even dream about doing himself. So, the fact your henge completely discounts this problem could potentially be a very big bonus in the future. Ever heard of the Nidaime Tsuchikage? No. Well, read up on him, Anko commanded before turning slightly more serious. Until I say otherwise, he's now your idol. I want you to see what he did, how he was able to do it, and figure out if you can do the same as him with your henge, got it? But, even as part of his brain filed that information away, the other half of what Gigi had said made itself known in Naruto's mind. I can't do any jutsu when I'm henged. Wouldn't that mean I can't do any ninja mission unless I drop henge? The snake mistress shrugged dismissively, hand in her kunai pocket again, fishing for some senbon. Doesn't matter if your target's a genin or a kage, a kunai to the throat still kills, and you don't need chakra to wield one of them. Apart from that, not all targets for assassination are ninja. Daimyos and other officials seem to love having their own little political empires to rule over. Off one of his trusted bodyguards, henge into him and stab the target when he's in bed or something. No chakra signature, no telling it was you who did the deed, and then afterwards you just henge into someone else to slip away. A potentially perfect assassination, very pretty, very neat. The example, even as hasty as it was enough to make Naruto sweat a little before her next words really brought the perspiration out in a drenching sheen over his body. If there was one thing he'd learnt in the 2-and-something weeks he'd been studying under the snake mistress, it was that her laughter was usually something to be feared than joined in with. Kami, damn it, the higher kingdoms must be having a secret joke at my expense. She spoke mostly to herself as she calmed down, Naruto not daring to move a muscle or say a word as she carried on. Get busted into teaching some orphan punk only for him to turn out to be a potential infiltration and assassination expert. Right, apart from that, Naruto, her demeanor immediately flipped completely around. Where once there was flippancy and jest, now only business and killing intent remained, the aforementioned orphan punk springing to attention as she impaled him with a forceful stare. Because of this new information, there's been a change of plan in your teaching schedule. The nature of your henge is as of this second a secret that only you, I, and Sandaime-sama know, until you are given explicit permission, otherwise that is to remain the case. Am I clear? Hi, why though? Read up on Mu, that's the Nidaime Tsuchikage. When you've read his background and why he was so damned dangerous, you'll understand, Anko assured him before moving on, the killing edge taken off her formerly sharp voice as she carried on. Apart from that though, because of your henge and the fact it's virtually undetectable, I'm going to use whatever time I have left with you to train you in espionage, demolitions and, though you're young, assassination as well. I won't mess around here, brat. That henge is something I've never heard of, and because of that it's a surprise for most ninja. What do surprises mean in shinobi terms? Death, Naruto answered instinctively, having heard enough speeches and lessons on shinobi fighting to last him a lifetime. But because I'd be a surprise, that would mean I'd sneak in and kill people before they knew I was there. That's what you're wanting me to learn to do, isn't it? Anko nodded, no apology in her eyes even as she did so. Yep, this is what it means to be a ninja for Konoha kid. You can and will use every trick in your book to complete any mission you're tasked with and, unfortunately for you, because of that little trick of yours I can see you're going to become very popular for assassination-type missions. I won't lie, I've done them before and they're not glamorous, they're not pretty but they're what keeps the world ticking rather than just blowing up and taking us with it. The dagger in the dark is worth a dozen swords at dawn, remember that, Naruto. Because of that I'm going to change what I was planning to teach you, don't worry. I'll put in a good word with the Sandaime to make sure that when you start trading scrap again the others on the field will run you through how to set and detect traps and live out there, but to train an assassin takes an assassin and as luck would have it you've got me. Assassin, there was a kind of dark glamour to the word, a slinky, dangerous feel that simultaneously excited and terrified the child. What Anko was describing sounded dark and disturbing but also oddly seductive, a ninja who no one had seen but everyone had heard of, a nameless terror talked about in hushed whispers everywhere, from taverns to the courts of the fire daimyo. Never caught, never seen, the shadow with a razor edge whose knife was ever, even as his mind was preoccupied with his daydream his body responded and almost got him out the way of the Senbon, though the flare of pain from his shoulder told him that he'd been hit and his free left hand immediately clasped his right shoulder, the Senbon protruding even as he glared at his teacher. Not bad, you almost made it, then again in the field almost usually means you're bleeding out rather than immediately dead, Anko told him, her underlying message of not getting distracted not lost on her pupil even as he gingerly tugged the Senbon out of his shoulder. So, here's the deal, early day for you kid. I'm going to get a few things of my own but before I get back this evening I want you to have information on the Nidaime Tsuchikage. The village library might not have much but it's a start. But Anko-sensei, seeing a flaw in this plan, Naruto had to point something out. I don't have a library card, they won't loan to. Hey, what was that? Are you completely stupid? Having thrown the kunai he just leapt aside from Anko reminded herself that he was young, dumb and therefore had an excuse to be this annoyingly dense. What have I spent the last 2 weeks teaching you? Everyone in Konoha hates your guts so turn into someone else you moron. Kami damn it, what did I do to deserve this? Oops. The sight of his teacher's obvious frustration made a cold worm of contrition thrash around slowly in Naruto's gut and he mentally berated himself for opening his mouth before thinking. Of course he could just disguise himself to get what he wanted, though since he didn't have a library card he'd probably have to take a pen and paper to take notes. Sorry sensei, it sounded hollow and heavy even to his own ears but it was all he could manage by way of apology, wasn't thinkin'. That's obvious, she shot back acerbically, still looking disgruntled as she hooked out a kunai before turning back to him, still looking slightly disgusted at her student's apparent lack of brains. Right, just for that display of idiocy I'm carrying out my mission now. Get henged Gaki, the Sandaime wants to know exactly what your screwed up little stunt is capable of and I owe you one for the cracks you took in his office. Start running sweet little child of mine. Her smile could have made the legendary Kyuubi itself run a mile and certainly got Naruto moving. With a terrified squeak he hinged into his deep cover mask and a split second after that Zaki Mamaru was hurtling all over the clearing pell-mell, inches ahead of the deranged lavender-haired Chunin taking leisurely swipes with her weapon as she sang out threateningly. We've got all morning to practice and this'll help your dodging ability, just remember to dodge occasionally though, I don't want to get too much blood on my uniform. XXX. Wincing as he sat back down and cursing Mitarashi Anko to the deepest pits of Makai for the 1000th time as it appeared bruises and cuts did not disappear when he dropped or adopted a henge, the Jinchuriki had to admit that she had been right in one regard. From what he'd been able to read up on him so far, having snuck into the library after returning home and throwing on a minute mask of a random civilian boy and telling the librarian he was reading up on a history project, the Nidaime Tsuchikage had been a very dangerous, extremely talented shinobi. Mu, even his second name was unknown in Konoha, had gone by many aliases, the non-person and the invisible Nin chief amongst them, and was famous for 2 abilities. According to the information he'd had some kind of bloodline that allowed him to utterly obliterate his opponents with nothing more than a touch, the secrets of which had apparently died with him though there were rumors that his successor, the Tsuchikage who ruled Iwa even to this day, also possessed a similar ability. However it was his second ability, on paper nowhere near as devastating as the first, that had caught Naruto's eye and made him see what Anko was driving at, why she wanted him to see an Iwa Nin as a potential paradigm to aspire to. The Nidaime had been born without a chakra system, a unique ninja in this regard, originally written off by the Iwa military. Because of this, Mu had shocked them all by still being able to produce and mold chakra, though how he was able to do so was unknown. Much like Naruto's henge he had no chakra signature due to this anomaly, though the fact he had access to chakra at all times made him thousands of times more dangerous than the Jinchuriki's henge. According to the scrolls, the librarian, much kinder to his false face than she'd ever been to Naruto, he noticed with a well-hidden scowl, Mu was still acknowledged by the shinobi world as the most successful infiltrator to have ever existed. His ability to completely obscure himself and, at the opportune moment, turn his enemy to dust with a touch had granted him the nickname of the skulking ghost by the man who had eventually killed him, the Nidame Mizukage, after Mu had sneaked into Kiri and assassinated 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist without them even being able to draw their blades in self-defense. Quickly making notes on a pad he had brought with him, Naruto once more found his thoughts clouded as they had been before a certain chunin with a kunai had intruded on them rather violently. An assassin, like this man. He read over what he'd written and checked the time, realizing he'd better wrap this up and beat Enko back to the apartment. She was in a foul enough mood as it was, no need to antagonize her further. Could I really do that? If it meant becoming Hokage like Musan became. Tsuchikage? The question still occupied his mind as he carefully replaced the scrolls where the librarian had taken him from, the woman favoring him with a smile that he just about remembered to return as he was still wearing his mask when all he wanted to do was pull off the wig he was wearing and outright ask her why she was so nice to the other kids but threw him out on sight. No, not yet. Just accept people like this face and live with it. With that thought in his head he exited the library, took a deep breath and headed for his home, slipping inside his apartment block only when he was certain no one was looking. It wouldn't do for Konoha in general to spot a procession of people going into the lair of the infamous demon brat and not come out again. Luckily he did manage to beat Enko back by a good 15 minutes, the snake mistress throwing a scroll onto the floor of the lounge where he was reading his notes and nodding. Right, from that I assume you now know about the Nidame and why I think he's a role model for you. Naruto nodded. Hi, he was a virtually perfect assassin, cause he had no chakra signature, but I don't get it, sensei. This was the crux of the issue he couldn't overcome at the minute. He could kill with a touch and still mold chakra. I can't do that when I'm in a henge, any kind of henge, so I can understand fission, for information and ESPEON age, but how am I supposed to assassinate someone and get away afterwards? His question seemed to throw the older woman somewhat before. To his slight surprise, a smile spread over her face and she pointed to the scrolls she'd brought with her. Good, very good. A lot of people trip up by just thinking about the assassination rather than the whole picture. No point completing a mission unless you can get out afterwards, unless you're from Kiri of course. Those crazy SOBs don't care if they live or die usually as long as they get the job done. Still you have raised an important point and one that, as your smart and sultry sensei, I might have solved for you as long as there's no repeats of the stupidity I saw this morning. The library won't loan to me. Well, boo-hoo, get on with it. You want to be a ninja, don't you? Okay, the worm of guilt thrashed around again and Naruto held up his hands in surrender. I know that was stupid bu, I had almost nearly died, cause I tried to turn into a Nin Ken. Enko sniffed and shook her head. Near-death experiences are no excuse, Gaki. You just grit your teeth, say a prayer to Kami that you're still alive and get on with it. Anyway, this scroll contains what we're going to be covering over the next week or so. What's the first thing you can tell me about the plan? Eagerly unrolling the scroll, Naruto looked over its contents avidly only to furrow his brow and look up. It's all sealed up, I can't see. Yep, storage seals first, Enko overrode him, not letting him speak as she explained her decision. You've got a tolerable handle on disguise and now that I've seen your deep cover mask I'm expecting you to carry on you at all times enough props to come up with not only that mask but at least 3 separate minute masks as well. Obviously this would be impracticable as well as downright suspicious if you suddenly started carrying around more cosmetics than a house of geisha. People might start asking all sorts of questions, so you need to know how to draw and seal equipment into scrolls. Also with your henge you may well have the options in the future to have 2 separate masks on. Get where I'm coming from? A disguise on top of a henge? Cool, the idea hadn't in all honesty occurred to Naruto but he was grateful that it had been pointed out. That way I can drop one while keeping the other, they'll never know what I really look like. Exactly, now for the rest of it. Enko reached over and swiped a thumb over the seals in the scroll, releasing its contents of several different other scrolls, each tightly bound and secured, and what looked to be a very large poster of a human body in various stages of skinlessness, from bare bones to fully formed. Looks boring I know but everyone has to start somewhere. Basic biology, she elaborated, flicking open the binding of the first scroll and unrolling it to let Naruto see the heading, Main Organ Systems of Humans, Senjutsu. He missed the last part of the name as Enko dropped the scroll to carry on her explanation. Sarutobi-sama himself said that you can't use jutsu while henged and I'll take his word for it, so that just means you'll have to learn a different way of killing. Believe it or not I do have mednin training, one of the reasons I'm so good at what I do. some of that training at what I'm going to be passing down to you. What? Naruto looked down disbelievingly at all the scrolls. There had to be over 20 of them. All of this? And more, Enko assured him with a smirk, but don't worry, there's some practical element to all this as well. It's not all reading and scroll work. Here's the deal, you read all this and tell me what makes someone tick, and then, regardless of whether you're using a blade, a sanban, your bare hands, if you want blood, no blood, or whatever. Her foot moved, flicking the tall poster upwards just as her hand became a blur. Even before Naruto had turned around, the anatomy poster had struck the back, all pinned there by a quartet of sanban with accuracy that made him cringe slightly and reminded him just how lethal his sensei could be if provoked, though she did a good job of hiding it as she casually smiled and flicked a last sanban, impaling the fully skinned figure of the poster in an area that immediately made Naruto cringe and clamp his thighs together. I'll show you how to make the ticking stop. Oh yes, she gave a smile, eyes delighted as she watched the last sanban slowly stop quivering where it had embedded itself in the wall. You need to learn assassination, concealment, and espionage like Naichan needs to get laid. By the end of next week I'll have laid the groundwork for this kind of training and get the word out on the training fields to you up to speed on the rest of it. Any questions? Was getting laid? Kurenai-san's not sick, is she? No, she's not, and never mind. Look, just get ready to read a lot and work even more, because by the end of next week, if you can look at me without screaming in fear or flying into a violent rage, I'm not doing my job right. XXX. Though perhaps understandable due to his age and, despite his unfortunate circumstances in being generally disliked by pretty much everyone in his home village, it had never really occurred to Naruto until he started reading up on even basic anatomy just how complicated and integrated his body actually was. Everything from cellular structure to neural impulses had to work together in seamless synchronicity for him just to breathe and stay alive. When it came to walking and talking, never mind fighting, it appeared to him to be a minor miracle that he was even able to function at all without devoting extraordinary brainpower just to keep his heart beating and his lungs inflating, the basic things his body needed to keep itself ticking over. He'd never known, never even considered just how amazing every human body was and how many different parts it was made up of until Enko-sensei had introduced him to the elementary medical ninja training scrolls. Unfortunately, he also hadn't given much thought to the myriad ways there were of making such a marvel of biochemical ingenuity stop working. Luckily for him though, Enko-sensei took her time to point at least some of these ways out to him. Personally. Yo. I need dat rai aihiuch. See, the Chunin spoke calmly over the row of her flailing student, the palm of one hand locking his elbow straight while the other had hold of the back of his hand and appeared to be attempting to twist it around like a corkscrew, with a reasonable amount of success if the volume of the shrieking was anything to go by. Twist the wrist both ways, doesn't matter in which order, to break it properly and stop them using that hand again unless they can get seen by a competent doctor, but if they're a lot stronger than you, go for the fiddly bits. She dropped his hand like a puppy Ninken fetching its owner's slipper before seizing hold of her student's thumb. Dislocation of the thumb, for instance, stops most hand seals right off the bat. Grateful he couldn't see her vindictive smirk, she gave a gentle tug on the captive digit, Naruto immediately screaming and swearing up a storm as she did so. Such is the way of the world, brat. You call me mummy one day, I make you scream uncle the next. Gah, I give, Naruto squealed, doing a great impression of a worm on a hook as he attempted to squirm his way out of his sensei's tenacious grasp. I bet Musan Niva had to go through this. The complaint made Enko have to bite down on a sudden chuckle as she finally dropped the 6-year-old's arm, standing up and brushing her skirt down as Naruto immediately hugged his abused arm, moaning and gasping broken thanks that it was still attached to the rest of him. I'd bet he didn't, but that's probably because he was competent rather than a snot-nosed little bug like you, Enko informed him, eyes crinkling in mirth as Naruto flopped onto his back and shot an evil glare up at her. Besides, look on the bright side, at least because of this you're getting exercises in suppleness at the same time as learning the textbooks. You can dislocate your index fingers now, can't you? Only, 'cause you pulled them out their sockets. Never one to let facts take the shine off a stroke of good fortune, Enko merely shrugged, wafting the point away like a cloud of midges. Can you blame me for having a sneezing attack at just the wrong moment? Besides, it happened, you snapped them back in, everyone's happy, get over it. Wincing as he gingerly rotated his wrist a touch and wiggled his fingers individually, the Jinchuriki slowly stood up from where he'd been thrown onto his side in his living room and faced down his sensei once more. This is about what happened in the Sandame's office, isn't it? I said sorry, hell even you said it was a good line. True, but take it from me, there's nothing worse than a student with a huge ego. What happens in the Hokage office stays in the Hokage office, but I thought it prudent to remind my student, i.e. you, of a basic truth in life. She favored him with a smile as she ran a calloused hand through his tangled hair, ignoring his shout of protest at the gesture of rough affection. She who laughs last and loudest is usually your sensei. Naruto opened his mouth to argue the toss before closing it again, realizing it probably wasn't worth the aggravation and, though he wouldn't admit it out loud, she was probably right. His apartment block was deserted, so there was no one to hear his screams of pain or pleas for mercy. These past few days had taught him much and, with only 1 week to go until Liberation Day, as Anko had dubbed the day when her month of tutoring was over, he found himself oddly looking forwards to learning even more about the best way to slice a throat to make sure no blood sprayed on your clothes, or how to cripple an enemy ninja without killing him so he could be interrogated earlier. Even more of Anko-sensei's dreaded flexibility training wasn't quite as scary as it once had been, though this might have been due to the fact he had a high pain threshold and his joints were, according to Anko, rather more supple than she'd been expecting, something he guessed he had to be grateful to Gai-san for. Still, he winced as another twin shot through his shoulders. Try as he might, he couldn't do the handcuff trick with them just yet, though he was close. Another week should more than do it and ensure even as a civilian, he should be able to slip out of normal police restraints. After this even I could use an early night, oh come on. The sight of a second sensei appearing in his lounge was enough to make his body start protesting in aches and pains all over again. This is so not fair. Don't worry, brat, reading his face like an open book, though to his meager credit such an action was a little harder than it had been in the past. Anko decided to spread her good mood as her shadow clone eyed the pre-genin before her with an almost hungry gleam in her eye. She'll be on her best behavior. An hour or so of Hibi-style sparring, then you can either hit the books or go to bed. Careful though, the shadow clone piped up with a grin, eyes widening as she tried to look fragile, an idea that made Naruto simultaneously smile and shudder. I bruise easily. Pop me and that's it, no more training for you. And I will be less than happy. The real snake mistress shot over her shoulder, having shucked on her trench coat and started heading for the door. Anyway, I'm out for the night and you're not coming. I'll be in late and up later. Wake me up at your peril tomorrow. Hi, he waved a hand, almost immune to her casual threats on his life. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. At that little quip Anko snorted and looked over her shoulder. You really have taken that book to heart, haven't you? At his proud nod the snake mistress snorted again, shaking her head and heading for her favorite bar. Good, when you finally get to the Ninja Academy give them hell from me. Someone's gotta knock the starch out of those stuffy instructors. Will do, sensei, it'll be a pleasure if they're anything like Tenchan says they are. Take it from me, they're worse, Anko informed him, waving over her shoulder as she left the lounge. The slam from the front door a second later lost on him as he leapt back from the shadow clone's first attack. Eyes front, minion, the Bushin barked, Naruto immediately assuming his own stance, slightly different to her as the Hibi style allowed such freeform rather than rigidity. You're on touch contact only unless you want me to pop, but if I can hit you you'll know about it. Right then, she swung forwards, eyes as blank and showing as much as a doll's eyes as she plucked them out and let her body move on its own. Dance, brat, dance. XXX. 1.5 gut-bursting hours later Naruto was still feeling the effect of the spar, unable to conclusively beat even a clone of his teacher as he knew even one of her attacks landing home would have either crippled or possibly killed him outright. Hibi style was based around the principle of killing with a single strike, or as close to a single strike as possible. Because of this it used mostly single-finger hits to vital points on the opponent's body, usually nerve clusters or where veins and arteries were present near the surface of the body, though occasionally bursts of chakra could be sent through the enemy's body to rupture vulnerable organs such as the spleen. That made sparring with the style all at once easy but painful. Easy for Anko and her clones as all he could do at the minute was poke them lightly as he wasn't quite accurate, or tall, enough to hit the pressure points of a moving target. About the worst he'd been able to do so far was make her recoil backwards laughing as he gave her a dig in the side or the ribs. However, when the boot was on the other foot Anko seemed to regard mercy as a word in a dictionary. Naruto now knew exactly how it felt to try and fight with a numb arm or hobble on a deadened leg. Indeed, he was counting his blessings she hadn't yet hit any of the serious pain centers of the body. Well, not more than once or twice anyway. Shuddering as phantom agony ghosted up and down his arms again, Naruto looked over as the kettle boiled, heating up the water for an evening snack as he browsed through another medical book on his kitchen table, this one detailing the formation of bones, ligaments and tendons. Ah, so that's why Anko-sensei kept going for the crook of the elbow. Looking over the diagram of that particular joint he saw a few things start to make sense. Nice target area, that one. Hit the outside you can jar the joint or even dislocate the elbow itself. Hit the inside you can rupture the tendons or the blood vessels and cause stiffness of the joint. And cause pain, of course, can't forget the pain. Enko-sensei certainly didn't and took a great deal of time and effort explaining exactly how pain could be caused and used as a friend to distract or destroy an enemy. Having heard the kettle boil, he decided it was time to take a break and had just pulled the foil flap of his instant ramen cup back to add the hot water when a sudden crash from the front door made him jump upwards, a few stray flakes of ramen scattering over the kitchen floor as he hastily dumped his beloved food on the countertop and ran into the hall, taking one look at the shape that had stumbled inside the front door and was now half slumped against the opposite wall. Enko-sensei. It was indeed the snake mistress, though she looked like she'd seen better days. The Chunin was hunched over against the wall, holding her left side and breathing heavily, an air of exhaustion about her as she raised her head wearily at his panicked shout, just about summoning the energy to smile at her worried student. "Heh, if you think I look bad you should see the other guy." No, with a grunt and a heave she pushed herself upright on unsteady legs, her free hand catching on the opposite wall even as she swayed and slurred out almost drunkenly, "The day I'm too weak to walk is the day they finally bury me." Taking in her appearance and letting out a low sigh as he realized that it looked worse than it was in that Anko appeared to be more exhausted than actually hurt or, even worse, drunk, Naruto found himself agreeing with her assessment. "And I'll be the first to pour sake on your grave, as long as you don't mind it going through my kidneys first. Come on." He tentatively took a step forwards and held out a hand. "I've just boiled the kettle, there should be enough fu to get a cup of tea." More grateful for the offer than she let on, Enko smirked and forced herself fully upright, ignoring his hand as she stepped forward slowly. "You know, brat, you've really got a knack for a sharp line when you can. I'll be keeping an eye out for you when you gate-crash the academy. If you can drive at least one of your instructors into early retirement, you've got my vote for Chunin." "I'll keep it in mind, sensei," Naruto assured her diplomatically as he led the way into the kitchen, fishing for a cup as the snake mistress slumped into a seat and curled up on the table, groaning again and closing her eyes as her tired legs finally started to relax. "Good job, boys, you got me back here, now you can just fall off and leave me in peace before the cramps start." There was a clink of china from just underneath her nose a moment later and she perked up in time to inhale a deep lungful of aromatic tea, something she herself had brought after the first few days of apartment sharing with the Uzumaki brat, as she was fairly certain the Hokage would have taken a very dim view of her turning the home of a 6-year-old into a convenient stash for her sake. Gratefully picking up and throwing back a massive gulp of the scalding liquid, Enko smacked her lips and belched loudly in satisfaction. "Ah, that's the stuff. You're a long way from holding a tea ceremony, kid, but you're not actually that bad at making the stuff." "Shame you're a pig when it comes to enjoying it," Naruto countered, cleaning the echoes out of his ear with his pinky as he stirred the cup of instant ramen with the chopsticks in his free hand, belligerent softening as he looked over to the woman again. What happened out, dear sensei?" Anko's eyes narrowed and her nostrils flared. For a second she considered taking out her righteous vengeance on the one before her. After all, it was ultimately his fault why her night had gone so disastrously wrong, but caution and the aches from over her body were just enough to dissuade her from violence and let her tongue do the explaining rather than her fists. "What happened is that someone opened their big mouth, and because of that," she shuddered, the idea that had plagued her earlier in the day returned with a vengeance and, even worse, now firmly rooted in the minds of some of her closest friends, planting poisonous seeds in their expectations until she was able to tear them out and purge them with fire. "Several people now think I'm now something even worse than just your uke. XXX. She knew, call it feminine intuition, call it gut instinct or whatever, but she just knew the second she walked into one of her regular haunts and saw a smile slide greasily onto the face of someone who was usually too bowel-looseningly terrified of her reputation to even look in her direction that some kind of fix was in. "Okay, Nai-chan," ignoring her best friend's significant other and moving on to the easier of the two targets, the Chunin took her regular order and did her best to look around the rest of the assembled surreptitiously. "Your boyfriend's smiling at me and you're not slapping him upside the head. This worries me. It worries me even more that you of all people let me down like that," the Genjutsu mistress snapped back, though even as Enko recoiled at her friend's unusually harsh words she didn't miss the slightly teasing lilt that flavored her tone. "Okay, upgrading, worried, to panicked. Nai-chan never teases anyone. The only time I decided to put my money where my mouth is about you, and it all goes so horribly wrong." "You put a bet on me? Fair enough, doubt there isn't a ninja in Konoha who hasn't." Even though most of them lost when she was involved, Enko was never going to stop them. The old proverb regarding money and fools had kept her coffers full even when missions were lean, and judging by the smile on your jug-eared mug, I take it you won. Seeing the snake mistress's eyes on him, the older Chunin snapped to attention, his dark glasses almost slipping off his nose as he did so. "Hi Mitarashi-san, though I confess the manner of my victory was somewhat unexpected. In fact we all misjudged your emotions in this matter, to use common parlance. dropping the teacher speak as Enko had dubbed it. Ebisu smiled and bowed shallowly to the shorter figure. You really came through good for me and I owe you one. Not a problem, just let me sit in on the lap dance Nichon gives you, that was the wager wasn't it? Seeing both partners suddenly crimson, Kurenai almost choking on her drink, Enko once more found herself groaning at their ineptitude. Oh, for Kami's sake, just stop dancing around each other and do the horizontal dance, a good lay for the pair of yous. About the only thing I haven't tried to loosen you both up, you especially Nichon. Spluttering and coughing as she swallowed fresh air, Enko's brazenness once more catching even her on the fly, the red-eyed woman looked over at her friend as though she'd just crawled out from under a rock and started sunbathing nude. You are, she began, flames of outrage fanning around her raven mane of hair as the tirade went on, the most obnoxious, self-absorbed, sadistic nymphomaniac I have ever had the displeasure to cross paths with. How Mouse-chan is going to survive when that paperwork goes through I have no idea. He'll be going out the training grounds just to stay sane after about a month with you. You give her too much credit. Kurenai-chan, as she felt a strong, if somewhat thin, arm wrap around her shoulders. The woman let the frustration steam out on her breath. Enko as always trying to pull herself together from the sniggers of hearing her friend's condemnations. Damn it, every time she manages to wind me up enough to get me to snap. Sometimes I think the only reason I got those Ice Maiden nicknames was so there was a big tempting target nailed to my forehead so Enko would leave everyone else alone. I give the poor rodent a fortnight tops before he starts pitching a tent in the forest of death. Oh, don't you flatter me too much, Enko grinned, miming coyness before the second part of both speeches caught up with her and her expression morphed into quizzicalness. Wait, what's the gaki got to do with this? Don't tell me you bet on him too. He was part of it, Ebisu admitted, rather perceptively taking half a step back in case Enko truly blew her top as, friend of Nichon's or otherwise. The snake mistress outright terrified him at times. The wager was to see if he could even without trying force you to get attached to him, though I must say I never expected things to go quite this smoothly, or this far. Seeing where this was going, Enko unusually decided it was too nice a night to ruin by getting irritated and instead simply shrugged, slipping into a seat just along from the bar as she perused the drinks list. Give the brat his due, he's got a way of getting the best out of a situation, and making situations work for him, she commented offhandedly, her mind resetting itself slightly to the sudden shock of feeling contact under her hand where she'd expected there to be nothing but air and chakra. Naruto's deep cover alter ego starting back at her affronted as he rubbed the bruise on his head. Hell, it's got to the stage now where I'm sure I wouldn't tie him up and leave him in the forest of death as a bear snack unless he did something stupid like try to smile near me. Nice try, Enko-chan. She'd expected that to be the end of the matter as she'd virtually admitted she had grown a little closer to her temporary student over the month she'd been with him, but obviously Kurenai had different ideas. If the grin on her full red lips was anything to go by, you say those things but you don't mean them, I know you better than that. Besides, the grin only increased in length as Enko felt the nape of her neck start to itch, a sure sign in her book that something she was not going to like was lurking just around the corner waiting for her to walk into it. The Sandame will never sign off the paperwork with that kind of attitude. Paperwork? The snake mistress parroted, fighting off the urge to reach for a kunai. What are you going on about? Oh, for Kami's sake, stop being so stubborn. The itching only intensified as a bite of impatience entered Kurenai's voice. I know you've got the whole loner who doesn't give a damn act, but you of all people should be able to drop a mask. You just don't want to admit that Naruto broke you down, got his hooks in you and made you put your sign on the dotted line. What? Okay, now officially confused here. Contrary to popular opinion, Enko could keep her temper when she could see getting angry wouldn't help the situation. What the hell was I supposed to have signed this time? If I can't remember it, it's because I was drunk and therefore any contract is null and void. For the first time her words seemed to throw her friends off, Ebisu and Kurenai sharing a glance before, apparently being elected as spokesperson. Ebisu spoke a little more delicately. According to, reasonably reliable sources, you were observed with your charge in the Hokage's office earlier today. According to these sources, the reason for this visit was to... He immediately clammed up and started perspiring hard as Enko suddenly slammed her fist down onto the bar and glared around at him, expression murderous as she saw, or at least thought she saw, exactly where this was going. If you, either of you, so much as imply that I asked the Hokage to marry my so-called Shotokan, only one of us will be leaving this bar alive in the future, and I swear it won't be either of you two. Speak, Ebisu, she requested, not giving the other Chunin a chance to sneak his way out of this. What did your so-called source say went on in the office, where there were only the three of us there? Well, once more Ebisu was forced to screw up his courage as much as he was able to and, with a rush, got it all out in the open. He said that you were there to request guardianship of Uzumaki-san. The temperature of the bar dropped so quickly the glasses-wearing Chunin was half tempted to check if the snake mistress was using a Hayaton jutsu of some kind. She was so angry she actually looked calm, the paled face and blank expression belied by the raw intent to maim someone or something in the very immediate future that was boiling beneath her calm veneer, a school of blood-maddened piranha thrashing just below the surface of a tranquil lake. She took a deep breath, then another, both her fellow Chunin looking on with trepidation, ready to hurdle the table and use it for cover at the sight of the first flicker of fire on the snake mistress's breath. Which person? Her voice was frozen malice, eyes snapping open and glaring with a force that could have put a weak-hearted man in his grave, which soon-to-be rotting corpse put about the rumor that I would ever want to adopt. Even the word made her skin crawl, and how the hell did? The eyes had it. The second Kurenai's eyes had moved, Anko had followed them and a streak of silver flickered across the room. As always dodging without apparently meaning to, Kakashi glanced up at the shuriken quivering in the wall by the side of his head before eye-smiling over the top of his book at the now furious Chunin. Evening. Anko-chan, apparently immune to the killing intent that had suffused the atmosphere. The copy ninja returned to his book. Anything you were after? Your testicles, on a skewer, the snake mistress hissed back, plucking more shuriken out her equipment pouch and readying them for the fight that was about to happen. What the hell did you say, and who did you say it to? Oh, just a few people, here and there. He shrugged carelessly, unconcerned about the death that was stalking him across the barroom floor. What? I thought you'd be grateful. He's already calling you his mother and I'm sure you can get dango for a baby shower. He swatted a brace of kunai out the air with the spine of his Ika, taking in Anko's now brilliantly red face and bared Fang's snarl with a second eye smile. I thought it looked rather cute myself. You, me, forest of death, right now. His plan having come to fruition, the Jounin snapped his book closed and replaced it away in his pocket, gesturing towards the door. As you command, Anko-chan, though it pains me to say this will just have to be a spar, nothing more. Just before he disappeared into a cloud of smoke he gave his final cutting line, I'm not looking to be a family man just yet. Just as Anko screamed in rage and activated her own technique to arrive in the place she considered her second home, Kurenai finally let go of her laughter and, ordering another drink, turned to her boyfriend and immediately offered him a double or quits on their previous wager as to what state the two combatants would be in by the end of the night. XXX. The memory of that spar, fun as it had been, was now etched into the aches of her skin and bones as she slumped at the kitchen table, drinking cooling tea as her explanation finished, and she sat back with a sigh, feeling her chakra slowly replenishing itself as she'd burned through most of it in her training. Kakashi was a true professional and never held back in a spar. Like most ANBU, his philosophy was, train hard and fight easy, and he'd been a jounin almost since before she'd joined the academy. But how did Kakashi-senpai know we were with GG? He's an ANBU kid, she replied as she stretched her legs out and groaned as the stressed muscles pinged in pain. He must have been in the Hokage office when you pulled that little stunt of yours. Remind me I need to kick your ass for that tomorrow. Trying to avoid the cold sweat that broke out over his forehead at those words, Naruto tried to steer the conversation into safer waters. So, did you get him? I can dream. I tagged him a couple of times, but if Kakashi was being serious I'd be dead 10 times over before I got close, the snake mistress grudgingly admitted, stretching off her neck and arms. He's one of our best for a reason, one of the reasons I'm always trying to catch training off him. By throwing kunai at him? Best way to do it, she assured him breezily, though sometimes a snake for variety works wonders as well. A ninja never teaches you more than when he's out for your blood. Also helps that Kakashi's mask has an allure all of its own. There's a standing reward for the kunoichi who manages to pull it off his face at last. Thinking on this, Naruto decided to ask, any idea why he wears that mask? Anko shrugged. None whatsoever. He's worn it ever since I've known him and before that as well, as far as I know. Still, he grew up in war, right out on the front line, and it's changed him a lot, made him a damn good ninja though. Seeing his teacher sit back on her seat with a slightly distracted air about her, Naruto decided he could see the similarities between her and Ebisu, on this occasion at least. Because of that similarity he took a breath and crossed his fingers before asking the question that could see him enlightened if he was lucky and quite messily deceased if he wasn't. Anko-sensei, she looked over just as he managed to dredge up a sickly-looking smile from somewhere. Do you, like Shirai and Jihan Kakashi? The look she gave him was somewhere between amazement and disgust, and he had his fingers squeezed together very tightly to pray that the former outweighed the latter. The two of them existed in an billowing, uncomfortable silence until, to his obvious relief, she chuckled and shook her head. Nah, not in the way you're thinking about at least. It's not easy to explain a relationship, brat, least of all relationships between ninja, but Kakashi and I, we sort of understand each other. The post-exercise buzz was in full flow, the rush of endorphins dulling the pain and, as a result, loosening her tongue somewhat as she made an effort to clue him in. We've both been through pain in our lives and we don't show it to the world. Kakashi with his mask, me by just being, well, me I guess. Because of that we get on. We certainly don't love each other, least of all after that little stunt he just pulled, but we get on. That's about all I could ask for really, least of all with a ninja like Hatake Kakashi. Hatake? The unfamiliar name confused Naruto somewhat. I thought his name was. You thought wrong. Sharingan is his nickname, something to do with a gift from an old friend. His real name's Hatake Kakashi. But to answer your question, no, I do not like Kakashi in the same way Nai-chan likes her teacher Kuin. A sudden devil of mischief popped up on Enko's shoulder and began whispering instructions into her interested ear. Actually, that's a thought. Ebisu wants to be a teacher. What else would he want other than a naughty schoolgirl of his own? I should still have a uniform somewhere I could loan her. Remembering her audience, Enko glanced over at where Naruto was by this point doing his best not to look too confused. Not a word of that to anyone. It's adult stuff you wouldn't understand. Oh, okay, Naruto knew when to argue and when to give it up as a lost cause, though Enko obviously must have caught something of a guilty look on his face as she suddenly swallowed what was left of her tea and spoke again. Spit it out, brat. Huh? You're not fooling anyone, least of all me. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You're thinking about something other than ramen, a minor miracle as far as you're concerned, so spit it out, brat. Seeing Naruto still shying away from speaking his mind, the Chunin eased off the kid gloves, a hint of steel in her formerly soft gaze. Unless you can pull a Kakashi and figure out a way to beat half a dozen of my favorite summons and me simultaneously, I suggest you spill your guts. Promise not to hit me? The question made her raise an eyebrow, but she eventually nodded, now curious despite herself. Okay, I won't hit you, unless it's really embarrassing or I get bored. Naruto bit his lip for a second before, screwing up his courage with one hand and taking his life in the other. He let his suspicions out in a rush. I think you'd make a great mother. In all honesty, it hadn't quite been the last thing she'd been inspecting, but, being just above the admission that he didn't want to be a ninja anymore, it was right down there at the bottom of the list. If she'd still been holding her teacup, she'd have dropped it to smash on the floor as her jaw dropped, head moving towards him without her neck moving as he gabbled his reasons desperately. I mean, you're a real strong kunoichian, you can beat pretty much anyone, especially me. You act hard, you must care about some people, like Kurenai-san, or Kakashi-san. If they was in trouble you'd walk through Makai to get to them. Your kid would be brought up hard, but you'd be fair with him, and that's the best way to be. Surely, he'd never be spoiled, but he'd never go. Enough. Truthfully, she'd not heard more than a buzzing in her ears since his first bombshell proclamation, but she got the gist of what he was trying to say. She just couldn't believe he'd had the balls to come out and say it, and in a way she couldn't just laugh it off easily either. Did that story of Kakashi Baka's get your hopes up or something? Sorry if it did, but there's no way I'm ever going to consider adopting you, if only because I'd have throttled you in your sleep after the first week or so of your business starting up again. Naruto's look showed nothing but disbelief of her claim until he eventually shrugged, muttering, "Didn't want you as a mother, more like a Nei-chan." That was a bit of a step down, but, if pushed, Enko decided she could live with that. After all, not like he doesn't think of most of the other Chunin, and maybe the ramen girl and Panda-chan as his Nei-chans, or my favorite Yuke. And you were doing so well. The snake mistress sighed dramatically, realizing with a deep sense of relief that he'd made his point, as was now back to the familiar joke territory both of them liked to explore so much. Now I'm afraid I have to kill you. You and what army, Ka-san? He knew that look, and, as Enko bit her thumb enough for a tiny little bead of blood to show, bright red and liquid against her skin, he realized he'd said something very, very silly indeed. Word to the wise, my beloved little Sochi. The sarcasm dripped off the word like the blood dripped off her thumb. One explosion of smoke later and Naruto found himself vaulting onto the table as the floor of his kitchen suddenly started wriggling, every inch covered by a serpent of some sort gazing up at him hungrily. Never ask a ninja with a summoning contract that question. Especially when they're summons, she smirked evilly, a stark contrast to Naruto's shriek of horror as the living tide of snakes slowly began to crawl their way up the legs of his table. Consider mice a light snack. Even years after that night's activities eventually ended, it would be a long, long time before Naruto could even look at anything even resembling a snake without shrieking in fear or throwing the nearest sharp object at it. Needless to say, this caused a fair few issues during his first few D-rank missions. Kunai and hosepipes tend not to mix very well. XXX. I laughed when I heard of his dream to become Hokage. As she began her debrief, she felt a sense of déjà vu sweep over her as Sarutobi listened to her words without judgment, without comment. I'm not laughing now. You said he'd one day sit on that vaunted seat. I just hope I'm there to see it, if only so I can hide an explosive tag under the cushion. He does have that effect on people, Anko-chan, you more than most from what I hear, the Sandaime agreed with a slight chuckle before he began slightly more serious. So what have you taught young Naruto-kun? How has he progressed, recommendations for the future and any other information you find relevant? Anko nodded and began. Said, her first word, itself an acronym of the rarest type of ninja, was enough even to make the old man's eyes widen. Sabotage, assassination, infiltration and demolition. He must have made quite the impression on you. Took the kid 2 weeks, maybe 3 to pick up how to come up with and put together a minute mask. Okay, it still needs work, but he'll do that in his own time. Chakra control's nothing to write home about, but he is getting slightly better. That may be due to his tenant, Sarutobi broke in, not wanting the youngster to take the blame for something he had no control over. His reserves are much larger than they should be, making it hard for him to control them. Anko nodded. Yeah, I heard from Naichan's team. Well, he'll get it down through pig-headed stubbornness to give in if nothing else. Apart from that though, his henge, she tailed off, shaking her head as even now she couldn't quite believe what she'd seen. It might have been a bit of a bad influence, but I had him read up on Mu, the knight-aimed Tsuchikage. He might have a new idol now. And not a bad one to have if truth be told. I saw similar promise through the eyes of the student's jutsu. Still, recommendations? For the most part let him get on with it. Interesting. I gave him the absolute bare bones of Hebe style and he's figuring the rest out himself. Then over the past week to complement his chakra-less henges I've had him running on how to hide a chakra signature. Also because he couldn't do a genjutsu to save his life because of his chakra control, I spoke about how a ninja can escape genjutsu. Was too scared to go through the pain option, so I explained how to flare his chakra. 3 guesses what he did next, Hokage-sama? He mastered them already, or, natural caution reared its head, he has a tolerable skill in both? Anko shook her head. No, not yet, his chakra's too large for him to compress or explode easily, at least it is with his current level of control. No, what he's doing now is combining the 2 techniques. He shrinks his chakra down then releases it, then shrinks it down again, trying to get faster each time. He calls it the heartbeat method. He's got a handle on biology, human biology that is, and I'm confident that, if he had to, he could hit and kill someone, though of course, she hastily amended her last words as the Sandaime raised an eyebrow. I'm certain he won't put those lessons into practice until he's at least passed out of the academy. I should hope not, the venerable man replied before continuing. However, I'm pleased to hear you committing to your responsibilities. I stand by what I said a month or so ago. You are one of Konoha's finest chunins regardless of your faults. Despite herself, Anko couldn't help but feel pride glow from her core at the praise, though as she remembered something else she needed to say she motioned for permission to speak and, at Sarutobi's nod, continued. My thanks, Hokage-sama, but apart from that, one thing I would recommend for when the mouse is back on his training fields and uprooting old scrap to trade with. Any taijutsu training should rely on his accuracy, rather than strength at this stage, though some speed work may help. Worst come to worst, send him out for morning runs with the string bean. If that doesn't cure him of getting up early, nothing will. The thought of getting up when it was still dark with only Guy's booming voice and impassioned speeches of youth was enough to make even the snake mistress shiver before she regained her composure. Apart from that though, I said I'd get the word out about showing him trap making, setting and detection, so that's that job done, and as long as it's taught in a way where he can have fun with it, he'll make his own entertainment. Taken slightly aback by the last sentence of her explanation, Sarutobi looked to gain further insight into her thought. I don't quite follow, Anko-chan. I was worried at first we'd lose him to burn out, she began to explain, then it hit me that the brat doesn't train because that's all he can do, it's partly because it's what he wants to do. He's one of these ninja that does best when someone shows him something, pats him on the head and then just lets him go nuts with it. I can virtually guarantee that after someone shows him how to set a basic snare, if you give him permission to go wild with it, he'd be sending ninja flying left, right and center over the training grounds. It's hard to see him coming, hell, because of the ninja rules he got taught. First off, he's virtually always thinking of how he can get the best out of a situation, and believe me, Hokage-sama, she cupped a hand over the left side of her abdomen, recalling when Naruto, capitalizing on a slight slip of hers, had shocked her with a finger poke imbued with chakra to what would have been a debilitating nerve point had she not twisted in time. Fighting fair to that nin is what bathwater is to an Inuzuka's nin ken. The analogy gave them both a chuckle before the Hokage nodded his head and bade her stand down. My thanks for your time, Anko-chan, you have helped set an old man's mind at ease, he told her sincerely before an idea seemed to occur to him. As thanks, how about a dinner at Ikaraku's on my tab? Just yourself, me, and your student who, I hope, may one day blossom from your seme into something a little more permanent. As Hokage, I do have the power to marry people, you know. Do not assassinate the boss, do not assassinate the boss. If there was ever any doubt in my mind you trained Jiraiya the legendary lecher, that doubt is now scrubbed from my mind Sandame-sama, Enko told him, fighting to keep a lid on her blush, and before you say anything I'm not going to be the little sod's mother either. Still I'm never one to pass up a free buffet so I'll be there, so will he if it's ramen in the offering. XXX. True to her prediction Naruto virtually dragged her to the ramen shack for diner, greeting both his Gigis and Ayamchan with equal enthusiasm before guzzling down several bowls of his favorite dish, the Sandaime and Enko making polite conversation as they were both sat to his left, the Hokage in the middle. So then Enko-chan, liberation at last? And not a day too soon, the Chunin assured him, blowing on a choice morsel of her beef ramen before popping it into her mouth, any longer and I might well have cracked and unleashed my own brand of pest control all over Konoha? Hey, having drained his latest bowl and passed it back for a refill, Naruto defended his good name, I'm not a pest. Wanna bet? Yeah I do, until midnight tonight you're still my teacher Enko-sensei, Naruto reminded her, the last few syllables drawled out as he plotted his next move and went for it, it's not like you did all the much teachin' either, I didn't get most of the things you were saying. Maybe you'd know Gigi, the Hokage looked across as Enko suddenly felt suspicious, only for her blood to turn to ice a second later at his next question, a lot of the time Enko-sensei was telling me to not ask or never mind, maybe you know what she meant? The Hokage would forever be grateful he was faced away from the aforementioned Chunin. He could virtually feel the frost that had sprung up around her in shock and could only guess at the frantic "shut up" signs she was making behind his back even as he played along. Well Naruto-kun I'm not the professor for nothing, his voice betrayed nothing but mild curiosity as he peered at his grandson again, what terms did you not understand? Naruto took just a second, just one, to savor the sight of Enko simultaneously pleading and threatening grievous bodily harm unless he kept his trap shut without saying a word before he relented and graciously let her off the hook. Well it was about ninja techniques, I know about things like futon, that's wind and katan's fire, what's yotan when it's at home? Oh, yotan, Sarutobi was caught slightly by surprise by this until he heard the undisguised sigh of relief from behind him and smiled slightly. Ah, now I see, Naruto-kun truly has taken to humor like a duck to water, well that's a dual element, lava relief. It's usually made by combining earth and fire chakra, often by a bloodline and it's most common in IWA, where the majority of Doton users are found. Does that help Naruto-kun? Perfect thanks Gigi, sensei. The boy looked over the old man's shoulder at where Enko was trying not to look too relieved, why can't you be as helpful as that? The Chunin winced at the hit, promised herself she would flay the brat to within an inch of his life the second the Sandaime wasn't around and quickly polished off her last meal. There was just one more thing she had to do prior to the evening rolling around. Because I'm not here to spoon-feed you anything, except maybe a healthy dose of poison, she told him in no uncertain terms before his attention was distracted by yet another bowl being set down before him, and speaking of which, finish that off then listen in, I've got one last job for you once Hokage-sama's safely ensconced back in his tower. That unfortunate fate happened not too long afterwards, Naruto waving his Gigi goodbye as the Sandaime was unable to be away from his office too long at any one time lest the paperwork started getting over-amorous and began duplicating itself. The second the ornate hat was lost in the crowd Enko whipped around to the treacherous student who had nearly landed her in hot water once again only to see him neatly twitch his fingers in midair and though catching something. Another kunai I've taken for you sensei, he smirked, Enko's wrath deserting her as she realized that in a way he was right. The Hokage wouldn't have charged her but she would have bet 3 S-ranked missions he'd not have let it go unremembered that she'd introduced his grandson to a few of the fruitier terms ninja used in jest. Can we make it another week? Over my dead body, the Chunin assured him before flopping onto his seat next to him and, on a whim, ruffling his hair again, come and see me when you graduate and then maybe, till then just try and keep out of trouble as best you can. Anyway, one last thing before the day is over and I wash my hands of you. Even with his mouth full of noodles Naruto made an attempt to look interested as Enko leant across to him silkily, an evil purr on her lips as her hand rested on his shoulder and she whispered into his closest ear. How'd you fancy helping your dear old sensei pull the wool over the most famous eye in Konoha? XXX. By the kami, a miracle, Kakashi looked up from his book as the door was opened to reveal Mitarashi Enko in all her faux fish-netted glory, the Chunin carrying on her oration as she theatrically checked her watch, only an hour and a half late, will wonders never cease today? Well I do my best not to keep a young lady waiting, the off-duty Anbu smiled as he took in the little bag she held in one hand. Mao, are you sure a kunoichi such as yourself couldn't manage such a little thing on your own? Ha, her laugh was more of a bark but as always that teasing quality was still there, the masked shinobi was only grateful she wasn't walking her fingers up his front yet. After the hammering you gave me a week ago, I'm still sore now, wasn't able to walk right for days, we need to do it again sometime. Hi, sometime, Kakashi agreed amiably as he reached for the bag. It wasn't that he was attracted to the kunoichi before him, though he would admit she was very good-looking in her own right, but he did like her as a sparring partner both in the physical and mental sense, something he wasn't looking to complicate with the excess emotional baggage of a relationship. So then, where is your new place? Oh, hang on, it's... She fished through the pockets of her trench coat before pulling out a grubby, creased piece of paper. After smoothing it out and squinting, she found the address. Oh yeah, East Side. I'd Shunshin but don't know the place well enough. Knowing my luck I'd end up halfway into a wall and my Doton jutsus are a little rusty. Ah, rusty earth, a nasty complaint to have. Maybe a few remedial sessions with Tsum-san would help? Only if you're volunteering to dig me up when she was finished with me. Sometime I swear the woman's half mole rather than half wolf. Perhaps not then. The Kopinin genteelly shot down his own suggestion before turning to lead her out of the apartment block she'd stayed in for just over a month. So then, lead on Anko-chan. XXX. Unknown to the Jounin, as he left on the mission Anko had requested at the end of their impromptu spar a week ago, another figure had arrived at their destination and, having identified their target, immediately broke into a huge grin, summoned a clone and got down to business. XXX. Well then, home sweet home, Anko stated, looking around as she let herself in with the key she'd picked up earlier that morning. Just drop in the lounge somewhere, Kakashi-kun, I'll deal with it later. You wish is my command, Anko-chan. Taking his order literally, the Jounin threw the bags carelessly into the middle of the room and dusted off his hands. So then, job's done and... The sound of what was unmistakably a trench coat hitting the floor behind him was not altogether unexpected, but it did pose a complication. Kakashi had a reputation as a ninja it was impossible to pin down, and he had no intentions of losing it here to Mitarashi Anko. So then, try letting her down gently at first. If that doesn't work, drop her off a cliff. Anko-chan, much as I'd like to help you get properly settled into this place, I fear Gaisen challenged me to a duel at midday and I'm already running late, so I will have to decline. Fine by me. It was so unexpected that the Jounin barely caught himself from opening his mouth with a rejoinder that was no longer necessary. I mean, it's embarrassing enough being a Shotokan, but a Shota confused as a Lulakan, that's gotta be the pits. Kakashi span on his heel just in time for a cloud of smoke to disperse and Uzumaki Naruto to appear, bedecked in one of his sensei's spare shirts and chafing to redness because of it, his customary jumpsuit sealed in a scroll he'd taken out of one of the pockets of Anko's trench coat. Praise the kami to be rid of that thing, he muttered, stepping out of the uncomfortable garment and kicking it away before activating his scroll, and a second later stepping into the comforting embrace of his usual attire. Kakashi looking absolutely stunned by this transformation and hastily trying to reorientate himself before a sudden thought made itself very clear in his mind. Regardless of how he'd been duped, all that mattered was that because he had been caught unawares, Anko was who knew where and undoubtedly up to some kind of mayhem and mischief, and he only had a single lead to go on. I assume you are Uzumaki Naruto then, Mouse-san as you're sometimes known? Yeah, that's me, and before you ask, he held up a hand as the single eye hardened. I didn't have a choice. Do you know what that woman can do with 4 small snakes, a pair of chopsticks and an empty teacup? No, but I can take a guess it's not pleasant. Seeing Kakashi shake his head, the ninja in training gave another shiver and looked up seriously. Do yourself a favor and hope you never find out, BRR. He shook himself down and looked up again. All I know is she roped me into this project and said it's good for my hench training as long as you didn't use your Sharingan. I have no idea where she is. The rest of his sentence was lost as Kakashi suddenly erupted in smoke and vanished, leaving Naruto coughing and wiping his streaming eyes. But I guess you do. Oh well, not my problem. With that thought in his mind, the Jinchuriki looked around, saw everything was in order, walked out the door and locked it, dropped the keys through the letter ox and took off for home before the irked Jounin came looking for him. XXX. It had been a long time since Hatake Kakashi had known fear, but now as he saw the bare, empty stretch of wooden shelf before him and held his head in despair as he realized Anko had struck like a snake into his most vulnerable point, he felt that sensation sweeping over him in great, all-smothering waves. He saw the note on his bed of course, but was afraid of the contents. What if the devious hellion had smeared the precious pages, or even ripped? He shut off that thought with a conscious effort. He couldn't bear to think about such a thing now when his last remaining vice was in the hands of the enemy. Instead he steeled himself, reached down and flicked the letter open, trying to keep his killing intent down to levels that would only paralyze rather than kill any nearby civilians as he read. Dear Kashikuen. Ma, these books are so boring. I could have given you a better read when I was 14. Still there must be something about them you love, so come and find me. If you make it fast enough you might be able to save them before I get bored and break out the coloring pens. See you in a while. The one who puts all Ika to shame. Mitarashi Anko. Though at the moment he would have quite happily tossed the woman to Kyubi and bidden the bijou bon appetit, the jounin couldn't help but grudgingly admit she had one thing right. The attached photo, showing Anko in all her naked splendor save for a couple of strategically placed mint gold edition Ika volumes, truly made her someone who would not have looked out of place in the hallowed pages of the premier literature. Not that such a thing was going to save her, of course. Kakashi reasoned to himself, already having caught her scent and moving to follow it with extreme prejudice. The second he caught up to that devious little harridan, the first thing he'd be testing was the old legend that a snake could regrow a head if it was cut off. And cut off it will be, he promised as he flew across the city, little more than a blur against the skyline, slowly and with a very rusty, very dull kunai if I have any say in the matter.